All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. We're glad that you're with us. We're going to call this meeting to order. Before we get to adoption of our agenda, as you all know, so long as you have been following the news, we have a worsening situation with COVID-19. Over the past week or so, we've seen record numbers of cases in the state of Florida. Our hospitals are at capacity. They're actually really desperate right now. They are stressed as much as they've been since the beginning of this pandemic. And so we as neighbors and brothers and sisters who love one another greatly have a responsibility to keep each other protected and safe, which is why we are back to requiring masks in all city buildings at all times. That means when you speak, you need to leave your mask on. We have a very good microphone. We can hear you loud and clear. And so don't worry about that. If you need to take a break and take your mask off, we invite you to exit through this door over on this side. And you can step outside and stroll around and catch your breath. But we want to do what we can to keep everybody as safe as possible while you're down here with us. That goes for people at the dais as well. We need to keep our masks on at all times, including when we're speaking. And we will be discussing more issues related to COVID tonight relatively at the beginning of our evening agenda, what measures we may take as a city to further keep people safe. But until then, if you'll please follow our city policies and rules while you're in city buildings, that is greatly appreciated, and that way we know that everyone will hopefully be as safe as possible. So with that, we will go ahead, Madam Clerk, to our first order of business today.
Our first item is the adoption of the consent agenda.
Okay, there are no modifications to our consent agenda being suggested. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Santos, seconded by Commissioner Saka to adopt the consent agenda as presented. Anybody that wishes to speak to the consent agenda or any items on the consent agenda, please come forward. I'll start with you, Mr. Scott.
Yes, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So, with respect to the adoption of the consent agenda, I would ask that some of the financial items be removed. Once again, this commission is rubber stamping items on the agenda. There's no public discussion of large expenditures of taxpayer money. Also want to state for the record that Mr. Feldman assaulted me verbally when I attempted to enter the room without a mask. I believe the city is acting improperly, contrary to established case law.
Okay, Mr. Scott, that's not about the consent agenda. You can speak to that during general public
violating my
comment.
personal liberties, Mayor Poe.
Mr. Scott, you can speak to that during general public
Yes,
comment.
I will.
That is not about the consent agenda.
So will you let me finish and stop rudely interrupting me?
If you stay on the consent agenda, absolutely.
Well, we're supposed to treat people with civility, and I was accosted and assaulted by your city manager who got in my face and verbally assaulted me.
If you'd stick to the consent agenda, Mr. Scott.
Okay, so my concerns about civility are not important. I'll leave it at that. I think that, Mayor Poe, you caused this animosity between the citizens and the commission, and I would respectfully ask that these fiscally important issues be reviewed in light of the fact that you are trying to raise GRU rates 24% on hardworking Gainesville families. Thank you.
Okay, Larry, go over to you. Do you have anybody calling in speaking to the consent agenda?
Mayor, I apologize for that audio issue. We do have a caller that just joined. We're trying to find out if that caller wants to speak.
Okay, Larry, I'll let you screen and see if there's anybody else here in chamber to speak to the consent agenda, adoption of the consent agenda. Okay, there are not. So, Larry, I'll let you screen that caller, and then we'll move forward.
Yeah, Mayor, it appears to be for the regular agenda, so you can proceed.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Very good. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-1 with Ariel. 5-2 with Duncan Walker and Areola in dissent. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is adoption of the regular agenda with several updates. File 200718, Advisory Board and Committee Annual Reports, remove item. File 210243, update on the status of the solar PPA, added item. File 201001, litigation to challenge CS/House Bill 1, 2021, additional backup added. File 200877, text change, delete the 10-acre minimum transit rezoning requirement, additional backup added, and ordinance order changed. File 200878, land use change of 4.82 acres of property located at 1015 South Main Street, additional backup added, and ordinance order changed. File 200879, quasi-judicial rezoning of 4.82 acres of property located at 1015 South Main Street, additional backup added, and order of the ordinance changed. 210005, amending the open container ordinance, additional backup added. File 210242, COVID public health discussion, additional backup added. File 210240, Tom Petty birthday bash event, additional backup added.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make the motion in a second here, but I want to say that I have serious concerns about the length of the agenda and the things that are on the agenda, because they are, many of them, so vitally important, and so many people, whether I agree or not, have many things to say about those items at the far end of the agenda, and I don't want people to have to be at their best at 10 o'clock or midnight tonight. So I'm going to move that we adopt the agenda with the changes as just expressed by the clerk, and that we continue 21005, the open container ordinance, as well as 200877, 200878, 200879, the South Main items.
Second.
A motion to adopt the agenda with modifications that we see up there, plus continuing the second reading of the open container ordinance and the ordinances related to South Main Street. And that was seconded by Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am trying to find, my concerns were with FR1 and FR2, and I believe one of those was South Main. Trying to find them.
FR1 is one of the items that's being requested to be continued, and AR1, page 28 and 29.
Okay, yes. I'd like to request to continue those items as well, removing them from today's as well. So AR1, FR1, and FR2 for me.
Okay, and I believe those are the ones that you included in your motion,
Are those,
Commissioner.
okay, wonderful, as long as they're congruent. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I had similar concerns. I would prefer that we not have to re-advertise second readings. So we need to be more cognizant of that when we start stacking first and second readings on top of an already busy agenda. If I could suggest to the makers of the motion, also removing BD5 and BD6. I think those lien items can be discussed at another time. Yeah, I think they can be discussed another time.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
so I do want a good agenda. I mean, we all want a good agenda. I don't want to make people wait forever, but I'm concerned that there might be timing issues on 5 and 6, and I don't want to. I don't want to hurt the people who are trying to get something good done there by pushing that one forward, those two forward. It is, lots of people have a lot to say on it. It's the same sort of argument, but I'd rather not put that one, if you don't mind.
Okay. Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah, well, I disagree that the commission needs to do anything. We fund a special, I've had oppositions for us taking those items up anyway the last time it came up and I voiced that, so now we've got 2 on the agenda. And no one's given me a good reason as to why those ought to be on the agenda today, besides what you just said, which is a timing issue. But the timing issue would be immaterial if the commission didn't, I mean, I don't know how it got on the agenda in the first place. I don't know how it got on the agenda the first time. So I guess I'll just be voting against the agenda then. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I address you guys as the city manager? I'm sorry, I'm on actually South Main Street.
Yeah, not quite yet. We're just trying to get an agenda adopted. Madam Clerk, I want to make sure I have the 3 items that were requested to be continued. 200877, is that correct?
200877, 200878, 200879, and the continuation of the second reading of ordinance 201005.
Okay, thank you. So the first 3 were to be removed, and the 4th one was to be continued, according to the motion?
According to the motion, they were all to be continued.
Okay. To what date? To the 19th? Okay. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we should hear the items on the agenda, and I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As to the other 2 that Commissioner Ariola wants to move out, I do believe that the intent is to close on these properties with certain loans that are contingent on a closing date. So if we delay this another 2 weeks, whatever the will of the body is, one way or the other, they might not be able to close on time, and that could destroy their entire financial situation on the property. That's why I don't think we want to move on that one.
Okay, thank you. I support the agenda as is. You know, we have some meetings that are more challenging and difficult than others. We already continued or pushed off a couple of these items from July to this meeting. And so I think that, we owe it to everyone involved to hear these and take some sort of action. So I support the agenda as modified according to what we see up on the board. With that, we'll open up to public comment on adoption of the agenda with the suggested modifications. Mr. Scott?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners Nathan Scott. So with respect to the agenda item, appreciate that they are trying to clear some of the agenda. As you know, Mayor Poe, you've been in this role for almost a decade. You set the agenda, and you've stated repeatedly that you would endeavor to try and make it more efficient, but it keeps getting backlogged, if you will. But with respect to those folks from Archer that took the time to drive in, there is a GRU item. It's the last item on the agenda today in the afternoon session. I respectfully ask on their behalf, seeing they've taken their time and it's of greater community interest in the Tom Petty birthday bash and some of the other items on the agenda, that we have the update on the solar PPA as the first item on the agenda. If the commission would accommodate that reasonable request on behalf of many of the people in the audience that took their time to drive in all the way from Archer. And it is a big concern, and I know that they'd like to hear what you, Mayor Poe, and the City Commission is willing to do to address the property rights of African-American property owners living in a rural historic community that continue to be terrorized, by lack of a better word, by your out-of-town solar developer. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to adoption of the agenda? Ms. Bolden.
In regards to 215 South Main, we initially had our first meeting pushed from the beginning of July to the second meeting in July. We're now being pushed a second time, and we desperately need to get started on some of these improvement items. Our grant administrator, Daniel Bloomberg, has updated his PowerPoint with his managers, and we would really like to be heard today, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else to adoption of the agenda? Larry, do you have anybody?
Yes, sir, we do. And just before we take Tana Silva, I just want to apologize. You'll hear a little alert here, but it's hopefully the last time that you'll hear it throughout the rest of the meeting. So apologies for that.
Line muted.
All right, we should have Tana Silva on the line. Tana, if you're there, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. It's a little hard to follow all of the changes that are proposed and so forth. I fully support, as I wrote to you, moving this the AR1 and FR 1 and 2, the 200-877, 878, 879 off to another time altogether for the reasons that I stated. This needs to be a long conversation involving a lot of people because these are huge changes to the development future of the entire city, and specifically to South Main and the Power District and downtown redevelopment, of which the public has had no opportunity to be involved. And so please do keep those off the agenda for tonight, and have come up with a better way of allowing the public to participate in those huge decisions. And I believe BD6 is a renovation in the duck pond. I would hope that the city would really embrace renovation, a renovation economy, a renovation ethic and practice, and support this buyer's effort to renovate a property that the city had deemed dangerous, and not put any pressure on the buyer to accelerate a schedule beyond what he or she can do to get the property renovated. So whatever changes would need to be made to that, I mean, I think it should probably stay on the agenda. I don't know that much about it, except that I do know that the buyer is probably under a lot of pressure to not only to complete the purchase, but also to get the FHA loan, and then lining up labor and all of that to get the renovation done should not be on such a strict schedule. So those are my remarks, and please do take those 3 items off the agenda for tonight. Thank you.
And Mayor, we do have one additional caller on the adoption of the regular agenda. It's Paula, I believe, Paula Backhouse. Paula?
Yes, hello. I'm calling to support the adoption of the agenda, and I'm also calling with concern about the man, Nathan Scott, who got up to the microphone to speak.
Okay,
without
that's,
a mask
ma'am,
covering
we're
his
talking about
nose.
that item later
Could you
today.
please have everyone obey the rules?
Yeah, we're
Obey
talking
the
about,
rules
we're talking about
and
COVID-19
not
protocols
expose
later today.
everyone to potential contaminants.
Yeah, thank you. We'll be talking about that later this
Thank
evening.
you.
Mayor, those are all the callers on this item.
Okay, anybody else in chamber to talk to the adoption of the agenda? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion is modified. The motion wasn't modified. The agenda was modified. Signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. That motion passes, I believe, 4-3 with, what's that? Okay, who voted in favor of the motion? Okay, so the motion does fail 3-4 with Poe Santos, Ariola, and Sacco in dissent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified on the screen.
Motion is second. Any members of the public will speak to that motion? Scott?
Yes, Mayor Poe, Commissioners Nathan Scott. So with respect, and I apologize if people are, I think I'd like to start over.
Start your time over. What's that? Larry, your sound's coming through. Or I don't know if that's broadcasting. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners Nathan Scott. So with respect to the adoption of the regular agenda, I previously made for the failed motion, a reasonable request to move the solar update agenda item to the first item on the agenda, given the numerous African-American property owners that are here today to listen to what you, Mayor Poe, and the commission is intent on doing to solving a problem that you created. What is it about my clients, Mayor Poe, that this commission treats them with such disrespect? I mean, is it because they're African-American? Because that's a reasonable request. You have at least probably 10 or more people in the audience, maybe 15, that are here on an important item that is far more important than talking about Tom Petty's birthday bash and some of the other issues. And I'm just not understanding why a reasonable request cannot be accommodated by this commission and you, Mayor Poe, on behalf of the affected African-American property owners who descended from slaves and sharecroppers that are merely here to hear what GRU and the City Commission is going to do to help protect their property rights against your out-of-town developer that continues to torment them. And I think that's a reasonable request. I mean, you say that you want to hear from the citizens. The citizens drove all the way from Archer, not once but twice, and they're going to keep coming. But for you to not accommodate a reasonable request, you do it all the time when your city supporters show up on issues, but I'm failing to understand, what is it about my clients? Is it because they're African American? Is it because you don't like what I'm saying? That you can't accommodate a reasonable request to put that item at the beginning of the agenda so you don't make them wait until the end of the afternoon session to hear their item? As you talk about Tom Petty's birthday bash and other things that really don't have anything to do with important challenges facing the city. I mean, I think it's a reasonable request, and it was just summarily ignored as you sat in silence on the prior failed motion. Not a single commissioner said, yeah, Mr. Scott, that's a good idea. There's a lot of people in the audience from Archer that have been here not once but now twice, and will continue coming. But what is it about my clients, Mayor Poe, that you can't grant that reasonable accommodation on behalf of the affected African American property owners? I mean, that's a reasonable request. And I've seen you do it time and time again when your supporters come, for items that are special and near and dear to your heart, peaceful paths, other items. So I would just ask that, in the interest of equity, that a reasonable accommodation be granted for African American property owners that drove 20-something miles to get here. I think that's reasonable. Thank you.
Anybody else to adoption of the regular agenda? Larry, you got anybody?
Mayor, we are speaking with a caller as we speak. I apologize. Let me just try to ascertain. Yeah, actually, this is a speaker, excuse me, on the line to speak to the item when you're ready. All right, we'll...
Line unmuted.
And I apologize for that, Mayor. We have Tana Silva for the adoption of the regular agenda. Tana? Tana, you're live in the meeting. If you can mute your live stream, we're ready for your speech.
Okay, sure. Okay, thank you. Wow. Please do not pass this to put this 200877, 78, and 79 on tonight's agenda. Mr. Coffey has had more than a year and a half to speak with staff and work with staff and get staff to, benefit his client. We haven't had a chance to see any additional backup that's been added this is a major change. It's not a little text change. This is a major change. 2800877 is a major text change that undoes 2 years of hearings and meetings and site visits that we went through for form-based code. This change to the text would be to delete the 10-acre minimum transect zoning requirement, opens the city to spot zoning anywhere in the city for what was intended to be transect zones. The definition of transect means a step up and down development according to the surrounding properties. And that has not had any public vetting whatsoever. There's been no public hearings or meetings or anything about that text change. And the land use change and the rezoning to downtown that are dependent on passing that. Likewise, it's an isolated upzoning to the maximum of one property that, it defies all of the previous years of input that went into trying to develop a holistic plan for the area. Are just going down the drain. So please do not pass this agenda with those items on it. It's a terrible abrogation of your responsibilities to open planning decisions of this magnitude to the public. So please vote the agenda down as is posted here on the screen and remove those items. Thank you.
Those are all the callers, Mayor.
Okay, Malcolm Kiner, Gainesville Housing Authority, Mr. Mayor, Commission. Really more of a question. We were in the overflow room and there was a delay. We are scheduled to be in consideration as the second agenda item. Did you guys move us to another meeting or are we still?
No,
we couldn't tell.
The first motion to adopt the agenda failed, so nothing has been moved
Okay.
or changed.
And the reason that we came up is because our application to Florida Housing is due on August 26th. So we would need you to consider it before that date.
Thank you, Mr. Conner. Right now, the motion is to adopt the agenda with these modifications you see up here, but nothing being removed or continued. Anybody else? Okay, Commissioner Sacco?
Mr. Mayor, I do know that our meetings are long, that we have a lot of items, that these meetings are uncomfortable to sit through. That's why you, Mr. Mayor, recommended that we keep on our agenda early public comment. For those who aren't familiar with our rules, you are allowed to comment on any of our business items, regular agenda items early, so you do not have to stay through the whole meeting. Please feel free to give your 3 minutes early before even our deliberation or talking points, so we hear you first before talking. Feel free to do that if you can't stay for the rest of the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. It's a good reminder. We'll try to get this adopted, but if you are here for any items on our agenda, you can speak first thing after we get our agenda adopted on those items, and then you're free to leave. All you do is forego your opportunity to speak on the item later when it comes up. So if you're here for anything and you have other things to do, we'd invite you to come up and speak on it this time or soon after we get our agenda adopted. Okay, seeing no further folks, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That motion fails. Poe, Hayes Santos, and Sacco in the affirmative. So folks, can't have a meeting without an agenda. We can't make perfect an enemy of the good. Even if there's something you would rather have heard later or differently, we need to move forward with our business or we get nothing done. Commissioner Ward.
I'll move it with these changes on the screen.
Okay, is there a second? Motion is second for the same motion as before. Any members of the public would speak to the motion?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe. Nathan Scott again. Again, what is it about my clients that are sitting here that has you, Mayor, of all people, treating them with such disrespect? Again, 3 times now, a reasonable request has been made to move an item where you have a substantial number of people at the beginning of the agenda. Please tell me, articulate why their property right interests and the solar update is not more important than talking about Tom Petty's birthday bash. I fail to understand that. I'm sure they do too. But again, it's just disrespectful. We had a Commissioner Sacco state, like people need to be educated. You can make early public comment and then leave. No, I'm going to ask them to stay. Just as a basis for showing how blatantly disrespectful you are to your neighbors in Archer, where you claim to care about equity, you claim to care about racial injustice. They're experiencing it firsthand. That's why this was denied at the county commission. It was denied in part due to its proximity to a historic rural African-American community. I think you really need to stop disrespecting the African-American community, Mayor Poe. And I think you really need to accommodate a reasonable request. I hope one or more commissioners would just heed that. It's an olive branch. It's merely a request to do the right thing. You do it all the time for your special favorite people that come down here. You're Gainesville supporters. So why can't anyone see fit to do the right thing by the people of Archer? You created this problem. They didn't. Your negligence in approving a heavily redacted contract, Mayor Poe and the commission, is not their problem. GRU's negligence in failing to maintain its transmission system is not their problem. You created this problem. So please help fix it, and this is why they're here again, asking for you to be part of the solution, to find a more appropriate location for this project that everyone can support rather than dumping it in their backyard. And I think it's very important for them who've taken their time in the middle of the day to drive in all the way from Archer, where you want to dump your project all the way out in Archer, to have the opportunity to listen to them, to not make them wait for hours while you pontificate about Tom Petty's birthday bash and some of the lesser important items on there. They've been here not once, but twice. They will continue to be here, and you will continue to be held accountable. And no one likes to do this, but how disrespectful can you be sitting in silence when 3 times now, not once, not twice, but 3 times, it's like Julius Caesar, Mark Antony's speech. Not once, not twice, but thrice. But you won't adopt a reasonable request. Please, somebody on this commission move to bring this item to the beginning of the agenda so these folks don't have to wait, these elderly
Thank you, Mr.
folks.
Scott.
Thank you.
Larry, do you have anybody? One sec, sir.
We do, sir.
We like to
We
clean
do,
the
sir.
area.
Mayor, did you want me to take callers, or do you have a live?
Go ahead, Larry.
Oh, okay. Brian O'Brien is on the line. Mr. O'Brien?
Thank you, Larry. Honorable Commissioners and Mr. Powell, I appreciate the chance to address the body tonight. The looks like you have crossed the Rubicon, Mr. Powell. You have lost your power and can no longer even conduct a meeting of the City Commission because you're so unreasonable in your strongman approach to running the city. Really a sad thing to watch as you try to railroad through last-minute changes to the agenda. We know that the Auditor General is watching. In this shameful attempt, the lack of ability to just allow the folks from Archer to have their say and go on about their way. You try to manipulate everything, and this ordeal with the way that you've brought the town to the brink of bankruptcy is a very sad statement on your failed leadership. The idea that you're going to bring this alcohol ordinance back up, adding additional backup at the last minute, to the hazard of nice folks at Porter's Quarters and all types of other surrounding residential areas leasing out our park that we all paid for, public park, public lighting, public grass, paid to haul out all the toxic materials from years of abuse, have this beautiful park, and you want to lock the people out of the park? You're so grotesque in your arrogant rule that it is no longer even palatable to call a meeting. These items that are on this agenda are so un-American, anti-Gainesville, that you are not able to convene your own body. Very appropriate that Mr. Scott brought up Caesar. The idea that you would allow Coffee and his group of folks to add backup at the last minute and toss this file number 200877, file number 200878, and file
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Appreciate it.
200879.
We'll turn back to the chambers. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is George Strickland. I'm here about the solar thing. I'm tired of coming here. I don't live in Gainesville. When I first heard when y'all was doing the biomass, y'all told the citizens of Gainesville how much money they was gonna save. By the time y'all got through, y'all been up in their utility every year, seemed like. And now, you all involving us in Archer. We have nothing to do with you all, but you bringing us into it. You know, I mean, Commissioner Poe, I know you wouldn't want us in your neighborhood. And all thing we asking you is move this solar facility somewhere where they appreciate it. The guy out there, I don't remember, know his name, but you got a guy who was willing to take it.
Yeah, so sir, we're going to get to that item. We're still on we don't even have an agenda yet.
Yeah, but my thing is, I don't want to sit here all day
I hear
while
you.
y'all go through
I hear you. We're
everything.
going to get to early public comment as soon as we can get an agenda adopted.
Yeah,
right?
but I want you all to put that on first so we can get out of here.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else?
Mayor, I have a couple of callers whenever you're ready.
You said you have somebody, Larry?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Tana Silva to be followed by Joe Beatty. Tana?
Thank you. Hello. The city is in the middle of a $500,000 comprehensive plan update. The downtown strategic plan is beginning. Power district property sale is being considered. And how can a private party initiate those 3 items that will make huge changes to development of that entire area, not to mention the entire city, and the public has no input to it? This should be rolled into the all of those other planning elements that are going on right now. They're very crucial to the way the city develops. There's no rush to pass any of those tonight or even in the near future. There's absolutely no rush to pass 2007, 877, 78, or 79. There's no rush to any of that. So that it doesn't, I mean, why throw this onto an already loaded agenda with, you know, with very serious consequences without the public having had any kind of say? A year and a half ago, the director of the K spoke up and said, we have to have a conversation about South Main and the depot area. There are huge infrastructure issues there. There's brownfields. There's, you know, all kinds of things going on. And for one private party representing financial interests, whatever they may be, to be able to just put things on the agenda and staff goes along with it. And I have to repeat that the report that staff gave and was in the backup, I haven't seen the new backup, but it's flawed. And there's no chance for anybody to go through any of that in 3 minutes. If you get 3 minutes tonight to speak on it, then, you know, I mean, I'm sure that none of you have had a chance to really go through it very thoroughly. This is, you know, this is not good policy making, and it will have severe consequences. And, you know, however many times it takes to run the agenda through, please do it and take those 3 items off the agenda for tonight. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Mayor Poe, I'm Dorothy Roundtree from Archer, and I'm asking you to move our number 210, 243 to the top of your agenda. And because it says on here the staff is not prepared to provide an update to the Gainesville City Commission on the status of this project, which I'm sure will not take that long. So all we're asking is that you give us an explanation as to why you keep prolonging this, why we have to wait continuously over and over and over when the county has already denied it. So if you will, please consider moving this to the top of your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, you have anybody else?
Yes, sir. Joe Beatty followed by Leslie Maureen. Joe?
Mrs. Beatty, to you. Good afternoon. This is Joe Beatty, as has been announced. And I'd like to know, I just came to this meeting late, and I'd like to know, I understand that 2 attempts to pass an agenda have failed. It sounds like this is a motion that's the same as one that's already failed. Is that correct? Yes or no, please?
The motion is to adopt the agenda with the modifications you see on your screen.
Am I on? I'm sorry?
To adopt the agenda with the
I
modifications
asked
you see
you,
on your
is it
screen.
the same? Mayor, you're not answering my question, but that's not unusual. I will say that I support the things that the others before me, especially Ms. Silva and Mr. O'Brien, who are two of the ones that I heard. You know, this commission has taken the COVID and used it to, instead of slowing things down so people can participate, you've made a mockery out of public participation. It's hard. You're ramming things through, and without forethought, when you should be pulling back, taking your time, taking care of our budget, and not raising the costs to everybody. And so I would ask those of you commissioners who support the public process and the public's right to be involved in the process and to be heard and to have our thoughts thoughtfully considered and decisions made thoughtfully, not just for a few. If obviously there's been enough, as I understand, for this agenda to be voted down twice, I would ask 4 of you to up and leave and terminate this meeting now, with all due respect to the people of Archer who want to be first, and I think they should be first were the meeting to continue. But if you really support the people and who you are supposed to represent, then you would take to heart the comments that have been made before, and you can see how we've been cut out of the process. You can see how adding all this to an agenda at the last minute is wrong, it's unfair, and I ask at least 4 of you to up and leave this meeting and terminate it now. You're out of control, and you're not functioning in the best interest of the whole city of Gainesville. Thank you for your time.
Larry, you have another caller?
We do. Leslie Maureen, to be followed by Debbie Martinez. Leslie. Leslie.
Hello?
Yes.
Ian? Hi, I want to request that you take off the coffee proposals, the change to the transect zoning, the vaccination mandate that you all are contemplating, and the open container off the agenda totally for today. And I think you should listen to the people in your chambers there and let the people from Archer speak first. Let their agenda item be first. Why can't you do that? The stacking of the agendas like this is egregious. It is abusive. And the worst decisions you all have made have been done during events like this. You totally rolled over Commissioner Johnson's moratorium. You took the renters' rights proposal and used it to pass, and what I believe is an illegal code that will apply to every single building in the city of Gainesville. I don't think people even know that yet, the International Property Maintenance Code. And I don't know, when are you going to listen? Are people going to have to come and storm your building there for people to listen to us? Because what you are doing is not serving the public. What you are doing is abusing your authority. You are abusing your power. And Mayor Poe, I have watched you for years, and for once I have no words. I don't think you all should be contemplating a vaccination mandate without at least a long discussion from the public. I think it will further divide your population. I think it will be politically problematic. You think that what you're doing with coffee, that just shows where who you listen to and who you ignore. And it seems like you listen to the people with a lot of money who you work with on the inside, and you don't listen to us. Frankly, getting tired of it, and we're not going to shut up. We're not going to go away. There's going to be more of us. We're going to get louder. And so I urge you to maybe do what Betty said. What Joe said, and look out, because it's no longer democracy what you're doing up there. This is not representative government even. You're not representing us. You need to listen to us to represent us. Can you still hear me?
Yes, Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Well, we'll come back to the chambers. Again, this is on adoption of the agenda, sir.
That's what I want to talk about.
Fantastic.
The adoption of the agenda. And I feel like everybody else feels. I'm almost afraid for you to move it up based on what I'm seeing in here right now. We can't even agree to adopt it. We've been here 45 minutes already and can't even adopt the agenda to make some changes on it. The racism is showing through. It's been said over and over. Why are you treating us the way you're doing? And I feel that we are being treated wrong. We started out being treated wrong when this thing first started. We finally got to the county commission and then they agreed with us that we have been treated wrong. And this is the second time we come down here to talk to you. And the last time I stood up here, I told you I was pleading to you to help change this thing. In spite of all the things that have been done to the black folks. But you are putting us back in the 1800s. We don't matter. Put them on the end of the list. We'll make the decision for them. They don't know how to think. I think we've been doing a pretty good job of thinking for ourselves. Like I told you before, everybody out here is landowners, homeowners. Probably got just as much as you got. But y'all still treating us like color people. And I feel like that we need to, like everybody else is saying, this petty bash that I heard about. You don't even want me to start talking about that boy. But we are black, African Americans, voters. I guess that's the best thing I can say. We all are voters. None of us been in your jail system. So we are voters. And we are asking you to move us up so we don't have to sit here all day. Because right now, the way things going, I'm almost afraid to sit here all day to listen to the decision. I hope it's in our favor, but it sure make me feel like y'all gonna vote like we are color folks. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mayor, a couple of more callers when you're ready.
Okay.
We have Debbie Martinez to be followed by Nancy Darren and Sharon Bauer. Debbie?
Yes, thank you for taking my call, Debbie Martinez. I agree with all the previous speakers. Every time there is an outcry from citizens about the City Commission's failed policies, Mr. Poe, you allow all this backup to be thrown on the agenda at the last meeting in order to support your position over the citizens when there's not enough time for the public to even review them. It just appears to me, Mayor Poe, that you and some of the other members on this commission are beginning to operate our city meetings like a criminal organization. Please accept the request for our citizens here today. Thank you.
Mayor, do you have any chamber speakers, or should we keep
Go ahead, Larry.
Nancy Darren and then Sharon Bauer. Nancy?
Yes, good afternoon. I just want to say I concur fully with Tana Silva's remarks. Huge concerns about having this sort of thing on the agenda and the serious consequences to the future of our city. We need to have a very different discussion and not today. So really appreciate the comments she made, and I echo them. Thank you.
And Sharon Bauer. Sharon?
Well, first I want to thank Gail and Desmond for all they do for neighborhoods, not just the historically black neighborhoods, but all neighborhoods. And I always agree with my fellow journalist, Tana, who knows more about city government than any of y'all. So that's all I have to say. This needs to be off the agenda.
Mayor, those are all the callers we have.
Okay, anybody else adoption of the agenda? Okay, we'll go back to the commission. Before I do that, I'm very happy that y'all are here. We'd love to get started with our business so we can get your all's item heard and get you back home. This was added very late to our agenda. It was not originally on our agenda, which is why it's towards the end. But the sooner we can get started, the sooner we get your all's item heard. I don't want you to get your hopes up. The whole thing about this is not about the commission taking specific action. It's about an update with the conversations that were had. So, you know, I want you all to stick around if you want to stick around. If you want to speak at early public comment and be able to go home and just let us know what you're thinking, either are fine. The sooner we can get on with our business, the sooner we can get to that item. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting the motion. I think that we need to, there are two reasons. One is that I just don't think that we have enough time. We're not going to have a really fruitful discussion when these items come up, which is likely going to be very, very late. And the second is personal. It's not something that I wanted to share, but I don't even know if I'm going to be here for those agenda items. I need to leave at 5 a.m. in the morning to drive to my grandmother's funeral. And I'm going to do the best that I can to stick around as late as I can. But these agenda items are also very important to me and for my thoughts and voice to be heard, and I cannot guarantee that I'm going to be here for them. So that is also part of the reason why I'm not voting in favor. Two, after we dispose of this motion, I'm going to ask that we move item BD6, the GRU, to the beginning of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for your thoughts, because I echo them as well. I won't be supporting the motion, and I certainly welcome the opportunity to have our neighbors and friends from Archer be moved up to the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, as some of you, some folks tuned in late, will recall, I didn't want to have the big items at the end of the agenda. I don't think we're going to be fresh enough to make good decisions at that point, but that ship sailed. So we need an agenda to get some work done rather than going through more rounds of one person talking more than anybody else. I would hope that we can move this agenda forward. I'm happy to move the solar farm item to the beginning if there are enough votes to do it, because I don't want to go through another motion, frankly. But if there are not enough votes to move that forward, then I don't want to do it.
Without objection, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And I will reiterate what the mayor said. What's on the agenda is not a question, it's an update. It's to give us a status of an existing contract. It's not a decision point. And if somebody told y'all differently than that, then you should question them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. With that, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Okay, that motion passes 5-2 with Johnson and Duncan Walker in dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, then our next item will be the update on the PPA.
Our next item is early
I'm
public
sorry.
comment.
Yeah, early public comment. So if you would like to speak to any items on our agenda, at any part of our agenda, and forgo your right to speak on the item when it comes up later for discussion, you're welcome to do so now. We'll start with anybody in the chamber. Okay, we don't have anybody here. Larry, do you have anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. We will then move to general public comment. Any items that are not on our agenda?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners Nathan Scott. So I do want to thank Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker and Commissioner Gail Johnson for accommodating a reasonable request to move that item up. It's greatly appreciated. The narrative that you stated, Mayor Poe, that it was added at the last minute and that's why it's last on the agenda. You control the agenda, Mayor Poe. If you read the transcript of the last meeting, you directed GRU to bring the item back on August 5th. So if it's late added, it was GRU's fault. Everyone knew based on the transcript, and I'm happy to put it up for you if you want to dispute what I'm saying, which you know is true. That item was scheduled to be on the agenda. You adopted it at the agenda review.
Mr. Scott, do you have any comments on items not on the agenda?
Yeah, that's it. I'm telling you, I'm correcting your falsehood, the narrative that you told a bunch of people in this room. So my comments pertain to GRU and the rate increase. Unlike past instances when power purchase agreements, wholesale power purchase agreements have been brought forward to this commission for past Alachua contracts and past Winter Park contracts, this time we learned in the Main Street News that GRU has entered a wholesale power purchase agreement where instead of selling Alachua all their power, they're now selling it half the requirement at a price that's 28% less overnight than what they were paying before. So instead of $58 a megawatt hour, it's $42 a megawatt hour. That's a 28% reduction in wholesale power costs for the city of Alachua. But you're raising GRU rates by 24%, electric rates, during that same transitional period. So they get an overnight decrease of 28%, but you raise GRU electric rates by 24%. You know, I know it's incremental revenue, and I know GRU will come up and say this, but it's the marginal cost of generation. I mean, if you drive your car and just put gas in it, yeah, you got the cost of gas, that's fuel, but it doesn't count for the wear and tear on the engine and all the other stuff. So I appreciate the incremental revenue, but I ask, why was this never brought to the attention of the commission? Why didn't we have a public discussion in the past? And I think that's because the price. You're giving away electricity to Alachua at a 28% discount of what they were paying before. No public discussion, but you want to raise GRU electric rates on low-income households and hardworking Gainesville families. I think you need to look at all strategic options, commissioners, particularly with respect to the electric system. You don't have the economies of scale to keep rates affordable, and maybe you need to take a look at FPL because their residential rates are 33% lower than GRU electric rates, and the commercial rates are anywhere from 35 to 50% lower. And what you're doing here is not sustainable. It causes great financial harm to people in the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to Larry. Anybody you have on the line for general public comment?
Mayor, we are just checking. My screener has a person that she is speaking with as we speak. Please give me just a moment.
Sure, we'll come back to anybody in chambers. Anybody in chambers for general public comment, items that are not on the agenda? Thank you again, Ms. Moore. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I just wanted to let you know that Alachua County just released an emergency action signed by Chair Cornell. This is different from an emergency order, but it is based certainly on what's going on with the virus right now. And we hope you all will have a chance to read it, and hopefully it will help inform the discussion that you're going to have later. I also just wanted to say I appreciate the actions you're taking to keep us safe at these meetings. And the county really appreciates the partnership with you over the last 16 months, seems like 3 years, to help keep our community safe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the update, Mr. Sexton. Larry, back to you.
Yes, sir. Frederick Brown, I believe, is on the line with us for general public comment. Frederick?
Hi, this is Fred Brown. I'm one of the owners of Crane Ramen, downtown Gainesville, 16 Southwest 1st Avenue. I'm calling in regards to the recent enforcement action on a sign ordinance. It's a window sign ordinance, and myself, as well as many other business owners downtown, feel like this ordinance is overly broad and punitive to businesses that have publicly acceptable signage. And I just wanted to bring this up to the commission to see that it could be addressed at some point.
Yeah, thanks. Real quick, Mr. Brown. I know the city manager's meeting with some folks tomorrow about that from the business community, and then I know I have a meeting early next week as well with at least one member and maybe more. So we'll get to the bottom of it as soon as we can. Anybody else in chambers to speak to items that are not on our agenda?
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Poe, Commissioners, this regards something on the agenda for this evening's meeting, so I think this is the appropriate place. If I got that wrong, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we just had early public comment, but if you're going to speak now and then not speak on it later,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I know you're going to consider tonight whether to sue the state over HB1. I just wanted to encourage you that, as you are well aware of, some laws are just and promote the beloved community and its facilitation, and other laws are unjust and inhibit the bringing in and the maintenance of the beloved community. HB1 is clearly an unjust law, and each of us has a moral obligation to do all we can to oppose unjust laws, as you're well aware of. So I'd encourage you this evening to do your moral duty and oppose that law with everything, every opportunity that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, anybody else online?
No, sir.
Okay. Anybody else in chambers? Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we're completed with general public comment. Next item, please.
Okay. Our next item is going to be our solar item, and let me BD 8 on page 20, update on the status of the solar PPA.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bolarski, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. As the Mayor has said, this is an update in GRU's discussions with the officials with Regis. There's no decision asked for at this point. So let me get right to it. The GRU staff met with officials from Regis. We are basically following the rule of law here. We have a contract that is valid, binding, and enforceable. There's yet to be a default under that contract. The decision by the county, in which they, didn't offer the special exemption, is not an event of default. So we are proceeding through the contract in the manner in which is legally required. We were told by Regis that with the events that have occurred, that they will be seeing an increase in their costs and would like to move forward with, increased pricing. Our response to them was, no, we will not, increase prices under the contract. We have a valid, binding, enforceable contract. You are to perform, whether that be at that site or another site. So effectively, the ball is in the Regis's court to perform in accordance with a contract. Unless I've said something wrong, the city attorney or Lisa Bennett, let me know. But that's the update.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shalley or Ms. B, did you want to add anything else to what Mr. Bolarski said?
I would just add that the contract has certain milestones, and one of those milestones is December 2021, at which point Regis can opt out of the agreement if they cannot get financing based upon the change in circumstances.
Okay. Thank you. Stand by for any questions. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate that update. It seems as though we really have, I think, one responsible option, which is to do nothing right this moment, because Regis has to be allowed to fulfill their side of the contract, even if their first option for location didn't pan out. And it hasn't currently. You hear from residents, they've come here and they continue to show up to meetings. They have shown up to the Alachua County Commission, where the vote was to disallow the special exemption. The contract doesn't require that we change anything unless something material changes on their side. So I believe we have good faith partners. Obviously, they have incentive to build the renewable energy plant, but they don't have a place to do that yet. And so I think we should allow them until that time that they are in breach of contract, which I hope they don't get to that point. I really hope they're able to find a suitable location. We should allow them that opportunity because right now, I mean, they are not in a breach of contract. They've been doing everything that they're supposed to do in terms of searching for land. Now, what I think they did not anticipate was for their exemption to be voted down, and that's okay. This is part of the democratic process. So I don't take exception to the action that the Alachua County Commission took, and I certainly want to wish Regis well in searching for that land that's going to work. Having said that, a change in the price is a change in the contract. And so we would have to, at that point, we're not there yet, when we get to that point, we would have to make a decision as to whether we are going to enter into a new contract with a new price. Because one of the reasons why we went forward with this is because it was a fairly, I'll say it was a really good deal for solar energy. But if a different land piece, because their first option didn't work out, if their second or third options change the price, then at that point we have that discussion. But like the mayor said, there's no decision points today. You heard the update. They have until December, and we're gonna hold them just as anyone who had a contract with us would hold us accountable. We're gonna hold them accountable as well. And so I think that's the long and short of it, Mr. Mayor. And I think that's all that really can be said at this point.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open it up to members of the public that wish to speak on this item. I'll start with anybody in chambers.
Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So less than impressed with the update from GRU. There was no backup to this agenda item. You know, we have commissioners that don't have law degrees that are trying to make contractual interpretations as to breach or non-breach of contract. I think that there's certain project milestones, one of which is site. I think that could be potential opportunity for the commission, but what's most important is I heard Mr. Bilarski state this site or another site. You know, I think the people in the room, and I hope that all of you will speak, is that you need to stop disrespecting African-American property owners who descended from slaves and sharecroppers and hit pause and find a more appropriate location to locate this project rather than dumping it into their backyards in a historic rural African community. And again, find a location that everyone can support. That's been the consistent ask all along since February, since these folks found out what Origis was going to do. Now, that's because, again, this commission is making excuses, but you approved, Mayor Poe, and you have a track record of this, approving heavily redacted contracts where valuable contractual rights have been given away. And perhaps Ms. Shalley can speak to that as the city attorney, but you don't have final site approval authority. Now, Commissioner Ward doesn't have any renewable development experience, unlike me that used to do this for a living, but I will tell you for a fact, when you develop a renewable project, you do not purchase the land. So it's absurd to say that the city shouldn't have any input into the site because you're not purchasing anything. It's not what you are doing is entering into an easement which pays a certain percentage of royalty to the landowner for a period of time. Do it in wind projects, solar projects. But the real issue is dumping this project in Archer is inequitable and racist. And the city commission needs to stop making excuses and just basically put a stop to it. I mean, if you need to pull the trigger on terminating the contract, then do it. I mean, you guys got yourself into this mess. It wasn't these folks. So, again, I think you need to direct GRU, affirmatively state from this dais today, provide direction to GRU and their pit bull out-of-town solar developer and get them to tell them unequivocally, you're not going to dump this project into these people's backyards. I think they're entitled to that assurance because we're not getting the warm and fuzzy, at least I'm not, and I'm sure they're not, when we hear about that site or another site. Again, it was denied at the county, and we want affirmative direction from this commission to say you're not going to dump it in their backyard. Thank you, and I hope everyone will.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Larry, do you have anybody on the telephones for this item?
Yes, sir, we do.
Good.
Line muted.
Sorry about that. This is, I believe, Armando Grundy Gomez on the line. Mr. Gomez? Go ahead. Go ahead, caller. I'm sorry, Mayor. He appears to have hung up the phone. We'll let you know if he comes back.
Okay, we'll go back to anybody in chambers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Geraldine Robinson McMillan. I live in Archer. And I just want to say this. I have a couple of things I want to say. First of all, we went through the whole process with this whole ordeal. I've been on this track since October, so it's been stressful. Enough is enough. Now, what I want to know from you guys, if the Alachua County denied this project, and we live in Alachua County, not in Gainesville, and we're not serviced by GRU, if the county denied it, and then you guys seem like you want to come in and bulldoze the Alachua County commissioners who we voted for, and now you want to do it your way. You all signed the contract. The county denied it. That should have been the last say-so for Archer. Archer should not be on this list for anything else. Whatever you're doing, take it someplace else. The county has spoken. So now it's like you disrespect them. It's like, why do we have elected officials? The city of Gainesville elected you. The county, Archer, we elected them. We don't come in Gainesville and vote for you guys. And now you want to come out here and tell us what to do. Now, it just seems like you're kind of switching lanes and need to get your lanes straight. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to the property owners. It's disrespectful to the county. You know, we got to get this right. We can't run both lanes. So I just want to make sure you guys understand this. Dumping this in our neighborhood, I live out there. You don't. So, you know, everybody can make decisions for everybody else, but you're not there. So until you step in our shoes, live out there in our area, take a look, evaluate yourself. Don't make decisions for us like that. We're all for solar. Get that straight. But you need to re-envision this property, location, someplace else. Get us out of this mess. We've already gotten at it with the county. We thought it was done. And we need to put orders on a leash. Don't let them come in Alachua County, this Texas-based company, Miami-based company, come out here and bully Alachua County. Enough is enough. Put them dogs on a leash. We have dealt with this. We're tired of it. I took off my job today to come back down here again. I've attended all of these meetings and stuff. We've attended all of these meetings. And you have a small group tonight. But what y'all keep doing for us? Nothing. We're not being supported at all. We have the city of Archer that supported us. We had the NAACP that supported us. We have the Sierra Club that supported us. But my gosh, the Gainesville City Commissioners are sitting here with some trouble. What do y'all do? What y'all think? Because we're black people, you can do us any kind of way. We're tired of this. Stand up, be accountable for it, take the races off, take the blinds off, and understand we are tired. We don't want this mess.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay?
Appreciate you being here today. Larry, do you have anybody else on the phones?
Yes, sir. Armando Grundy Gomez appears to be back. Mr. Gomez.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
You didn't say go ahead. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Larry, am I coming through or no?
Yes, you are. Go ahead. You're live.
Christ. So first and foremost, it's important. I appreciate Geraldine and the rest of the folks there. Mr. Scott endlessly coming up is obviously speaking on behalf of his clients as he should. It is really trying. I mean, I heard Geraldine say that the NAACP was behind them, but you know that could be. We never know what is, but we do know for a fact the people that are stepping up in front and that need to be up in front. What is concerning, Mr. Mayor, is we talk about we want renewable energy, and I just heard Commissioner Ariola talking about the price contracts. This is more of a culture, and the culture of caring more about roaches and rats. And yes, we should care about our environment, but we don't seem to care about people, or the people that we do seem to care about, we select and choose. Because when it is white progressives or white liberals talking about caring about the environment, we have people like Kristen Young and others sending out emails saying, let's shove this down the throat, and these people should eat cake. And I just want to ask all of you, whether it be you, Mr. Mayor, or any of your colleagues left and right, minus Commissioner Duncan Walker and Commissioner Johnson, what say you? Are you telling these people to eat cake, shove it because you're black, colored, or Negro, that you should just accept what we can do? And I want to ask Mr. Bolarski, and it's important because facts matter. You say that our regions have met with these folks. Show me. Because what these folks are telling you is they're telling you one thing. I believe Geraldine and I believe all my friends out there that they haven't had one daggone conversation. And outside of people that are going out to the highest bidder for $10,000, or whether it be the 100 black men or whatever little groups that get their little bit of money, yeah, we know you got your little money, but these folks are telling you they don't want it. And if you have a property owner, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner Ariola and everybody else up there that wants it, why are we not having a conversation in a meaningful and effective way with that landowner? Because you're saying it wouldn't matter. So I'm going to say to Mr. Scott, instead of just coming up endlessly and saying it's a reasonable request with this, Mr. Scott, give us that landowner, give us who it is, and let's get moving forward rather than just, having endless talking points. Because all of us need to move forward. I'm sure your clients, as well as everybody else, wants us to move forward because we have better things to do, and I'm sure they do, than to come down there every single day for people that don't really want to listen at all. To Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Duncan Walker, we need to have a special hearing about this. And in spite of what the manager or general manager want to do, we need to have that. So this is not about telling these colored folks in that room that they should eat cake. Because we are not niggers, we are black people. And like it or not, that is what it is. So you ain't got to like it, but I'm going to tell you what it is. So there you go. Goodbye.
Thank you. Distasteful language aside, we'll take our next speaker. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Welcome.
My name is Hattie Osgood. I live in Archer. The place they want to put the solar field is a few feet from my back door. I came up, my family was sharecroppers, and I struggled to get this place for my family. I come down here, and I've been here every time. I've been in Archer. I'd like to get it over with. I'd like for somebody to step up to the plate and make a decision. Just do it. Whatever it is, we'll have to live with it. But do we want it in our backyard? No. I bought property out there because of my family. I wanted them to be raised in a place that wasn't what most people say ghetto, in the projects. Because when my father got sick, that's where we had to go, and it was 12 of us. And when my father died, they said, you have to move. So where do we move to? A project. It was 12 of us. I decided, and I don't know how old I was when I did it, but I said, one day, we're gonna have a place that nobody can tell us we have to go as long as we pay the taxes. Now I'm having people telling me, oh, they can put anything they want to, where they want to, when they want to. All I'm asking is the mayor, the commissioners step up to the plate, make a decision, and let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, have anybody else online?
We don't, sir, no.
Okay, one moment, and we'll let Ms. Malden clean the area. Thank you as always, Ms. Malden. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Robinson Whitfield. I would like for this to come to a close. If we can just finalize this decision, and it appears that you all are trying to wear us out or run us down. We know the role. We've educated. We know how it plays. But we are not here to be played. We have had the support, and we have gotten it. We have been to multiple meetings. We're worn out, but we are not giving up. We're worn out, yes. And the NAACP, the City of Archer, the Sierra Club, all backed us up. The County Commission. Now, that is supposed to be the final decision, but now it appears that it's just a continuous harassment, that we could just have just a determination where we can move on and close this chapter. We don't want to be disrespected, and I don't think, maybe you don't want us to be disrespected, but you're treating us that way. Now, if it's not, then show us. Show us that you are going to make a determination and close this chapter so these folks can go on and take a rest. We appreciate that. Now, Origins has been insensitive. Their games were played. We opened the game. They paid money, $10,000, $7,000, $25,000. They paid money to manipulate the process and the people. We know that, but we don't want that. That's not fair. We don't have any money to throw out money like that, but they did. They got it from their property owners. They got it from whoever. But Origins was doing what GRU wanted, so that goes back to GRU. That's disrespectful. Enough is enough. Mayor Poe, we don't want to be in this situation again. We want this to end. And we don't need to delay. We don't need to wait on nobody. We just need this to end so we can have a rest.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Welcome.
Mayor Poe, Commissioners, I'm Dorothy Robinson Roundtree from Archer. What we can't understand is why the city is trying to overrule the county. The county voted no on this project, yet we're still here. We're still dealing with this out-of-town company who wants to come in and let us and try and take over for the city. The project that we're dealing with is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan due to the proximity to a historic rural African American community. I listened to your radio broadcast where you said that we want all of our citizens to come together. If you have a problem, call us and we'll schedule community meetings. I've never met any of you, yet you're making decisions in the Gainesville city area, and we're in the county. You're overruling the county. Why don't you come out and talk with us? Why didn't you before you made the decision to enter into this contract with Oris? Mayor Poe, I'm asking the commission and you to find another location for this project. We don't want it in our community. We just don't. And why are you and the commission supporting this out-of-town Oris this rich company. When they get what they want, they're moving on. They're finished with Gainesville. So we're asking you, to us, equity does not stop at the city limits. We hope that you guys support us as much as you support your people, people in Gainesville. We work with the county, we vote for the county people, but you said you're for all people. So you should have our interests at heart the same as you have the people in Gainesville. So all we're asking you to do is to tell Oris to find another location. Let them build it, but not in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, we did have a caller join.
Go ahead.
Brian O'Brien for this item. Brian?
Good afternoon again, commissioners and Mr. Poe. Brian O'Brien for the record. These fine people from Archer need to be heard. Mr. Poe, people didn't know what you were already. They know now. Vote now to support the people of San Bluff. You voted to support everything else that has nothing to do with anything, including eliminating genocide. Here is something you can do for real people who need real help. And don't tell them again they should be quiet, because pretty soon we will all be begging for solar panels in our backyard. Shame on you. Stop it. Please help these people from Archer and vote to tell Origis to go find another piece of property. Thank you.
Okay, back to Chambers. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening. My name is George Strickland. I'm about like each one of you, Commissioner. I'm not a lawyer, but once you sign that contract with Origis, I'm sure there's some way to get out of it. Or you can put, just like they wanted to increase, you all can ask them to find a new location. I'm tired of coming here. I mean, we have had more meetings this year than I've had in a long time. I used to attend a lot of meetings as union reps and stuff like that, but y'all making me tired. I mean, I retired to enjoy my home. As I stated before, would you want us to come to yours? I want to enjoy what I got. The piece of heaven I got, I love it. But now, I look at when you all did the biomass. You don't hear from Greg anymore, as long as y'all pay them their money. But guess what? They left y'all with a mess. So now the citizen of Gainesville, utility goes up and up and up. But when you first started with them, the citizen of Gainesville was told how much money they was gonna save. Y'all was gonna be able to sell so much utility out of state and everywhere else. But that wasn't true. So what are you all finna get us into? We didn't ask for this. You all can make that decision. You could direct your lawyer. You got University of Florida. You got a law school there. Go get some help. Maybe she overworked and didn't read the contract. I don't know. But it's something you all can do, and I wish you would. Because I'm tired of this. All of us, we just tired. We want to go back to what we've been doing. We worked all our life. Now let us enjoy it.
Thank you, Larry. You got anybody?
Yep. Excuse me, Mayor. We have Maureen Leslie on the line. Maureen?
I'm Maureen Leslie, and I am calling about the solar. I agree with the residents of Archer that have showed up. And I personally don't understand why can't we find a company that's willing to put solar over parking lots? Parking lots contribute to the heat island effect in the town. increasing everybody's electric bill, making it more difficult to walk and ride bikes outside, which I think we would always like. Why can't we put solar over bike paths, over municipal buildings, over parking lots, place where it would be nice to have some shade, and people wouldn't object to having that solar there. And know there's a way that can be done. It maybe just the people that would profit aren't going to profit as much from having to do it in a common sense right way instead of putting it in in the backyard of people who obviously don't want it. And they just happen to be minority, which is a sad pattern that we see. So, you know, we want to stop global warming. Well, let's cover up some of these parking lots that are just absorbing heat and then radiating it out through the night. Pay people to put solar on their house. Give them a rebate, or a lot of people would do it for free. Make apartment complexes have to have solar to be able to go in. Every rooftop should be covered in solar and producing energy, not just radiating heat. And there are common sense solutions to this, but they require a political will. And what is lacking here, it's not options, I believe. I think it is a political will. And I think it has to do with expediency, money, who has the loudest voice. I don't know why. But if you want people to walk and ride, put solar panels over the sidewalks, and then they can do it in the shade, all the way to work, all the way to school, and they can come out to their car, and they won't be cooking after work. There's hospitals, UF. You have this great strategic partnership with UF. Maybe they could give up a little and allow solar panels over their parking lots, over their parking garages, every single building, over their roads. Why not put them over the roads? Why? Why not? Would not be a problem for people to drive in the shade. I know I would rather bike, ride, walk in the shade in the summer. And it would be also a little bit of rain shade too.
Thank you, Ms. Reachley.
Just saying.
Thank
you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm Mr. McMillan, and I standing up once again. I don't want to go home and feel like I made a mistake and I didn't say nothing here. But I'm looking at the city council and you, Mayor, and I'm asking once again for your help. We, as the citizens of Archer, we right next door to this solar panel. We don't want it. It's not that we're against it. If you just move it over to somewhere else where it's out of the way. I think it's been mentioned in different meetings that there have been other places that have been suggested. There's other places that it could go. But for some reason, you determined to put it out here on top of us, where all black folks live. It really looked racist. We don't want to believe y'all guys are racist. We want to believe y'all guys are true and honest. 21st century, 2021, that you guys don't know nothing about no niggers. You guys don't know nothing about no blacks. I heard you say unpredicted language or uncommon language. You want me to say the N-word. When I grew up, there weren't no such things as an N-word. I didn't grow up saying, if people had to call me an N-word, I probably would have been okay. Because I had an uncle named R.D. And if they had said, you the N-word, I probably would have thought I was an alphabet. But they called me a nigger. And this is what you guys are sitting here doing today. The way you guys started out voting, you are making us feel like that we don't matter. We are beneath y'all. We're not. But we got to come to y'all to ask for help. You know, y'all gave us February as Black History Month, the shortest month of the year. And we discussed certain black folks by being heroes, but they had white folks to help them along the way. There's no way black people could have got from the south to the north without white folks. And that's what we asking y'all. White folks, I know you got 2 blacks up there, but don't y'all be no tokens. Help us out. White folks, help us out. We are black. We matter. I may not have the best communication in the world. I may not be the eloquent speaker as you would like to be up here, but I'm asking you to please help.
Thank you for being here. Larry, do you have anybody else?
Mayor, Evelyn Fox on the line. Evelyn?
Hello. Okay, this is Evelyn.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
I do.
Yes, ma'am. It's your turn.
Okay. Well, somebody's speaking now. I'm looking at it on television.
Yes, ma'am. You may want to mute your live stream. You're live in the meeting right now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Evelyn Fox, President of the Alachua County Branch NAACP. I am calling in support of the citizens of Archer. They have been battling this for the last year or so, and we have been involved. I ask you that you please listen to the people of Archer. Don't put something in their backyard or their front yard that they really don't want. I was listening to the gentleman speak, and it just tore my heart apart for him to get up there and say all the things that he said. But on behalf of the Alachua County Branch NAACP, please do not put the solar panel in Archer because the citizens of that community does not want it. Thank you so much, and I hope that you will consider the people that's there before you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fox. Anybody else in chambers? Okay, Larry, do you have anybody else on the line?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll turn back. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts with us and participating. Real quick, we can't overrule the county. So I heard that we're trying to do that. We not only aren't trying to do that, we can't do that. The site that you all are referencing that's next to your homes has been denied. That exemption has been denied. We can't overrule that. We can't change that. But we are still owed 50 megawatts of solar somewhere. So that's where we are. It's up to Regis to find a suitable site that will allow for this contract to be fulfilled at a contract price that we have. So they have come and said, we need more money. We've said, nope, can't do it. We have a contract at a certain price. It is up to them to find a suitable location and to do it at the price that we agreed to. All right. But again, the property that you're all talking about has been denied. That's not an option. The county said you can't put it there. So we're not trying to go around that or go over that or go through that. But we still need and have a contract with them to provide the 50 megawatts of solar. It's up to them to go find another location where they can do that. So that's where we are in the process right now, and that's their responsibility to do. Or, as our attorney said, come back to us and say, we can't get financing for the project because either we can't find a site or we can't do it at the price that we agreed to in the contract, and we start from scratch. So that's where we are. I agree. We're tired too. We'd like to get this behind us. All of us would. And the sooner that we can find a suitable location and they can do it at the price that we agreed to and not anything more, the sooner we can be done with this. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's what I was going to say. I hope you all heard what the mayor just said. We are listening, and it does matter to us. So, whatever has happened in the past, going here forward, I just want us to be able to come to a place where we can have mutual understanding as to the order of events. We are not trying to overrule the county's decision. That is their decision. That is their choice. And you all participated in that. And we are keenly aware of that. And I haven't heard from any commissioner the desire to overrule that and to disregard your participation in that. This commissioner is listening. This commission is listening. Let's move forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks all for being down here today. We appreciate it. We hope we're getting you back to your homes at a reasonable time. And we'll just continue to pay attention to the developments, and we'll share those when we know something more. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay. Our next item is back on page 12, BD2, award of the low-income housing tax credit project, with a recommendation that the City Commission hear a presentation from the AHAC and staff, approve funding for the Woodland Park Phase 2 affordable rental housing project in the form of a loan in the future, in the amount of $460,000 from the Connect Free program, the terms of which shall be a 1% annual interest rate for an 18-year loan with a balloon payment at loan termination and a 30-year amortization period. The entire balance, including principal and interest, shall be paid in full at the end of the 18-year period, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute any documents necessary to such findings, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, very good. Mr. Manager, did you have anything you wanted to say in way of intro, or we want to get right into it?
Let's get right into it.
All right, thank you. Howdy, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm John Wachtel, the city's Neighborhood Planning Coordinator in the Office of Housing and Community Development. I believe we're going to have a little, some slides. Here we go. You can go to the next slide. I want to talk to you about an affordable housing program, an affordable housing project. Over the last several years, we've had lots of discussions about housing and affordable housing, not just as city government, not just in the city, but the whole community. The whole community has talked about this, and there's been a lot of...
Could you just pause for 1 second? Okay. We're having a little distraction here. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Really appreciate that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, there's been a lot of ideas generated, a lot of good ideas, some controversy. But one thing that I believe has been a large consensus, a high level of consensus on, something that people can agree on, is that government can't do it by itself, particularly city government. That the private sector needs to be involved, and that we have to come together as a community to form some partnerships with different levels of government, partnerships between the private sector and the public sector, for-profits, nonprofits. All these groups in our community bring resources to the table, bring expertise and resources, and we kind of have to leverage them together to really get projects done. So this is an opportunity to leverage some resources to get a significant private investment in affordable housing. That's how I'd like to introduce it. You can go to the next slide. The good news is this isn't the first time that we've had this opportunity in our community. I want to give two quick examples of projects that are in the ground or coming out of the ground that use this process. The first is Arbors at Tumbling Creek, which is on Southwest 13th Street. 64 units, it's 100% leased. They're all affordable units, and the city's investment was $46,000 in this. Excuse me. The total cost of the project was over $13 million. So it's a pretty good return on investment for affordable housing through this process. The next slide shows a project that was, if you can go to the next slide, the Deer Creek project, which is in Northwest Gainesville near the Senior Rec Center. It's currently under construction, and it's on schedule to be completed in the spring. It's 62 units. They're all affordable. The city investment in this is a $469,000 loan. And total project cost is over $14 million. So again, it's a good return on investment for affordable units. If you go to the next slide. So like I said, this is a partnership between different levels of government, among other things. The city's participation would be through the Connect Free program, which is an initiative that raises funds from a surtax on connections to water and sewer in the unincorporated part of the county. It's primarily used for to subsidize new connections to water and sewer. But it does allow a portion to be used for affordable housing, including, as a match for tax credits, and it's budgeted. So if you can go to the next slide. The federal part of this is the low-income housing tax credit program. Mostly, it's just providing the funds. That's how the federal government kind of partners or is part of this partnership. It's administered by the state. That's where the state comes in. They kind of run the program. If you go to the next slide, it shows that the state has certain goals. And by goals, I mean certain types of projects that they want to fund. Okay, and this is a list of them. So they want to fund one that's in something called a local revitalization initiative, 2 projects in this geographic area of opportunity. Those are just specially mapped areas that the state has determined could use some affordable housing. Near the Sunrail project, a transit project north of Tampa. And the local government area of opportunity. That's what this type of project is. And they're going to do 6 of those. And if they have any money after they meet those goals, they may do 1 or 2 additional projects. So if you go to the next slide, it kind of explains what a local government area of opportunity is, what an LGAO is. So even though it has area in its title, it's not really a geographic area, but basically it's a way the state can incentivize local financial commitment to projects to show that the local government has skin in the game. The minimum is a $460,000 loan, and the city can only pick one. We don't have the option of saying we'll fund anything the state picks. The state has kind of moved that around. They are going to pick a project to fund, but it can only be one per local government, and the local government has to make that determination. So basically, what LGAO is doing is basically saying they're incentivizing a local contribution and the local preference. If you go to the next slide. It's kind of increasing your odds by getting fewer applicants into the pool. Part of that is because not all local governments will fund the $460,000 loan. So the state actually has goals within its goals. It's not just that they want to do these LGAOs. Within the LGAOs, they have goals, and basically these goals incentivize persistence. They want to kind of spread it around to folks that haven't been recently chosen, or geographic or local governments that haven't had a project chosen recently. So one of the ways they're doing this is, of these 6 projects, 2 are going to be set aside for projects that were submitted to the state but not awarded in 2019 and 2020. We don't have any of those here in Gainesville. That didn't happen. 2 are going to be set aside for projects that submitted to the state but weren't awarded by the state last year, 2020. We have 1 project that meets that criteria, okay? And we'll talk more about that when the committee makes its recommendation. And they're also going to have 2 other additional projects that they want to fund, regardless of whether they previously submitted. So if you go to the next slide, excuse me, just so you know, the schedule, what the next steps are. Hopefully, y'all will choose to fund one of the projects today. It's got to be, as was mentioned earlier, they've got to have their application to the state by August 26th. The state tentatively is going to decide on December 10th, but it's not going to happen immediately. There's a period for challenges. They have to go through underwriting, permitting, construction. It may take a few years, but hopefully in 2023 or 2024, whatever project you pick will be coming out of the ground and people can be moving in. So if you go to the next, go to the next slide. Today, what we're asking you to do, basically, hopefully you'll hear the recommendation from the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. You can hear the project presentations if you want. It's not a requirement, and you make a funding decision. So with that, I'll give you, if you go to the next slide, staff's recommendation, which is that you hear the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee's recommendation. You choose a project to fund, excuse me, and you authorize the city manager to execute any necessary documents subject to the approval of the city attorney. So with that, I'll answer any questions if you have any. If you don't, I'll go ahead and introduce a representative from the committee to give you their recommendation on which project.
Excellent. So yeah, we'd love to hear from the Affordable Housing Committee. In the meantime, Ms. Malden or somebody else, if you don't mind reopening those doors, I appreciate it. I think the noise has died down, and we just want to get as much circulation in here as we can, so we have so many folks present. Yeah, so if we want to hear from the committee.
Right. This is Dr. Michael Rayburn from Gainesville Vineyard Church. He's a member of the committee, and he's representing them to give their recommendation. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Rayburn, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, John. First of all, this was a difficult decision. We met and discussed the processes and the projects on multiple occasions. And we felt that all four of the projects had strengths. And I don't know if any of the other representatives are here, but we hope that the ones that we don't choose will resubmit. We used our best judgment and the discussions that we had to rank them. We had access to their applications and the data that's in your backup ahead of time, some weeks ahead of time. Some of us even visited the properties and kind of scoped out the different projects. And so we feel like the recommendation we give you is both informed by our own research and the discussions that we had. 3 of the 4 projects we got a presentation from, and we're able to ask questions and discuss it with the applicants themselves. The 4th one did not. And so just to give you a thumbnail of the 2, the one we ranked number 4 was Madison Moore. That's would be on Hawthorne Road, right near the old Save-A-Lot grocery store that you guys are thinking about turning into a Bravo. They want to build affordable housing for seniors there. And we like that project because that corridor could use some development, and that would be good there. The one we ranked 3rd was Veranda Estates, which is on Williston Road, and we like that because it was also for seniors, and it had a nice mix of low income and not low income housing in that area. That seemed like that would be good. Our 2nd ranking was for the Village at Lincoln Park. What we liked about that was that it was affordable housing for families and had the greatest variation in size families. It had space for larger families than the others. And again, mixed diversity socioeconomically. It's right there near Lincoln Estates. It's right there near the new Heartwood development. So it'd be nice to have not all the low-income housing bundled together. But our recommendation for you is for the Woodland Park Phase 2. And although that does concentrate low-income housing in the Sugar Hill area, what we liked about that was, one, Phase 1 has gone really well. If you haven't been out to Phase 1, you should take a look, because Gainesville Housing Authority has done a tremendous job with that project. The second thing is we had a lot of faith in Gainesville Housing Authority, their commitment to the community, their commitment to affordable housing, and their long-term commitment to the community. So our recommendation to you is for Woodland Park. And the last thing, as John was saying, they submitted last year, so by choosing them, we get a better chance of being selected by the state in their lottery choosing process. So let me see if there's anything else I need to say. I think Gainesville Housing Authority is here if you want to ask them specific questions. The other thing we liked about the Sugar Hill project was that there's a Boys and Girls Club right there, and services for kids and for families for after-school care. They've included in that project refurbishing the facade of the Boys and Girls Club. One thing I would have you note, if you choose that project, which we recommend that you do, is that facility needs to be upgraded in terms of size and capacity. It's already too small for the number of kids that are using it now. And if we add Phase 2 there, it's going to need to be a lot larger. And that's city-owned property that the Boys and Girls Club rents. I'm not affiliated with them in any way, but that facility and that program could use some love, especially if we're going to add more affordable housing right there in their backyard, which we recommend that you do. So I think that's all I have to say. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer as I can.
Yeah, we do have some lights, so let's see if there are questions for you or for our staff, and then we'll see if any of the other applicants are here with us today.
Sure.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't have any questions if you'd like to take a seat, but I see other lights. I was going to accept the recommendation. I'm familiar with the Woodland Park project, and I would really like to see the city continue to support that project this year. I think the other applications are great. It's always a very difficult decision, and I know that you know that going through the committee process. Highly reputable applications, but we only get to choose one. And so it's very, very difficult to choose between such amazing
You are the
applicants.
last party in the conference.
I wish. But now we will, anyway, I see the lights, so I'll just go ahead and move it so we can get on with business.
Okay, a motion and a second to accept the ranking presented by the committee and staff. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Pastor Rayburn, for the information. I'm going to be supporting it. But my question is for Mr. Wachtel. Can you let me know how much money there's going to be left in the fund, in the Connect Free Fund?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
How much money is going to be left in the Connect Free Fund once we approve this?
We've kind of set it up.
Speak to the mic, please.
There was. Oh, I'm
Speak
sorry.
into the mic, thank you.
Okay. In the Connect Free program, there was I think it was it was more than $2 million.
Okay.
We pulled out money for different projects, including $460,000 for this. We kind of left about $300,000 in to kind of depends on what the demand is for connections that we get maybe from the community.
Okay, so by the end of fiscal year 21, there will be about $300,000 left in the Connect Free Fund.
Well, I don't know if it will be 300,000. It'll kind of depend on how much demand we get for individual house connections. Okay, but that should be sufficient based on past years.
Mr. Feldman, did you have anything more specific?
I think that's accurate. We're currently reevaluating the Connect Free Fund to make sure that the programs that we are funding are tied to utility work. And so we do have a significant balance in there, and we do have significant income coming in every year. So this is our primary program in the Connect Free program, and the thing about this program is if it doesn't get awarded, then the funds go right back in. And so last year's allotment was not awarded, so that's basically rolling to this point.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a question, but I do want to thank the committee and Mr. Wachtel and all staff who've been involved in this. I know it's an enormous amount of work, and we see this come before us every year, and the choices are always difficult. So I do support the committee's recommendations. We've been fairly successful with what we've supported. I mean, with Arbors at Tumbling Creek and Deer Creek, maybe there needs to be a creek addition to the title here. It's good luck. But thank you for what you've done. And if anybody who hasn't been down to phase 1 of this project, really ought to go take a look. It's fantastic. If you are familiar with the old Sugar Hill Housing Authority apartments there, this is not that. This is not that. This is fantastic. It is first rate, and I have faith that this next project will not only be awarded, but will be even better than the last one. So thank you.
And it was clearly our first choice. It was far and away our first choice of the 4, although the other projects were valuable. And we didn't get any from the north or the west side of town, which wasn't available to us to choose from.
All right, thank you. Do we have any representatives from any of the 4 projects that would like to speak at this time?
Malcolm Conner, Gainesville Housing Authority.
I'm Brian Evian with North Star Development, with the Housing Authority's developer partner.
I'd just like to say, in particular, during this time of year, the Gainesville Housing Authority has celebrated our 55th birthday on August 2nd. And obviously, we are chartered through the city, so just want to thank you all to continue to be our partners as we work on affordable housing for you. Brian?
We just appreciate being here, appreciate the consideration. It's an honor to be partnered with the Housing Authority. And I will also say we develop affordable housing all over the state, and we've worked with a lot of staff and AHACs across the state. And this process was very well organized, and we look forward to a successful application if we're awarded.
Great, thank you both.
We're available for questions.
Sure, thank you. Anybody else here from any of the applicants? Okay, really want to thank everybody that submitted the proposals. Yeah, you know, we wish we could do more, but Woodland Park has really shown the quality of work. I know that one of the anecdotes that Ms. Davis and Mr. Kiner shared with me when I went out there, just, well, pre-COVID, it's been a while now, but they got a bunch of angry phone calls from the neighbors because they thought student housing was going in. And they said, no, this is an affordable housing project. That's just the quality and sort of opportunity that the existing project and phase 2 will just continue that trend. It's a really impressive project that y'all have done out there. So we wish you luck. We know this isn't the final determination of whether it gets funded or not, but we're I think happy to do our part, and hopefully the state sees fit that this really will add a lot of opportunity for folks if they approve it. So we have a motion on the floor. We'll turn it over to members of the public who wish to speak to the motion.
Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I wanted to thank the Affordable Housing Committee for their work in terms of the ranking. I support affordable housing. I support doing more to address that problem. I think the county is doing an excellent job on its rapid rehousing and other initiatives. And I hope that the state will approve the selected choice. The concern I have, and again, I don't want this to diminish in any way my support of moving forward on the project or the need for affordable housing. My concern is the funding source for the loan. And again, this is GRU money that the city is using for affordable housing. It's not just GRU money, it's GRU customer money. As you know, GRU has a mountain of debt, $1.7 billion. You're seeking to raise rates on low-income households and hardworking Gainesville families by 24% over the next FY22 through FY27, while you just gave electricity away to Alachua at a 28% discount. So I would think that the loan commitment should have come from the general fund, and that this money that's being used to fund the loan, that is GRU money being used for affordable housing, should have been used along with the existing balance to help pay down the debt. Now, as you're aware, I think either the county or the city, there was some septic tank problems that were causing leaching, and I think either the county or the city used some money to go in and do the right thing and interconnect those to water and wastewater, or at least to wastewater, which is good. It's good for the environment, it's good for the aquifer, and that's what this Connect Free program is supposed to kind of incentivize, making connections that are otherwise unaffordable affordable, so we get people on the system and we protect the environment. But the amount of money, I'm kind of happy to see that it's being used for this, but many people would argue that irrespective of how laudable the goal is, this money for the loan is coming from the wrong pot of money. It should be coming from Mr. Feldman's budget, not GRU, and this money could be better spent paying off GRU's mountain of debt along with the existing balance. So again, support affordable housing, appreciate the committee's hard work in making these choices. It's just, I'm not sure why they're rating GRU customer money to make a loan when clearly this is a city initiative, and it's basically commingling money that I think should be segregated in funds. But support affordable housing, but I'm concerned. I think Mr. Feldman kind of alluded to the fact that they might not do this again, rightfully so. Thank you.
Okay, Larry, do you have anybody to speak to this item?
No, sir.
Okay, anybody else left in chamber to speak to this item? We'll go back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. And thanks for putting in the application. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is BD3, GCRA Business Improvement Grant Program Historic Masonic Lodge LLC application with a recommendation to approve the Historic Masonic Lodge, to approve the Historic Masonic Gainesville LLC's Business Improvement Grant application as described.
Okay, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'll wait just a moment for the slide deck to come up. So you can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So I'm project manager at the GCRA. At the July 15th Commission meeting, you requested that we bring back Legislature Item 210117, the Historic Masonic Lodge Business Improvement Grant application. Next slide, please. So the Business Improvement Grant Program was created by necessity as the previous commercial facade improvement programs were no longer applicable after the transition of the GCRA into a city department. The new programs allowed us to address objectives of the GCRA 10-year reinvestment plan. The plan, through community engagement, affirmed support for investing in historic structures. Based on the feedback with GCRA Board and the City Commission approval, the Business Improvement Grant Program changed to a tier system where the highest funding available to a recipient is Tier 4 for historically listed buildings due to the additional cost involved in renovating them. Next slide, please. So, and I know the survey results are hard to see, but those are survey results from our 10-year reinvestment plan that did show that historic buildings and preservation of said buildings were very important to the community members and are important reinvestment considerations. Next slide, please. Historic Masonic Gainesville LLC submitted their complete application for the Business Improvement Grant Program June 9th, 2021 for their property located at 215 North Main Street. The proposed eligible improvements total $245,358, and upon completion and receipt verification, the applicant would be eligible for up to $122,679. Per program guidelines, City Commission approval is necessary for grants over $100,000. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the placement of 2 new awnings on the property. The awnings will be visible from 1st and 3rd Street as well as partially from Main Street. Awnings with their design and installation per program guidelines, Section 3, Item number 2, are eligible improvements. Next slide. Further covers eligible improvements per the program, Section 3, Item number 3, specifically includes work performed on the exterior storefront of a building, such as cleaning, masonry, painting, repointing, filling in or repair to joints, woodwork, window and or door replacement, and other repairs that are not maintenance related, or rebuilding historic storefronts. Next slide, please. Section 3 of the program states that the examples of eligible improvements are listed, but the list is not exhaustive. It is believed by staff that new sidewalks to increase ADA accessibility to the building's ground is a valid expenditure. Next slide, thank you. You can see here recent flooding on site that has spilled onto nearby thoroughfares. The addition of the ADA sidewalks is adding impervious additions to the grounds and will require by code the mitigation of rainfall, which requires rainwater storage tanks. It's necessary to have functional gutters and downspouts to take the water to the storage tanks. The program does provide in Section 3.9 for the restoration of the original decorative building elements, and the gutters and downspouts would qualify as such. Next slide, please. The new exterior lighting proposed will, for Section 1 of the program, enhance corridor aesthetics and public safety. Next slide. So this slide shows the eligible improvements bid totals per program guidelines. You can see the 10 different types of work proposed and the eligible per program guidelines for a total cost of eligible improvements of $245,358.84. with a maximum grant reimbursement amount of $122,679.42. Next slide, please. You can see that these 2 items were requested by the applicant, were deemed ineligible improvements, totaling $112,138. Staff determined that the building of a new wall was not in the spirit of the program, and the grant funding for this request for staff was denied on this item. Next slide, please. So there is a minor tweak to the wording on the slide. The agenda item does have the correct wording. The wording here is City Commission to authorize the city manager or his designee to approve the Historic Masonic Gainesville LLC's business improvement grant application as described. And available for any questions. We do have the applicant and his representative here today to answer questions as well.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bloomberg. Okay, questions from the commission? Or is there a motion? Mr. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. The commission set up a process. I know it's important to our commission, and the applicant followed that process and followed the kind of the necessary steps. We also have talked a lot about helping to restore historic buildings, and this is one of the more historic buildings in our community. I believe that we should approve them because they've met all the requirements of the program that we lay out as a city. So I would move staff's recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion. Motion dies for lack of a second. Perhaps we need our other two commissioners out here. I think both of them had some questions or concerns last time around. Commissioner Saka?
I'm willing to wait for our colleagues to get back, but at the moment I'd like to move that we reject the Historic Masonic Gainesville LLC's grant application.
Okay, motion to reject the application. Is there a second? Dies for lack of a second. Yes. Yes, correct.
I'm gonna second that.
You want to put the motion on the floor again since I already?
I move that we reject the application.
Second.
Okay, motion and second to reject the application. Any other comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. This commission has talked a lot about process and having the rules being fair and open and clear. This applicant followed all the rules, all of the things that we've laid out that they were required to do, and they should get it because of that case. I have not heard anyone say that they have not followed the correct process or the rules. Thank you, Mayor. I won't support the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion either, Mr. Mayor, for the same reasons.
I'm sorry, what are the reasons we're not being supported?
Yeah, we'll get to you in one sec. We're just trying to get the motion, and once the commission's done with deliberation, we'll open it up to y'all. So I guess I'm in the middle here. As I said last time, I think the items that have a direct benefit to the public, so the things like the sidewalk and the walkways and even the drainage stuff, definitely clearly has a direct public benefit. Some of the other stuff that's more aesthetic just to the building, not so much. I agree. We established a process. The process was followed. Recommendation was made. We do have a limited amount of funds in here, and we want to make sure that any funds that we are awarding are sort of highest and best use, because there can be other applicants that come after, and if all the funds are expended, they might be really worthwhile projects, but they're just ineligible. So, I don't believe that this, I guess what I would say is if the commission if members of the commission have decided that the criteria are no longer things that we support, then we should have that discussion. We should modify them and make it clear to any applicants, what is, available or justifiable under this program and what is not. But, you know, there's also I think, I don't want to set a precedent where we say you're allowed to apply through this program for these elements of, you know, historic preservation and improvement, and go through that and then come back and deny it. I mean, we should have a really good reason for doing so. So, you know, I'm sort of betwixt a rock and a hard place there, you know, but I think there is a solution here. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding of CRA funding has always been, particularly when it comes to physical improvements, whether that's infrastructure or facade grants or anything else, that it operates on a but-for basis. This public interest thing would be happening and should be happening but for the availability of funding to get it done. It looks like this is happening, the stuff that may have some public interest like sidewalks and that sort of thing, as well as the rest of it, without this funding. So that puts me in a quandary about what exactly is the public interest in spending the money. Now, I don't disagree with previous comments that we were not specific enough about that in the way that we built the program. My intent always with a program of this type is that but-for process. This public interest thing that could happen would happen but for the availability of funds. And in that circumstance, it makes sense for that funding to be made available. Again, y'all are building this stuff anyway. And yeah,
you will be allowed to speak, yes, but if you'll let the commissioners finish. Thank you.
So I'm absolutely not trying to be difficult. If y'all recall, I voted to not put a designation on the property some months ago at your request. I'm not trying to be difficult about it, but it is a weird circumstance. And maybe it's a weird circumstance in that we weren't specific enough when we had the rules written. So I'm going to need to hear from some other folks, I think, but before I can make a final determination. It's again, not trying to be difficult. It just really doesn't fit with what I thought the intent of the program was. Some of it does. Again, sidewalks, things like that, that's public interest, straight up. Some of it, you know, it looks beautiful. You have my absolute compliments. You're doing a magnificent job with it. But that isn't necessarily something that we should be paying for, and I got to think a little more on it. So thank you.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to touch on some of the other things. I mean, sure, sidewalks are part of it, like exterior lighting. This area is poorly lit. I know some of my friends who won't park in the city parking lot there because it has such poor lighting in this area. I think any ways we can enhance that is in the public interest. And the facade grant program, which this came out of, covered painting, covered the beauty of the area. So I think all of these things on the exterior that meet that need. And I understand Commissioner Ward on the but-for notion, but we never put that into the program of saying certain financial things a part of that. It was you apply, you meet the requirements, and that's it. And I believe that we should honor the program that we created. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Saka?
Mr. Mayor, so I agreed with you last time that for, you know, safety or public purpose reasons, I would consider those pending how much it is. Seeing that it is the full bulk of it, that still gives me pause. My understanding of this program and this funding is to help our neighbors directly, how this impacts directly. And while this is a lovely building, I don't see it helping that many people. I don't see this as a small mom and pop business. I don't see this as something that our taxpayers, who are how we get this money, should subsidize. And if, this is, some of the other properties that have used these funds, they are small, they do need that work, they've been there forever and try their best, and they ask for loans for a new sign, for paint, to fix their roof. I get those, I approve those. And I feel that is the true intent of programs like this. I don't think the intent of this program is to subsidize a very expensive project that someone decided to take on and might now realize they're unprepared to fulfill. If I were going to purchase a very old building and I saw it would take millions of dollars to fix, I would either acknowledge that I have millions of dollars on the line ready to fix it, or say I don't have that. I wouldn't say, how do I get money from the taxpayers to fix it for me to then turn a profit? I don't think that's the intent of this project. I don't think that's the intent of these funds. I could be potentially talked into the sidewalk and the lighting, especially lighting because it is important, but anything beyond that, I think, is an insult to people who pay taxes that subsidize this program. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
I'm going to say that I agree 100% with Commissioner Sacco. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor to deny any funding request. I'm going to say if this motion fails, what I would support, I added up sort of a back of the napkin for sidewalks, flooding and drainage, and safety / lighting, which is around $167,000, and so I took 50% of that. So I would support funding in the amount of $85,000 for those specific projects, which I do believe have a direct public benefit. With that, we'd love to hear from y'all on anything you've heard or any requests that you want to amend or make.
Sure.
And introduce yourself first, if you will, and speak into the mic so folks at home can hear you.
Luis Rodriguez, I'm co-owner of the building with Keith Perry. And just going off of what I printed here is the Business Improvement Grant Program packet that we got off of the website. The packet itself actually talks about what this grant is for. And then it goes into the eligibility requirements. There are 6 eligibility requirements, 10 improvements, and then it even talks about ineligible improvements. All that we have done is meet each of these requirements and only offer things that are on the eligible improvements list. I think, and I agree wholeheartedly actually with Commissioner Hayes Santos in saying we're being asked now to pay for an error that you guys may have made. Why wasn't this something that should have been discussed before this program was offered? Now we've met all of the requirements and everything that has been conditioned for us to get this. I've been working on this for a very long time, and so has Laura and Keith as well. So to now get to this final point where we're finally just needing the final approval because we've already done everything that we were told to do, it seems a little redundant.
I'm Laura Caroon. I'm the project manager for the restoration of the historic part, and you guys may have seen some construction going on there, but none of that was included in this portion of things. That's a completely separate contract with a different contractor for the addition. The adding of this addition to make it accessible to handicapped persons, which in no shape, way, or form was it before, we had to add the addition in order to make it to where people could access it. By doing that, we then had to add the underground rain tanks due to the impervious nature of adding the addition with the elevator. We were not asking for anything in regards to the addition other than painting the exterior. All of the other improvements are so that handicapped persons and persons in wheelchairs can access and utilize the property.
Well, triple team. My name is Keith Perry, and thank you for taking this time for this. So I didn't know about this grant application. It was brought to our attention that we may be eligible for this. So we had Laura look into it, and we did go through all of the criteria and say, what is required? Are we eligible? We were told we were if we do all this stuff. And so that's what we've done. We've tried to comply with that. And the investment, as mentioned earlier, is a big investment. If we don't get any money from the city, we're going to continue on with this. We've made a commitment. This is going to be a multi-million-dollar building. It's going to be an asset to the city of Gainesville. We're restoring. The Masons are very happy that we bought the building and are restoring it back to original and better. And I'll give you all a tour of that whenever you want to take one. So we just were brought to this attention that this is something that the city has eligible. We've done all the paperwork and done that. And Laura's worked a long time, a lot of work to comply to make sure that we were doing what we needed to do. So we think, unless there's something that we did not do technically or substantively, then we would be eligible, but that's a decision you guys can make and certainly abide by that. But it's an asset to the community. It's one that, with or without city funding, we're going to move forward. We're not going to stop. We're going to finish up, and it will be an asset to the city of Gainesville, I think, when we get done with that.
Although we did delay some of our projects specifically for this and did not start on them. Specifically, the items called out on this.
Okay, very good. Thanks for that clarification. Okay, thanks all for being here today. Appreciate you bringing that context to us. Let's go back to the commission. Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, so words are important, and being eligible does not mean you are guaranteed something. So thank you for applying. I stated why I think certain elements might not be required. What this does remind me of, though, is very early on in the pandemic, there were a lot of funds available to companies so that they could stay afloat. And then there were a lot of companies that, although they were eligible, probably shouldn't have been the ones applying. This is what I see. That although there are funds applying, this is not at all the type of project that we intended it to be available for. So while you say you might be eligible, and that is a technical truth, the money was intended, at least in my estimation of the project, for a different type of business, for a different type of purpose, not for one that admittedly is able to pay for it on its own. So I'm not really inclined to help a project that is admittedly available to float itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So can staff tell me how much is available in the account that this comes from, and what happens if we don't spend it this fiscal year, please?
You have that at the ready, Mr. Bloomberg?
Well, he's walking forward. I can answer the second part, and that is, since this is a special revenue fund, it would just roll.
Mr. Bloomberg?
So the funding for our funds roll over from year to year, so the funds would remain. Currently, there's $187,793 in the fund for the business improvement grant. If this were to be awarded in full, that would leave $65,114.49. Of note, our fiscal year starts again October 1st. If the funds that we've asked for the new fiscal year are granted, we'll have a new set of funding of $350,000 additional coming into the program.
Thank you. All right,
I had
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
So in excess of $500,000, if this isn't awarded as of October 1, that fund.
You are now in a sub-conference.
Thank goodness. In excess of $500,000 available in that fund. If we don't award this.
If it was not to be awarded, effectively, yes.
Right.
That's correct.
How many other applications have we received in this category? This is the only one I've seen. Is that accurate?
We've had a total of two. The other previous one was awarded to Akira Wood.
Oh, right, okay.
So that's the only other one that we've received in this category, this being the Tier 4 specifically for historical related buildings.
So as I've been thinking about this prior to the meeting and here as we speak, again, much of it is not what I had intended when we talked about the parameters, but we weren't specific. We didn't tell the world what the parameters were. And you can't know what's in my intent unless we get it written down. So while it is not in what I think is the intent of the program, we didn't say it wasn't. So I'm not sure that it's fair to say, no, you misunderstood what we didn't write. So I'm inclined to support funding the application because we weren't clear about what we were looking for. And no, we're under no absolute obligation to do that, but we should have been more specific. And frankly, a thing that I would like us to do is have to agenda a rediscussion about the specifics of this program so that we can be more clear. But obviously, that's not today's business. Today's business is we do this or we don't. So I'm inclined to fund it because we were not specific. Thank you.
Thank you. We can also
Mayor,
refer, we can also refer that to the GCRA Advisory Committee and ask for them to give us a recommendation. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. When this came up in the last discussion, I was one of the commissioners who raised concerns merely about the amount of money that was being requested. I think we're perfectly within our rights, so no matter what each commissioner's intention was, we're perfectly within our rights to ask questions about some of these expenditures that are being asked to reimburse. And upon that line of questioning, this commissioner, and I know at least a couple of others, decided that the total figure was more than we were willing to admit. So I don't think that's out of bounds for any kind of process. And I'm very grateful for the work that's being done. This is a one-of-a-kind building in the city. It's not comparable to any other building. So for that matter, Mr. Mayor, I don't support the motion. I do support, if this motion fails, I do support offering that $85,000 for the sidewalks and the exterior lighting, things which by mere going down Main Street, the public will benefit from. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's open up to members of the public that wish to speak on this item. We'll start with Larry since we need to clean this area.
Yes, sir. Sorry for the interjection there just a minute ago. Give me just 1 second. We do have one caller standing by.
Line unmuted.
And this is Sharon Bauer. Sharon?
Thank you very much. Let me say this. As a Democratic Socialist, I am no fan of Keith Berry. By what he has done to save Masonic Lodge, have a collection of antique postcards, has been astonishing. I'm so grateful to him for that. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Keith Berry, and thank you for everything you do to support him. It's such a wonderful historic structure.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn back to members in the chamber.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. I'm a fan of Keith Perry. I do want to thank him and the co-owner for helping to preserve what is otherwise a very historic building, Masonic Lodge. It's a piece of history. I am a little confused, however, because when this item was brought before the commission, before I spoke to it, it seemed to be a budgetary issue. It seemed to be acceptance of, yes, we want to do this, but we don't have the full amount. And that's kind of morphed itself into, well, we don't think we should be paying it. Now, I had the opportunity to, when I was going to the county commission the other day to drive by that building, there was a plethora of local contractors working on it, making repairs, improvements, making it look really good. I think my position was last time when the commission was contemplating approving the grant, even though you were concerned about the amount, I suggest, well, maybe do the important things first and then fund it in the subsequent year, the remaining balance, which I thought you guys were going to do, but again, the stories kind of completely changed a little bit. But certainly if you're trying to help preserve a historic building envelopes paramount. The roofing, the exterior, making sure it's waterproof, and the other pleasantries, are important too, but less important, on the interior side than the exterior, and the public safety aspects. I mean, the lighting, the sidewalks. So as you know, we've had a lot of shootings downtown lately, and I think lighting and safety enhancements are very important for making the public feel safe. So I'm not sure what necessarily caused the change in position or thinking on the commission. I listened to all of your comments, as I always do, intently, but it seems to me that the fundamental philosophy on the commission on this has changed from the last time it came up. And again, I'm all about fiscal responsibility, so if you don't have the big pool of money, I suggested staggering it and prioritizing the expenditures that were eligible under the grant, but now I think that there seems to be some uncertainty as to whether this is a good expenditure of the money or whether it qualifies. And I just think there needs to be a level playing field. I mean, the McGurns brought that to you guys when their net metering project was kind of getting misconstrued after the fact. And, you know, I said then, fair is fair. So if there was a grant program and they were eligible, maybe they should have the grant approved, but if it's a fiscal issue, then you can stagger it year to year. But just do what you think's best, but it seems like the position has changed, and I'm certain why that happened. Thank you.
Larry, do you have anybody else?
Mayor, we have Brian O'Brien on this item. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, are you there?
Okay, I guess that means it's my turn.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I understand that the budget is an extremely difficult thing, the way Gainesville's been run. But I would also like to say that Mr. Perry and his group have done an extraordinary community service by restoring this wonderful gem of a building in the heart of downtown. I had walked the building and looked at it while it was being marketed, and being in the construction industry all my life, especially in fine woodwork and stonework, is just a pristine example. And if the building had gone any longer without the services of an expert like Mr. Perry, it would have had a lot of deterioration that would have cost 10 times as much to restore. So my hat is off to Mr. Perry and his group for undertaking the project and putting this community gem back in top condition. And I look forward to going to the space when they're fully completed. And I would certainly encourage the city to participate in projects like this, where we are seeing a lot of new development. It really can help to save some of the character of the city when we support. Florida is one of the states that doesn't offer a lot of support for historic renovation. And I think the fact that they undertook this on their own is very admirable. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. And I hope your group does very well. Thank you. Bye.
Anybody else in chambers? Well,
good afternoon. I'm Jeff Goldstein. I'm the president of the Gainesville Music History Foundation. A couple of years ago, I came to the commission, especially you, Mr. Poe, and talked about our project to turn the Masonic Lodge into a music history museum and a children's music cultural center. And I was promised that I would help with that. I'm the person that convinced the Masons to sell the building to begin with. I spent 2 years working on that project. Was very disappointed being given your word that you would help us, and no one ever did. And I think that was a huge missed opportunity for Gainesville. Now, you want to give money to a private enterprise. Our enterprise was non-for-profit and for the people of Gainesville. And that didn't happen. So I'm kind of upset that you guys are going to give money to a private enterprise that certainly has the money to complete this project. Thank you very much.
Larry, got anybody else online?
Here, we have Joe Beatty. Ms. Beatty.
Hello. Good afternoon again, commissioners. I just wonder, I'm concerned about the expenditure for the sidewalk and improvements that are actually on the property. As I mentioned the last time this was discussed, when a private party at their residence, there's a problem with a culvert or drainage, that improvement is strictly on the homeowner, the property owner, because it is in a city right-of-way. And I have a problem with us expending funds for a project like this, a commercial project, when it's on the private property. The sidewalk, as I saw at the last meeting, that they're talking about improving, is on the private property. And where's the equity and where's the fairness to the residents and the taxpayers? And I'm really curious if any of the commissioners even looked into that or considered that. I think perhaps Ms. Sacco did, Commissioner Sacco did. I appreciate all of her comments and her position, and same with Ms. Johnson today. And I think that's, fairness and equity, and what are you doing to the other residents? And when your rules say, if the culvert is on in the right of way, we don't do anything. It's your property, and you've got to fix it. So I just think that portion of the expenditures ought to be looked at, and you ought to think about fairness. And you talk about consistency in that, and I really think you need to pay attention to it. In too many instances, you're bending over backwards for other people, phalanx, at the expense of the local people that are really paying the taxes and hurting. And so, in that regard, I think you should look at that portion of the expenses. And as far as the lighting goes, if the lighting is so poor down there, I think it's incumbent on the city to improve the lighting and the street lighting, and as part of the general street lighting plan, and not put it on a private party or fund it through a private party. Thank you for your time and attention.
Anybody else in chambers that wishes to speak to this item? Yeah, ma'am, we've already given you your time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody that hasn't spoken yet? Okay, we'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner Johnson. I'm sorry, Larry, did you have anybody else?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, sir, we have Tana Silva on this item. Tana?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. First, I'm a big fan of renovation, all the way around. I wasn't a fan of the facade grant, particularly at this time, given that how many businesses were wiped out, and there didn't seem to be money to help them. However, for another point is that this particular property that doesn't pay any taxes, I'm not sure how it qualifies as a business. So yeah, the criteria do need review. $150,000 for historical property, all of that I think is worth reviewing at a later time. But as it stands, it doesn't matter what anybody on the dais thinks about this project one way or the other. The applicant could lower the request to $99,999 and just gain city manager approval. So that's one possibility too, that it would just be out of the city commission's hands if it goes below $100,000 according to the criteria as they are posted. Thank you.
That's all for this item here.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager, I just want to clarify, does this property still not pay taxes? No, it's in private hands?
Mayor, I don't know.
Okay. I understand a Masonic Clause probably didn't, but since it's a private entity now. Are you paying taxes, Mr. Perry? Yes. You are? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. It looks like this is likely going to pass, so I'm going to be a little bit more blunt than some of my colleagues have been. First of all, I'm really thrilled that you all have the resources, the money, and the time to be able to renovate this building. You're doing a beautiful job. I'm glad you have the money to do that, admittedly. To me, what we're talking about is essentially a case of corporate welfare. I'm going to say that again. This is corporate welfare. We have a building, admittedly, not once, not twice, but 3 times, admittedly, by the applicant, that they can afford to move forward with the project with or without the help of the government and tax-paying citizens. Like Commissioner Sacco said, the intent for this money, for me, was to help small mom and pop businesses who it would make a huge difference to them to be able to have a few $1,000s to create a sign or make some improvements. This is not that. So these decisions that we make have an impact on the values that we have as a commission and how we move forward. This is corporate welfare. I voted against this in the past, even though there are projects that I agree with. There are certain parts of it that I do not believe we as tax-paying citizens should be paying for. It is literally part of a line item in their budget. That's why I'm going to vote in favor of this. Thank you, Commissioner Sacco, for making the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to deny the application. Any further questions from the commission? Okay, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. No. Would you vote? No. So that motion fails 3-4. Commissioner De Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, do you mind reading out the list that you put together?
It's for sidewalks, flooding, and drainage related improvements and safety, including lighting improvements.
And then the amount was 167,000?
Well, 85 would be the 50%.
Okay. I move that.
Okay, motion and a second to approve up to, but not to exceed $85,000 for sidewalk improvements, flooding and drainage improvements, and safety, public safety and lighting improvements. Any members of the public wish to speak to that motion? Larry?
No, sir.
Sure. Go ahead.
Just a general note. We didn't come up with this program. We were presented that you have a program available, and it's a business improvement grant program, not a nonprofit. It's a business. So again, you've made the guidelines. The commission did and voted on that, and we've complied with those. Again, it's your discretion to make your decision. I'm still not sure why we're not having. Is there the full amount that we've asked for? And by the way, we can't afford it because we've taken a huge loan out. This is taken my retirement plus my loan, but that's irrelevant. I think it's irrelevant of how much money and where we get the money from. I guess the question I would ask: are we in compliance with your grant program? And if we're not in compliant, we'd like to know why we're not in compliant. If we are, we'd like, we think that should get the grant program. Again, we did not develop this. Didn't even go seeking it. It was brought to our attention. I can't think of a more deserving building to get, if you're going to invest city money, taxpayer money, corporate welfare. If you're going to invest any money, I can't think of a better investment than one of the most unique buildings in the entire city. It has to be with the Thomas Center and Hippodrome, one of the buildings. Our investment is preserving that building. It's not the best investment from a business standpoint by any means. I'll be 90 years old before I can ever, maybe a return on investment. That's irrelevant either. The relevancy is you have a business grant, and if you read the first paragraph, if you read this, it says, about the Business Improvement Grant Program, your language, everything in here we comply with. We're exactly the description that you have here is what we're doing. So, again, it's your decision to make. I'm not sure why there's, and the question should be, do we comply with the language of your grant program? And if not, then we should not be eligible for any money. But if we're eligible, we should be eligible for the full amount that we've requested and sent in. So, and we have had delays in construction because, again, we were told you can't do certain things until you fill out that grant application. So we delayed a lot of decision-making based upon the information we were given, again, in your program, and we feel like we've complied. Again, it's your discretion. I'm not sure why the discussion is part of it, none of it, half of it, all of it. It should be, did we comply, and are we eligible for this amount? And I'd ask for you to consider your language and your grant, and have we complied with that? And that's thank you.
If I could get the timer restarted, please. I've worked in and around St. Augustine for 15, 20 years doing grant programs. They have undoubtedly the most historic buildings in the country. However, Gainesville has even more, but you guys don't utilize it. You don't have a big enough historic grant program. This would set a precedent. It doesn't matter what Mr. Perry does or doesn't have financially. It really doesn't. What matters is preserving the building. He is still just an individual. Historic Masonic LLC is just a small company. I totally agree with you, Commissioner Johnson. It is disgusting when you have corporate welfare, but this is not that. Mr. Perry keeps his money here. He spends his money here. What if that $100,000 allows him to go buy another building that's crumbling and make it beautiful? And for reference, everything we've asked for is in the public right-of-way. All of the sidewalks are the public right-of-way, none of it's private. I personally tripped, fell, and sprained my ankle on the right-of-way. We're just simply asking that you adhere to your guidelines and give us the full amount that we applied for as opposed to reducing it down. I understand the intent is not to support big conglomerates and people that just have money to throw around and don't care. But that is not this company. Lewis and Keith are joint owners in this. It is a small business. It's starting from scratch. And that extra $127,000 would make the difference between hiring 3 more people or just keeping it to 1 on site. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, you have anybody?
No, Mayor, we don't.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, I don't know how it got assumed that if you are eligible, you would automatically receive it. I don't think it says that. There's a reason over a certain amount it comes back to the commission, because it's at our discretion. And so in order to qualify, you have to meet those criteria. It doesn't mean that you automatically get that. And so that's what the discussion's been centered around today. I believe that improvements, use of public dollars to improvement of public areas is justifiable. I think that we all benefit from that. I think money going to improve the private facility itself is not. And so, I hope you understand that the nuance in that discretion, and that's the reason it comes before us. And ultimately we'll see if this motion passes or we move on. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I am truly sorry that you felt the need to take out those loans to liquidate your assets to be able to do this. I understand what it's like to take out loans to finance the rest of my life, and I'll never be able to pay off because the state of Florida refused to help adequately fund education. So I understand it's difficult when you have to take out loans. Trust me, I do. That said, I'm responsible for those loans, same as you. You, in full awareness, much more awareness than I had at 18, decided to take on those loans and judged that that was something you were going to do. And I agree with the mayor. There is no guarantee here that you are entitled to that amount of money. I am very much in support, and if I may, I would actually even like to add that we do add to the motion that we do go back and revise, not so much eligibility, but the intent behind a lot of this and how we really give out this money. Because the businesses I envisioned getting this money and applying for this money were not backed by people with money. We're backed by people who put their heart into the community and helping our community, not operating a venue for weddings and expensive meetings. So, I'm sorry you feel less than happy with our choices here today or our comments, but I haven't heard anything to sway me to think that this is the best investment for that money versus a small business in an older building that needs help keeping it in that area versus a nonprofit like the Hippodrome that might need assistance to keep arts in our community alive. Sorry you feel that way, but life's a little tough sometimes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And before I get to Commissioner Ward, if we want to think about adding a referral to the GCRA to look at the eligibility criteria for this, are you all interested in that? Makers of the motion? I understand, but you didn't make the motion.
I'm okay with the intent of what the current program is.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm sure a bunch of people can write this down. Mr. Perry, you put it on a mailer. I think Keith's right. We put the program together. We weren't specific about our intention. And we don't have a lot of applicants for it. The people who asked for it met the guidelines. I don't think it's necessarily a great expenditure, but it meets the guidelines. And we ought to write different guidelines. And after this, pass or don't pass, we need a motion to rethink the guidelines. But they are what they are right now in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you, Commissioner Ward. I think they did follow it and the guidelines, but I just don't know if there's 4 votes to do the full amount. If there was, I would support that, but I don't think there is. Thank you.
Okay, motion on the floor is to approve up to $85,000, which is 50% match for sidewalk improvements, flooding and drainage improvements, and public safety lighting improvements. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion passes 4-3 with Johnson, Ward, and Duncan Walker in dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD4 Tom Petty Birthday Bash event, with a recommendation that the commission hear a presentation on the Tom Petty Birthday Bash and and provide direction to the city manager on amending the city's current application process to allow private ticketed events in Depot Park or any other city-owned parks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman.
So Ms. Gainey said it pretty precisely. On there, we have a presentation from Ms. Gonzalez, our interim Parks and Recreation Cultural Affairs Director, to just give you a history of the event. I believe the promoters are here as well to make a presentation after that, and turn it over to Ms. Gonzalez.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Roxy Gonzalez, the Interim Director for Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. I have a short presentation here because we're approaching the Tom Petty Birthday Bash event, which is an annual event typically held at Depot Park. Next slide. So Depot Park has been a popular venue for various types of community events. Tom Petty being one of those successful events, which was held in 2018 and 2019. Next slide. Some history of this event at Depot Park. So this event was held at Depot Park for 2 years by Dan the Torpedoes. This year will be the 3rd year requested to be at Depot Park, hosted by Red Light Management. In the past, this event was held open and free to our neighbors. In 2018, there was an estimate of 5,000 attendees a day. In 2019, there's an estimate of 7,300 attendees a day. The event in the past did charge for VIP attendees, but still allowed the neighbors full access to enjoy the event and did not restrict usage of the park. Next slide, please. When Tom Petty Birthday Bash was first brought to the attention of the Depot Park manager and the city, it was presented as being a positive community building experience to the city of Gainesville. Next slide. I'm gonna go over here the steps that are taken when an event host comes up with an application at Depot Park so that everybody gets a better understanding. So any event host interested in hosting an event at Depot Park goes through the first step. And the first step, the event host submits their application. And on the application, we reference Chapter 18-20, Park Regulations within this ordinance. And it states in number 10 that we cannot erect a fence unless provided by city ordinance. It also states that alcohol sales cannot be done within the city parks. All of those have been placed in the backup that was given prior. On step 2, this is when Depot Park manager and staff meet with the event host to discuss the event and work with the event host to see what they can and cannot do within the park limits. We have to remember that Depot Park is a brownfield, so there's a lot of limitations that are had, such as staking things in the ground, contaminating the only good soil that we have on top, because there's a 2-foot cap of good soil. Lastly, we also go over all the additional city permits which are required, such as the GPD permit that they need to obtain, the GFR permit that would need to be obtained, and then any building and code permits for any oversized tents that would need to be obtained. During step 3, this is the step where the payment process begins. We then collect the fees as well as the refundable deposit that is part of it. During step 4, we request them to submit all of the city permits that are requested and the vendor informations if there are to have any vendors on site. Then the final step is they meet with the Depot Park team to review all the final details and sign the special license agreement to finalize the step, and then the event is had. Next slide, please. This year, the event now is named the Full Moon Fever Festival. So it's no longer the Tom Petty Birthday Bash, and the new title would be Full Moon Fever Festival. Next slide, please. Here, you'll see in the backup, it's kind of hard to see there, but the application this is the application which was most recently turned in and is presented here. It is very different from previous years. It is a ticketed event this year. They are requesting to close off Depot Park with a fence. According to the request there, they're also closing off Depot Park for up to 9 days with their fence. The event days are on October 23rd and 24th. They're expecting 6,000 attendees per day. And they show selling of alcohol throughout the park. Next slide, please. Here's a diagram of the park closure. It shows that it's closed as far west as of north of the Cade by South Main, and as far east to the pavilion and entrance to the playground. This closure draws for some concern for the following reasons. The main entrance to the playground will not be accessible due to how close the main entrance to the event is located. It would be a safety concern, and we would be forced to close the playground at Depot Park for up to those 2 days of the event. The boxcar and depot building would need to be on board with the event as well, because they would be closing off access to their business. Lastly, the closure draws concern to equitable challenges. We currently have multiple event hosts waiting to fence off Depot Park as well, which would lead to closing the park to our neighbors more than just this event. Lastly, one of our newest concerns greatly is our COVID cases. We're concerned that this event would be considered a super spreader. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and invite Red Light Management to come up here and have their presentation. I believe Alex is here. Yeah. So Alex is going to come up and do that, then I'll come back and have our recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Roxy. Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
I've actually I'd love to hand these out to you guys. We've got a presentation, but we also had them printed out. Would you like to see them? Because there's quite a bit of information here.
Deliver them to the clerk. the clerk.
Oh, hi.
There you go.
Thanks, everyone. I know we have some of our other producing team on the line, and I know that Tom's daughter, Adria, wanted to address everyone before we get into the details of the event and the narrative. Adria, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Alex. Hi. Thank you so much for including me and for hearing our proposal for this year's Full Moon Fever Festival. We've come very sincerely hoping to reinvest not only a great cultural event, a great remembrance of my father, but, you know, kind of a precedent-setting investment into doing this festival that the Hedges so beautifully orchestrated as just a fan and local event, and lend our influence from the estate at least to try to get like really beautiful musicians and a lot of diversity down to Gainesville in remembrance of my father. And also really would love input in terms of how to take a number of the net proceeds to reinvest into that neighborhood. So Powers District and Porters are something that, you know, we've been discussing as we redirect this from less of a fan-led festival and more of a best-in-class, professional, and not expensive, like something that really gives back to Gainesville and can continue to be a vehicle to give back to the community that nurtured my dad's creativity. It's really important to us. And Alex, just who's about to address you, is someone my dad had a lot of admiration for. He started something called Petty Fest in New York, where best-in-class musicians would get together and just play my dad's songs and really share the joy of that music. It was something my dad appreciated. He never attended it, but he always got a really big kick out of it and loved watching people perform his songs. What we're hoping to do with the spirit that Sarah and Jason created down there, and also Alex's incredible relationships with artists from the smallest, like bluegrass guy, to like the highest end artists. Trust Alex to put on a performance that's really music first, that's really culture first, and it's not about money, it's not about sponsorships, it's not about something nefarious. It's really about a sincere communion with community, with the audience, and doing something beautiful. And Alex is well known for that. He stakes his reputation on that. And that's who you have standing in front of you for us, someone that we've had a really great experience with, as has the George Harrison estate, the Cash estate, just really kind of taking music of great legendary musicians and putting it in younger generations' hands and carrying on that musical tradition. So that's Alex. And then you'll have maybe hear from Dan Merker and Adam, who are very experienced with festivals and with promotion. That's something that's not my expertise. Our family's involvement really would be on making sure that great music and great things from our archive are available to the people of Gainesville, and that this is an event that raises money for the local community. And I would love it to be local to Depot Park and to contribute to that. I also wanted to point out that as I'm watching this, just the briefing that I have had, I know that that map was inaccurate in terms of the fencing. I know that we are setting precedent. I know we're breaking new ground, and that's super crazy hard. I also want to assure you that the last person that wants to invite Tom Petty's greatest fans and friends and bands down to Gainesville wants them to get COVID-19 or the Delta variant. So if there becomes a consideration where this is not a safe event, we have no interest in it. And we have no interest in being involved in it. So we really look to Gainesville to tell us what the right thing to do here is and what the best way of using our resources is. I'm going to let Alex give you the overview, and Adam, of all of the research and site visits and just the joy they've had getting to know Gainesville. We're obviously not from Gainesville and not local. So we are a very open and collaborative group. And we really want to do something that is significant and has the heart and soul that we would want to put Tom Petty's name on. So I just want to leave you with that, and I want to thank you so much for hearing us. and for allowing us to potentially do this. I think it could be really, really special and amazing. But it also obviously has its complications and needs to be done right. So just want to say thank you. I really appreciate the time and consideration for us putting this on this year.
Thank you, Adria. Much respect. I appreciate that. Commissioners, hello, everyone. Mayor Poe, nice to see you. Let's talk about Tom Petty. First slide, please. Oh, there's one in between. There we go. Let's talk about Tom Petty. Over his 40-plus year career, Tom Petty became one of the biggest cultural icons in the world. Hailed as one of the greatest rock artists of all time, his list of achievements included multiple Grammy Awards, selling more than 80 million records worldwide, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee, Super Bowl halftime performer. His music and brand continues to reach fans both new and old around the world, with over 5.3 billion streams worldwide, over 3.2 million followers on Facebook, 318 plus followers on Instagram, 454,000 followers on Twitter, over 586 million views on YouTube, and millions of listeners on the Tom Petty radio channel on SiriusXM. His music defined a generation, and Gainesville defined him. As we continue to tell his story, we want to help tell the story of Gainesville and give back to the community. I want to talk now to the next slide, please, which is the producing team. So my name is Alex Levy, and I am a producer, an artist manager. I've been a record company executive, I'm a musician. I've got over 20 years of experience in the music business. And I've been VP at Epic Records, Sony Music. I've worked at Rolling Stone. And as Adria said, I've worked with some of my heroes and idols, like the Johnny Cash estate, the George Harrison estate, Capitol Records. I also manage Boss Skaggs, if anybody's a fan. Dan Merker is our estate festival director and talent booker. Dan is known as one of the best and most respected festival directors in the music business. He has been a club owner, a producer, a talent buyer. He's been the primary force behind such massively successful festivals as Hangout Fest in Alabama, Tortuga, Jimmy Buffett's BP oil spill benefit concert, Jason Isbell's Shoals Fest in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. In 2017, he was nominated for Talent Buyer of the Year by the Academy of Country Music Awards. We also have Adam Holt, estate manager and festival executive producer. He's a senior associate at Red Light Management. In his 15-plus years in the music industry, he has worked with artists like Tiesto, Kings of Leon, Mumford & Sons, Kesha, Jason Aldean, the B-52s, among others. Prior to joining Red Light, he worked at Vector Management, Live Nation, Sony Music, C3 Presents, and he's been involved with handling media and artist relations at Lollapalooza and Austin City Limits music festivals. Will Botwin is the estate manager for Petty Legacy, the Tom Petty estate. He's the president of Red Light Management, and he represents some of the world's most popular musical artists. His 30 years plus in the music business has made him a leader in this industry. He joined Red Light Management after leaving Columbia Records Group, where he spent 10 years rising through the ranks and serving as chairman and president. Here in Gainesville, we've met some wonderful people, and they're here with us today. Jason Hedges and Sarah Hedges, both on board here as Festival Community Relations Director and Media Relations on the local side of things. They did a wonderful and gallant job with the festival in 2018 and 2019. We've also got Hoch Shitama, who is our festival satellite event producer and community relations here on the ground in Gainesville. Next slide, please. These are some of the partners that we'll be working with on this festival. These are some of the companies and brands that will be weaving into the fabric of this event. And as you can see, we've got some major people involved, from Universal Music Group, Warner Brothers, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, SiriusXM, and YouTube. Next slide, please. All right. Sorry, I need a little water. This is talking a little bit about the history of the event so everybody understands where we're coming from. Prior to the state's involvement, the first year in 2017, when Tom passed away, there was a fan event at Heartwood, just across the street from Depot Park. They had about 2,500 people in attendance, and it was a beautiful thing. So the next year, it moved to Depot Park, and they had 5,000 fans in attendance, and it was even more of a beautiful thing. And then 2019, they had 7,300 attendees, as Roxana pointed out as well, in Depot Park. So we're talking about a local event that was started by fans after Tom's passing, which is a beautiful thing, and that's why, you know, we all caught wind of it. Obviously, the family was very, very interested in this. And again, the past few years, it was typically held. They held a VIP event on Friday night, and they had bands on Saturday, and they had Sunday. And in 2019, I know that they donated $5,000 to the UF Health Shands Arts and Medicine, which is very admirable. Last year, the state got involved for the first time. And since COVID prevented us from gathering together, what we did was we put together a virtual festival. We reached out to artists all over the world, and we asked them to record themselves performing their favorite Tom Petty song or telling a Tom Petty story, et cetera, and we put it together into a virtual festival. And that was streamed on tompetty.com, Tom Petty Radio on Sirius, Amazon Music, and Twitch. It had 643,000 live stream views and listens. It was the #2 most viewed live program ever on the Amazon Music app. 4.5 million collective fans of the participating artists were reached, because every artist that participated messaged out to all their fans as well. So it has legs. We were also able to raise $130,000 to be donated to our charity partners. Next slide, please. I won't go through this all, but take a look at it when you get a chance. It's an amazing array of artists, absolutely diverse, unbelievable mixture of artists that participated in the virtual festival last year, and we're all very proud of it. When you get a chance, take a look. Next slide, please. Just a snapshot of some of the coverage from the virtual festival last year, which, again, the reach of this thing was pretty massive, and the reviews were raves. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what we're here today to talk about moving forward. Full Moon Fever Festival is a 2-day music and arts festival celebrating the life and music of Tom Petty and the rich musical history of Gainesville. We're talking about October 23rd and 24th from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m., knowing that there's a noise ordinance where we have to stop making noise from our understanding at 10:30. And if that's not right, let us know. We'll have a VIP event to welcome folks on Friday night, the 21st. Details TBD, obviously. But let's talk about the lay of the land. We'll have 2 stages in Depot Park. We'll have a local stage at Heartwood across the street. We'll also be having special programming there where we'll get people doing panel discussions to talk about not just Tom Petty and his music, but the history of the music scene in Gainesville, which is extraordinary. And we could talk about that another time, but it is really extraordinary, and it's a story that needs to be told. And it's made Tom Petty, so it's all intertwined. We'll also be working with the Cade Museum. And we've been working with Stephanie Bayless and Jody Farmer, and I believe Stephanie's here somewhere. There she is, and she'll be speaking later. And we'll get to that in a moment. It's national bands, it's regional bands, local bands. We're talking 12 to 14 artists performing original sets, performing their own material every day with Tom Petty tributes, and especially a big one to close out the weekend. There's a tentative national artist lineup shown here, but we've got a lot more that we're working on, and obviously there's a lot of moving parts. Yes, we're talking about 6,000 tickets a day, so 12,000 people total over the weekend. Ticketing. I want to take a moment just to talk about the ticketing and how much thought has gone into this. Tom Petty was outspoken about looking out for his fans. He famously threatened to sue his own record company, who was going to raise the prices of his albums because he was a hit. And he stopped that. He didn't let that happen. He's also notorious for keeping his concert ticket prices down, even though other artists might charge more. He was always very adamant about looking out for his fans. To that end, we're working with a P&L model where we're able to do a $25 general admission lawn ticket, 2,000 tickets. It's a third of our tickets per day, general admission, $25. That's over 25 bands you'll get to see for $25 over the course of the weekend. And the ticket prices scale up from there. We'll have a GA merch package ticket where you'll get a t-shirt or something fun with it for $49.50. We'll have what we call the party pit, which is you get to watch the headlining acts from the front of the stage, for $99, and we'll have a VIP area viewing deck for $229.50. We've got a wonderful documentary called Somewhere You Feel Free. It's about the making of Wildflowers, which was Petty's, one of his most critically acclaimed and most popular, and by his account, maybe his favorite album that he made. It's a beautiful film. It's going to have a one-day worldwide theatrical release. And we're talking with the Cade Museum about doing that, having that run here in Gainesville at the Cade Museum, and maybe even having it run for a few days longer. Also with the Cade Museum, we will have a Tom Petty exhibit. This will be a memorabilia exhibit that is being branded by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. This exhibit will start here in Gainesville at the Cade Museum and be open to the public to see. And then eventually it will travel to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So we've got some wonderful co-branding going on with the Cade Museum in Gainesville and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And we're going to keep working through that. We're also, I should note, we're also working with the Cade Museum on an idea to bring some of these performances maybe to some people in the community. And we can talk more about that, but we're talking about like acoustic performances and intimate performances for some of the kids in the community that may not get the chance to be up close with a professional touring musician like this. So that's something I'd love to talk more about, and we can, but I don't want to get into the weeds of details like that just yet. Next slide, please. The park. You can see in red, this is our footprint. So I just, we need a nice footprint to make this festival safe, secure, fun, and beautiful. But I just want to get a perspective of what part of the park we're talking about when it comes to our footprint. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to get into some detail. Here's our site map and our build schedule. I want to talk about the build schedule and the application. When we applied for the application, we erred on the side of caution and we asked for 9 days of the park. We have to set up the infrastructure and equipment for this festival. You've got to bake the cake before you can serve it. we're hearing that 9 days is a lot, and we appreciate that. Again, we were just erring on the side of caution, like that would let us get done what we had to get done. So you'll see here that we've actually scaled this down to a 6-day build, 7 if you count Tuesday, which would be a final walkthrough cleanup. So we're willing to hear if there are concerns with this. Like, we'll talk about it, we'll work with it, and if it's possible to do in a safe, secure way, we will try and do it. Let's look at this map now. You see we've got a perimeter fence going around the area that we showed from the last map. So we're going all the way from the hill here, what they call the hill, all the way across to the Cade Museum. You see our main stage is I don't know how to point to it. is at the Big D? Is that what we call it in the circle? The Big D. It's the main stage there in front of the Big D. And then behind that stage and between that and the Cade, that's all of our back of house, BOH. You've got our second stage on the hill. We've got 2 entrances here, a main entrance and a VIP entrance, very mindfully thought out so that we can control crowd flow of getting everybody into this thing and out of this thing safely, wanding, padding, and COVID protocols, which we can talk about more later, but I just want everybody to get an idea of this. You see in green there by stage 1, you've got our VIP area, and those VIPs will be able to go to the Cade Museum and get and take a walk through the exhibit. I want to point out that we were also mindful because we heard about the playground. The fence doesn't obstruct the playground, and if it does, we will move it within reason so that we can keep the perimeter safe. But as far as we know, and Dan Merker, our festival director, did 2 site visits to walk the property, and as far as we know, the fence now where it is allows all the entrances to the park to the playground to remain open. Now that said, we do have a fence, and you'll see in this build site that the fence is going to go up on Wednesday, day 1. We've got a lot of equipment being delivered. We may not need to close the entire park for all 6 days. Certainly, obviously we have to close it on the weekend for the show, right? So the only time the show is happening is Saturday and Sunday, so it will be closed. But on Wednesday, we might be able to just put the fence up, leave the park fairly open, and maybe only use 50% of our footprint, not even, with our gear sitting there. Okay, so now we're talking about, taking 1 day off of this. In other words, we're willing to work with the city to try and make access. But like I said, we have to think about safety, security, and liability. Can't have all this equipment rolling in here and just have it open. So we want to hear about it. We want to work with you, but we want to be safe and we want to be smart about it. Am I supposed to ask for questions now, or that's later?
Well, yeah, we'll get.
Okay, we'll get it later. Okay, because I'm happy to answer those questions, but I just want to be clear that we're open to hearing about this, and we've got these professionals on board like Dan, this is what he does. Next slide, please. The Tom Petty estate pledges to give a minimum of 15% of net proceeds from the festival to stay in Gainesville. And we intend to build upon this in the future as the festival grows. Our focus, as was Tom's, is to help and raise awareness for those in need through music and arts. We would like your input on how best to allocate these funds to have the most impact in the Gainesville community. And we have been looking around and trying to do our due diligence and talk to some of you and talk to other people in the community. And these are some of the things that we've heard that we think are fantastic. The Cotton Club, which is right in the neighborhood. St. Francis House, also in the neighborhood. Grace Marketplace. And the Firehouse Project, the community center. We want to hear more about these things. We want to know what is the best way to take these proceeds and leave them in Gainesville and leave them in the neighborhood and help the community. So this is what we're looking at right now. We want feedback from everyone. Next slide, please. This is Tom's first band here in Gainesville, the Epics. So, you know, I just want to say it's a real honor to be working with the Petty Estate, and it's a privilege to be talking to you all here. And I want to thank you for letting us present this to you. You know, all ships rise when the tide comes in, I always like to say. And we really see this as an opportunity for economic growth year over year over year, where every restaurant, bar, and hotel could be filled, local businesses will be full of people. And it's a celebration, and it should be joyful. You know, something I hear Adria say all the time is music first, fans first. And, you know, that's the motto. This is about the music, and it's about giving back, and it's about celebration. You know, I do want to apologize. It is quite a short runway to be doing what we're doing, so we're very aware of that as well. We don't take that lightly. There's some people that are going to come up and speak. I know, you know, Mark Sexton and Jessica Horov from the county have been extremely supportive. And we have a commitment from them to really get behind this, and we'll hear from them. Thank you, guys. I want to talk about where we're at right now and what we would like to accomplish here today. The fee structure for the park has been it's been a bit confusing, a bit nebulous. When we originally started talking about this. And to be clear, when we originally started talking about this, we were building off of what it was, which was a free event and a city co-sponsored event. But at some point, it started to morph into, okay, I don't think we can do that in a safe and secure way and from a liability standpoint with the level that we want to elevate this to. But the fee that we kept hearing for the park was $5,470 a day. And we structured our P&L model basically to accommodate that. We're looking at a fee structure now which is itemizing each area of the park on an hourly basis, and we're being presented with a fee of upwards of $100. And without the deposit, with the deposit, we're talking about $242,000. So $120,000 fee to rent the park. It's just not possible for us to do. We are a for-profit entity, but we are a boutique festival, a small boutique festival. We're asking the city, the community, the county to work with us. We've looked around. We have a lot of experience on this team of working with other cities. We know what the price structure should be. We're here to tell you what we're bringing to the table, where we hope this can go year over year, just get bigger and better. And so what we'd like to do is we'd like to ask the city to please come on board with us and compromise with us and come up with a daily flat fee for this park that's reasonable and commensurate so that we can move forward. And for that, we're asking for a $2,500 a day fee to rent the park. Now, we know we have to pay for police and fire and street closure, and of course, absolutely, and that comes with the territory, and those are hard costs, and that is a separate ticket item. But right now on the menu is, let's rent the park. Let's put this amazing festival in this park, and let's do it for the community, and let's give back to the community. I want to talk about safety. As Adria said, we're not interested in doing this if it's unsafe from many different standpoints. There's a real possibility that COVID will prevent us from putting this festival on this year. in the event that we are able to do it, there are some protocols we can follow, like temperature checks for anyone to enter, just like you do here. Rapid testing center for anybody that has a fever or anybody that wants to get checked, et cetera. And a very clear, easy, concise refund policy for people that either get turned away at the door or decide they don't feel comfortable coming into the park. So that's what we can do if we're all business as semi-usual. But there's a real chance that we won't be able to do it. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to we'll walk out of here today and lock this in through 2022. Make an arrangement with you so that we have 2021 and 2022 so we can move forward and work with you, knowing that we might need to cancel this year and just start looking at next year right away. I don't have dates for you. We'd have to obviously work on the football schedule. We would want to work about the fest, which we know is big here in town. But again, we would work with you on that. But we want to get a process, get a deal in place with you where we can make this happen. I think that's what we have to say. I hope it gives everybody a picture of the narrative of where this is all going and where we're coming from and who we are and what we're asking from you, which is a partnership. So with that, are there any questions?
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Roxy. Appreciate you both sharing all that with us. I wanted to start by saying how excited I am about what this has been and what it can become. When we, and I know Commissioner Santos, you will remember the conversations for years about what Depot Park could be, an amphitheater, and bringing in national and international acts was always part of that. And that kind of got, put aside, some for budgetary reasons, some for, concerns about having a large venue downtown. I still think that that's something that Gainesville should aspire to. But until that happens, it's important that we have, especially with the fairgrounds now gone, it's important that we have a venue and an opportunity for arts and culture on various scales to really thrive in our city. And so, I think as both of you laid out your thoughts, it really, I think, highlighted the fact that we haven't done this before. And, UF's put on big shows at Florida Field, but we really haven't had to decide, well, what will it look like to bring in a festival and sort of a bunch of big national acts in the middle of the city of Gainesville. So I'm glad that we're here. I think, Roxy, I'll get to you in a while. We got a bunch of commissioners, and I'd like to have my thoughts to be able to share as well. So how do we develop a precedent that will really encourage other entertainment and acts to be able to do this as well? And I'm thrilled that you've heard from other production companies and other acts that want to come to Gainesville. That's incredible news. And I want to get us to a place where they all say, yeah, Gainesville is open for business. It's where we want to be. And they're not erecting barriers that only will allow the sort of biggest and most sophisticated folks come through here. Some of the, you said boutique, but I don't know, some of the smaller sort of acts and productions to be able to have access to this as well. So for some of the issues, COVID, CDC, absolutely, we need to follow and we need to write into whatever agreement we have that whatever the CDC says to do, that's what we're going to do. All right, and make it unambiguous. And on top of that, follow any city and county ordinances or rules related to protecting public health. That will have to, happen from the start. The fencing, the footprint to me is completely reasonable. The vast majority of the park is still open and available to the public. And what I'm, what I'm pretty confident in is there's going to be a lot of, in the world of economics, we call free riders. A lot of folks kind of hanging out in the nature park area and the promenade and over at the pavilions, listening to the acts, maybe not seeing them, with their own eyeballs, but sort of enjoying. I know that I used to do quite a bit of that at different concerts, like at Flavet Field and out at the fairgrounds. I remember hearing Funkadelic sort of behind the fence, and they're really awesome, even if you can't see them, Funkadelic. So, the footprint to me is reasonable. It still allows for significant access. I think what you presented as keeping the fence sort of erected but open until it really can't be is doable. But it still allows most of the park to be open the whole time. And then, the money thing. If we want to really allow for a diversity of groups and organizations and acts to be able to do this, which I do, I want this to be like Depot Park is not only a great playground and a great place to, throw a Frisbee and a site of a world-class museum, great place to have a birthday party, but it's also a cultural and musical destination. Then we need to make sure that we're not erecting financial barriers that don't allow people to really consider this in the first place. Now, we've got to recover our costs, right? So that's, Mr. Manager, that's what I need to know is what's the number that allows us to be a host to not just this, but anybody else that wants to do this, that allows us to recover our costs and not be a barrier to these kind of things happening in the future. And you don't have to answer me right now, but to me, that's the fulcrum. Certainly, $125,000 is going to be a barrier that most folks can't overcome. So, what does it create less than that, or what other partners do we have to bring in to make sure that works? I'd certainly like to talk to the Tourist Development Board folks. This is going to put a lot of beds in heads. So, how can we leverage that asset? But ultimately, we need to get to yes. Like this is a phenomenal opportunity for us, and I absolutely want to see us figure out a way to yes, not just for this festival, but for the other ones who apparently are waiting and inquiring, but don't know quite the pathway here yet. So, that's what I hope we can walk away with today, an understanding of how we make that happen, so we can move forward. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to hear from our staff before I make my comments.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So ultimately, what our recommendations and next steps are that we're asking of Commission is to provide direction to the city manager on current application by Red Light Management to host a private event at Depot Park. And if that's the case, then also provide direction to the city manager on a process to amend current application process to allow private ticketed events at all city-owned parks, not just Depot Park. And then to make sure that we're clear on this, all the backup information that was given to you was the latest information that was given to us by Red Light Management. So anything outside of that has been changed since that previous conversation, so I'm not aware of.
Okay, excellent. And Commissioner Ariel, I'm sorry, there's one more thing I couldn't read my writing, I passed over, but we do have a precedent for this. Like the Fest has rented and fenced off Bo Diddley Plaza, so we're not sort of swimming in the dark water here. And so whatever we did with them and to make that happen, I think there's some way that we can follow that same procedure.
Yeah, it would you can, but it would vary because Fest closes off streets and Bo Diddley Plaza, these are the local city parks. So that's just kind of what the difference is on the little speculations, just to be clear. So Bo Diddley Plaza is the plaza, it's an event space. We're talking about a local community park. So we're talking about Depot Park being a local community park, MLK or Citizens Field is a local community park. If we get event hosts that want to do this type of fencing, according to our ordinance says we can't. So that's why we're bringing it up.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think there's a way where we can get to an amendment where we can both continue to invite people to rent these parks, but also have that be a high standard for the quality that they have to deliver, and of course cost recovery. So what I will say is that first, I'm a huge fan of Tom Petty's music, have been my whole life. Having said that, you all at the very top of the meeting, and I heard again from the lectern that you are looking for a commitment to 22 through this year. I can meet you there. I can absolutely meet you there. Where I'm having a hard time is having this discussion in the middle of this COVID surge that we're having right now. And I agree with the mayor, the CDC guidelines have to absolutely be followed to the T. Well, we live in the state of Florida, and our, gonna be nice, the governor of Florida has taken away perhaps the greatest tool that we could have, which is to verify vaccinations for everybody that goes into the pits. Since the governor, again, be nice, since the governor has taken that ability away from us, we can't guarantee that to people. So I want this to happen. I cannot recommend this happening in the middle of a COVID surge. And this is I want everyone to understand the situation. Hospitals have begun to turn away surgeries, needed surgeries, because they need beds for COVID-19 patients. Those patients are mostly unvaccinated, but there are breakthrough cases of vaccinated patients. So I absolutely love this idea, and I want to see it happen as badly as the next fan. But I can't support it in the middle of a COVID surge. I simply cannot. We're going to have a discussion later about whether or not we mandate vaccines for our employees. I mean, the cognitive dissonance is overwhelming me right now. So I don't want anyone to walk away saying that I'm trying to be a downer. I've had to live with that. I opposed the University of Florida inviting football fans last year, and they're going to do it again this year. Full stadium. So we are in a very precarious situation with COVID-19, and I don't want anyone who's watching this to get the impression that the city is unaware of that, because we're talking about a multi-thousand person music festival, which I would like to see happen next year, or if the governor gives us the ability to make it only vaccinated persons can attend, because it would be a danger, I think, to many people in this city. If we don't have that guarantee for safety, I think it would be a danger to the city. So having said all of that, I can't say enough how much I agree with just about everything the mayor said in terms of coming to an agreement to work with the project leads to change our rules to allow for Depot Park to be used. I'm all for that. You said it was a quick runway. I'm a little bit nervous to guess where we're going to be with COVID-19 on October. And I'm just going to leave my comment at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And you brought up some great points, Commissioner Ariel, on COVID. And for me, I think the mayor's point of following all the CDC rules. I also think if we're in a COVID surge in October, the event shouldn't happen. And I think that's a decision that we can say yes now, and then when it gets closer, if we're still in that surge and still having incredible issues, then the event shouldn't happen. I think that's a decision that can be made further down the line. I'm hoping we're not in that situation. Hopefully we can rectify it in our community, and if we can and we're still in that, then the event shouldn't happen. But I don't think we have to make that decision today. I think that can be made further down the line. And that's why I think we should move forward. I think many of the points brought up by the mayor, I served on the Downtown Redevelopment Advisory Board before I was on the commission, and Depot Park was part of that, and part of it was being a a festival place and having different events. And actually, back to the COVID thing too, having a fenced off event actually makes it safer for COVID because you are able to do temperature checks. You are able to do rapid testing. Having an open event, that's gone, and it makes it a worse, I think, COVID event. I do want to talk about the fencing. It is normal in every city that has festivals, and lots of cities have festivals. They have those festivals in city parks, and they fence them off. You can't have national acts. You can't bring people to a concert and be able to pay the performers with having an open event, unless the city is going to put forward millions of dollars, and I don't see that happening. It's a normal thing. We do it here in the city of Gainesville with Bo Diddley Plaza, and it works well with Fest. I think the footprint that is up there, it's a small portion of the park. Still, huge portions of the park are open. The promenade is open along the water as well, so there's still areas you can walk around. I think it works well. One of the things I've heard consistently is that people want more things to do in our community, and this helps do that. It helps to bring events, helps to bring music and things for people to do, and this will be, I believe, a multi-year thing that we can build on and have every year moving forward, and I think that starts this year, hopefully, if we can move forward. This all not only helps our local residents in being able to have activities, which I hear all the time, is people want things to do. And we really don't have that many things to do for people. But it will also help with sales tax revenue, with people coming here. It will also help with tourist tax revenue to help with supporting other things. It also will help with economic development for our downtown businesses and hotels. And I think those are things that we should look at and bring this forward. On the fees, the current fee structure I don't think works for Beanland Park. I think calculating this out for 6,000 tickets, it's about $21 a ticket. If you're trying to sell tickets at $25, you can't have the venue be $21 of that cost. So I think we do have to do something and work out some kind of workaround. I know these kind of costs are built into Schedule A of our ordinances, and maybe that's something that we should change. Maybe part of the motion, they pay the fees, but then we do some kind of sponsorship on the back end to make it work. But I do believe that we should find a way to say yes to this, and I do think it'd be great to partner with the tourist development portion of the county as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I really like this idea. I already sung my praises to Alex and the rest of the team about how much I really like bringing this type of activity to town. I think we frequently have a conversation of how do we actually bring revenue and economic growth to our community, and I think this is a great thing because it won't just be Gainesville folks who come to this. You're going to have throughout the county, you're going to have throughout the region, and throughout the country, most likely. Fans are extreme if they like something. So I'm going to work backwards. I do agree that we should probably update our ordinances to include a mechanism or codify a mechanism to be able to rent out our parks for events such as this. I think Depot, Citizens Field, I'm trying to think of other large open spaces, and I'm sure we have some, I just can't think of any. Those are great sites that once we set a precedent for this kind of activity, Gainesville can be known for hosting those kinds of events, and folks might want to do that, and it really does help. Our bed and breakfast district, which will be nearby, can have show off our local culture and history while also helping economic growth. I do agree that we might have to figure out the fee structure as something that is tenuous, because we don't want it to be at a loss for us as we close something off. Even if it's only for 2-3 days at that full close off, it will still be a complication, an inconvenience for our community and our neighbors to have our jewel occupied for a certain amount of time. 6 days, 3 days, 9 days, it's still an inconvenience. Ms. Roxy, quick question. There are a couple. When we do Fest, do we receive a fee for that?
Yes.
Do you know how much it is?
No, off the top of my head, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Ballpark? No. Okay, never mind. Are we talking like, never mind, okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I wouldn't know right now because it would be the Bo Diddley Plaza fee, including the
Right.
street closures plus GFR, so I'd have to get all the information and get back to you.
dang it. Okay, so my idea, that's what those are called. My idea was, is there a way to, because I understand we have like we have a way to rent individual spaces at
Correct.
Depot. We have a way to rent out Bo Diddley and the surrounding areas, and that tallies up. Could we, in future, for this event and in future, come up with I guess a square foot approximate to whatever we rent out Bo Diddley for and those streets for Depot? Or would it be, like, to see if that's an alternative math option, given that's the footprint of it, footprint's much bigger by this area, as opposed to individually renting out spaces? Because I agree, we should probably have a mechanism for the whole space as opposed to building by building. And I don't know, probably not by the end of this meeting, or maybe because we have a lot of neighbors who want to comment, if that ballpark estimate could be given as an alternative option rather than individual, but I'll ask your opinion as director.
So right now, I can't give that ballpark estimate. I'm positive that there was a method as to how, when Depot Park was first created and it was presented in front of commission, there was a method to the fee structure then. I'd have to look back and gather that information and get it back to you. And then in comparison to what was done with Bo Diddley Plaza as well.
So I think the threshold issue here is the commission comfortable with renting the entire park? Because our fee structure in the past has been just really based upon renting segments of the park. So if the commission is okay with us renting the full park, we will come back with a fee structure that can accommodate that or accommodate larger parts of the park and a methodology for doing that. The quandary we're in right now is that you have an adopted fee schedule that is in what we call Schedule A of our ordinances that are all these small pieces that we're trying to fit in. And as I've been talking with the promoters on this, and the number that we have given them is based upon everything for a full 9 days. I don't think in reality, and you saw the slide that they had up there where they show the build out over a number of days, that they need everything for 9 days. So we can certainly work with them to determine what they need on what day and then fit that into the fee schedule that's out there. Now, there are a couple areas on their map which they would like to use that are part of the park that we have considered to be non-rentable in the past. And so we don't have a fee on that. The sculpture garden, what we call Cade 1 and Cade 2. So those are ones where we have, I think, administrative flexibility to determine what that rate is. But certainly, recognize that, an event cannot be cost burdened if that's what based upon rental fees. But we need to make sure that we do recover our costs on there. So I think there's a way to do that. It will be easier to do it in the future when we can design a fee schedule around that. But what we're pressed with right now is an event that we're trying to fit into the existing fee schedule. I know there's some potential use of tourist development tax dollars to potentially help offset costs and so forth. So if the commission today says go forth and do this event, then we will work with the team and our staff to come up with what we believe to be the parts of the park that need to be rented on which given days to get to a rate that recovers our costs and doesn't preclude the event from happening. If that makes sense.
It does, and I appreciate that, because I think it hits a lot of what I'm asking for. So that would be a good solution for this year, should we be allowed to have it pending CDC and case numbers. But in future, I think, not an overhaul, but a thorough examination of how we do it, and a revision might be in order. Thank you, ma'am. Alex, can I ask you a question, please? I just have so many questions. So I like what you have presented as your COVID safety cautions. I appreciate those. Is there room for what I'm calling OG Disney COVID, which is everybody wears a mask inside or outside unless you're eating a pretzel or drinking something?
Yeah, that's absolutely open for discussion. And again, we would go by the CDC guidelines of what's happening in the world. And by the way, we are constantly in touch and checking with our colleagues in the live music space event and just touching base and seeing what everybody's protocols are, how everybody's feeling. But to answer your question, yes, that is absolutely in the realm of something that we would consider.
Thank you.
And if it's recommended, we would do it.
So if the CDC isn't recommending it, but we are requesting it, would it be an option as an over precaution?
No, I don't see any problem with being over cautious
Okay.
with what's going on in the world.
I like that answer. Thank you. Good job so far. Second, I know you said that you would have no problem canceling or refunding should we get closer to the event and it's just not possible. My mind goes to contracts in terms of your vendors and performers. How soon and or late could that be possible?
Tickets are one thing, but you're right, artists and vendors, that's another. And that would come into play of whether or not we're moving forward with this thing or not. And, it's kind of day by day right now. We're all very excited to make it happen, but we're not going to do it if it's ill-advised. So the burden is on us to figure that out. And like I said, we're conferring with all of our colleagues in the live music space, and everybody's in this. We're all in the same boat. So we're not unique here.
Okay. So I'm gonna be honest. I love this. I would much prefer to see it next year, given the state of the world and how Florida's going, and as I'll be nice, our governor has put us in. I would much rather prefer to see this next year and use this year to kind of build it up. My feeling is 12 weeks is not enough to kind of figure out between getting a fee set up and figured out between staff. I'm throwing at least like 2 weeks at that, plus getting everything organized. I personally see that as a tight deadline that would put a stress on our staff and on yours. And we are in a surge. Looking at how our community and surrounding areas have historically operated and acted, I'm not too hopeful for the next couple of months. Much more hopeful for next year. I'm always hopeful 6 months out. I would be comfortable with a tentative approval of this pending CDC guidelines and recommendations of safety as we get there. I'd feel much more comfortable knowing what like the cutoff date is to cancel it. And I'm most comfortable with planning ahead for next year to make this a continuous annual thing that we can partner with annually. That said, I know you have financial obligations to keep in mind, and we have as well as the safety of our neighbors. I am willing to compromise to some degree, but I don't want it to be. You seen SpongeBob?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever watched SpongeBob?
To be honest with you, I've never actually watched SpongeBob, but I am familiar with SpongeBob.
Cool. There's an episode where a bunch of sardines, nematodes, I have no idea, fish, descend in a pack into the Krabby Patty, into the Krusty Krab, and just trash it, and then as a mob move back out. I don't want that happening to Gainesville
No.
when we have surges. I think that's the best way to illustrate what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
So I'm fairly comfortable to different degrees, depending on how we take this. I would much more prefer for next year, but if my colleagues have different ideas, I'd like to hear them. Thank you, Alex.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alex, for being here. Thank you, Roxy, for working on this, and all our staff and all the folks who have been working on this. There are lots and lots of people, I was going to say in the community, but it's not just in the community who have been working on this. It's nationwide who have been working on this. I've had the pleasure of talking to some of you. I'm excited about this possibility, not for this show. I mean, I'm excited about the show too. I'm ready to give you $25. I want to buy my ticket. I'm not ready to give you $250, but that's but I'm more excited about the precedent that this sets and the message that this sends to acts who are in other places who see Gainesville on the map and know it's the University of Florida and think, wow, wouldn't that be a great place? And then somebody comes along, puts their arm on the shoulder and says, look, you can't work with Gainesville. You don't want to go there. That's why we don't have national touring acts here. Let's be honest with ourselves. That's the reputation we've earned. I want that to change. Now, let's also be honest with ourselves. We are not going to suddenly have a festival every other weekend, nor do we want that. But sometimes it would be really cool to have some different sorts of music, inspiring folks to make their own music differently in our community. Some of us of a certain age, like me and the mayor, have been able to see some really great acts come through Gainesville over the years. And we have been able to produce some amazing music coming from Gainesville also. We've also seen a dwindling off of some of the larger acts that used to come to our community. They don't anymore in the way that they used to. As the mayor was talking about, I was a freeloader basically at a Jimmy Buffett and Eagles show at Florida Field way back in the day. I didn't pay money for that, but I stood outside and listened, and it was great. We have opportunity to set a precedent for some really great stuff here. $120,000 price tag, I'm guessing, I don't work in that world, but I'm guessing that sends a message to folks who might come here that know what you ought to do is go to Ponte Vedra Beach or St. Augustine and do your show there where there's an existing facility and where all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, you don't have to worry about the details. We are at a place right now here in front of us today where we don't have a book for how to do this. And we have to create it on the spot, which is a weird way to do things. But welcome to Florida law. You know, this is how we do. So so we need to get to a number, and we need to get to it today, unfortunately. Or something very much like a number. Regarding COVID, we're sitting here in a room full of 42 people. I just counted. And we're all masked. But we're in a closed room of 42 people. And we're talking about whether or not 6,000 people in a great big open space is okay. What are our safety protocols for Fest? We have not discussed that at all. It's never come before this commission. But we're going to put a whole lot of people listening to and dancing to punk rock music at Bo Diddley Plaza the week after this. There are other events I could list and mention for you, but we all know that we haven't talked about those events. And some of them are perfectly within the city of Gainesville's control. So absolutely, I'm terrified of COVID personally. Totally terrified. But if I don't want us picking and choosing which events we get worried about it for. If we're worried about it, let's get worried about it and let's start shutting stuff down that are City of Gainesville events. Let's find a way, let's close off City Hall again. Let's do those things. But let's not pick an event and say, we're worried about this event, but not all those other ones. I know that that's going to offend some people. I know I've offended people by saying that. But it's true. We absolutely need to be concerned about COVID. But the week before that event, there's going to be 90,000 people at Florida Field, right? And we have no control over that, I realize. But these are realities. So moving on from that, Alex, you need to be ready to shut it. You don't need to come up, but you need to be ready to shut it down if things get weird. I mean, that is a huge business risk and one that you have to bear. And I'm sorry. I want this to happen. I want us to do all the things we need to do, but you're gonna have to be ready to shut it down because of this disease. So, you know that's a thing. Staff, I want to make sure I understand the police, fire, all those costs are not part of closing roads and that sort of thing. That's not part of the rental fee, correct?
So in the backup, you'll see the rental fee, and then below you'll see the GFR and GPD fees
Right.
that are attached, yeah.
Right. So those exist outside the rental fee.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the rental fee is a usage fee. We've got hard numbers for police, fire, all that sort of thing that are going to be taken. We're not going to go in the hole on those things.
Repeat that, sorry?
We're not going to lose money on those things by changing the rental number.
No.
The police, fire, that's a fixed thing.
Yeah,
It's
and
its own
that
deal.
is an estimate that you see there because
Right.
it all depends on situationals.
Right, I just want to be clear about that. So if we don't rent it, when we don't rent it, we just don't have income. We just still have rental income, which is most of the time. I don't want to give it away. I want us to charge a very reasonable amount for it, but we're not going to have any revenue from it if we don't rent it. Right? I mean, it's
Correct.
not like we're doing something else. We are giving up some public good, not, as I have heard some folks say, the whole park. I've had people tell me, oh, we're going to fence off the whole park, nobody will be able to access it for 2 weeks. Well, that's not true. Just isn't true. Hasn't been true. So I want to make sure we dispel that rumor. We're talking about 7 days they're offering parts of the park to be fenced off. The children's area is wide open the whole time. That's accurate, right?
It will up until the date of the event, pending on, according to the information I was given on their main entrance, would restrict the entrance to the playground.
Okay.
With the change that I'm yet to review, I don't know yet.
Okay. I want us to be careful as well. I think I heard that we need a policy for renting all parks. Depot Park is not, Hogtown Creek Headwaters Park. They're very different sorts of things, and if we make a policy for that, then we're not being honest with ourselves. They're different things. Citizens Field is a different thing than Westside Park, et cetera. I know that makes it much more inconvenient, but Depot Park is its own thing. It exists as a thing that is very different. That's like if you go to New York, Central Park is a very different thing than one of the pocket parks in between buildings. We can't have a blanket rental for somebody who wants to have a birthday party at Hogtown Creek Headwaters Park as opposed to renting the spaces we're talking about at Depot Park. They're not the same thing. And I realize this is an enormous challenge to give staff. It's also an enormous opportunity for the community, and in many, many ways. And I know that we're up to it. I believe we're up to it. It is a different thing than we've asked of you before. And I want everybody to know I had a conversation with staff just a couple days ago. Same staff, but about an entirely different sort of project. So they've got so many balls in the air that it's really hard to keep them all spinning. I get it. But I'm counting on you to be able to really nail this. And we're going to keep our fingers crossed about COVID, but I feel like this is an opportunity we can't walk past. And I'm looking forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues with ideas and ways forward here, and from staff and the community. So thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I really like Tom Petty. I'm very excited about this event. I do have some very serious concerns. A few of them have been articulated, and a few of them have not. So as we were sitting here, we received some information from the county about their advisory and where we are because of what the new variant of COVID is doing in this community. But also there was an article that came out in the Becker's Hospital Review that I'd like to just take a second to just read. It's just a couple of sentences. The nationwide surge in COVID-19 cases will accelerate through the summer and autumn before peaking in mid-October, according to projections shared July 21st by the COVID-19 Scenario Modeling Hub, a consortium of researchers helping the CDC track the pandemic's trajectory. So that's a first concern. That literally when this event would be taking place, we might very well be in the surge. And as a person who has had very personal experience with it, having watched my father almost lose his life to it, it's something that I am very, very cautious of, and I want to make sure that my colleagues and I don't forget how very serious it is. Just this morning, I was in a meeting at 9 a.m. with a colleague who was at an event that was outside, and she couldn't attend the meeting in person because of the fear that someone at that event had been exposed to COVID. In Massachusetts, there were people that were at a park outside that were exposed. So I want to be very mindful that we're on a slippery slope when we start talking about how very serious this disease is and how it can so easily be transmitted. I also want to acknowledge something that we haven't touched on just yet, but I know some people in the audience are going to touch on it a little bit later. The park is an amazing, outstanding park. It has become one of the jewels of Gainesville. It's a destination. It's where everyone wants to go. But it's also right next to some neighboring communities. And so the idea that for 9 days or 7 days, however long, there will be increased noise, increased traffic, etc., that just come along with these types of events is a major point of concern. I have fielded a number of phone calls, had people stop me in the grocery store with some very legitimate concerns. I remember thinking to myself when this came across my desk, wow, what a shame that we no longer have access to the fairgrounds. Because to me, that's a wide open expanse. You can do what you want. You're far enough away from communities so that people aren't losing sleep. And I can imagine, as a musician myself, the amount of rehearsal time, the amount of setup time, and what actually goes into doing this right. But I also imagine the very real impact that it has on our neighbors. I love this event. Won't back down. Love it. You're talking to a fan, but you're also talking to someone who loves and respects the neighbors in this community. I want to find a way to do this in a way that balances that. I have no idea what that looks like at this point. But our neighbors here in Gainesville are very, very important. Being able to do these types of events is important to me. You may have a couple of years on me, Commissioner Ward, but I too remember when musical events very similar to this would come through town. As a matter of fact, my very first concert I went to was actually at the O'Connell Center. But I think we have some opportunities where the city's spaces may be able to house these. For me, being mindful and respectful, though, of how we do that in residential areas is of great concern for me. I believe I had a question for Alex. Alex, how many days would actually be devoted to rehearsal? How many days would neighbors be hearing sound? Would they be impacted in the times? What are you thinking in terms of that?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just Saturday and Sunday, just the 2 days. Maybe on Friday there'll be some line checking going on, what we call line checking, but music, not until Saturday and Sunday.
And the times of that music?
I'm sorry?
The times for that music?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, we will need to start line checking and doing some sound checking before the doors open. But we have doors opening at 1. Is that right, 1? I think normally we would want to start making noise maybe around 10 or 11 a.m. But it's something that we would work with the community on and make it reasonable. If we don't have to make noise early, we certainly will not.
So you're saying you would start at 10 a.m. and the concert would go on until what time that evening?
I believe the noise ordinances, we have to be no more music at 10:30 p.m. So when I say start making noise at around 10 or 11 a.m., and I wish Dan Merker, are you on this call?
Yeah, guys, I'm here.
Dan, can you talk through the build schedule and the line checks for monitors and getting the sound system up and running?
Yeah, we wouldn't need to make any noise until the end of the day Friday. Once we have all the production loaded in and the stage set up on Friday, we would have to fire the PA up and check everything. That could take up to 30, 45 minutes on late Friday afternoon. And that would be it. And then on Saturday and Sunday, those would be our show days. Gates open at 1 o'clock. We would probably load our headliner in at 9 or 10 a.m. and they would probably have a 1-hour sound check at 11. And then once the gates open at 1, the rest of our entertainment starts at 2 p.m. and ends at 10:30.
And that schedule is the same for both days?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
I think my next question is probably for Manager Feldman, or maybe even Roxy. Where's the parking for this event?
So there's very limited parking at Depot Park, as you know. There's overflow parking that is at the old RTS site, which is on the south side of the park. And then there are some other lots that are around the area. But an event like this, you'll probably see a lot of people parking in the downtown area, like at the parking garage, and walking down Main Street to the event.
Is there a way that that could actually be orchestrated by the city? Is that something that the city could help coordinate? Because one of my concerns is that a lot of people wanting to be close to the park, coming over, seeing that there is no parking, would just naturally kind of filter into the neighborhoods right next door.
So as we do with other events, football games and so forth. We, heavily police the area to make sure that parking doesn't occur and block people in. There are lawful spots in neighborhoods. Some are permitted through decals, some are just open. But we would handle it just like we've handled every other event, fest, football games.
Okay. So, time and place are a concern for me. Project is not a concern for me at all. I think it's wonderful. The idea is great. But I think the time, I heard Commissioner Sacco mention maybe next year, in the event that things have certainly gotten a lot safer in terms of COVID. But I have to be very honest, as popular and beloved as that park is, I am concerned about our neighbors that are right next door. Not sure what my colleagues may have to say in terms of potential alternate spaces, but my neighbors are a major concern. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go back to Commissioner A. Santos, to the commission, I fully intend to finish our afternoon agenda this afternoon. And then when we get done with that, we'll take as short of a meal break as possible, probably about 15 minutes, and get back to our evening agenda, because I want to keep going, and a lot of people have been around for those afternoon items the whole time. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that the city manager, or that we direct the city manager to move forward with the Tom Petty Full Moon Festival at Depot Park. The city manager also work with the festival on making a fee structure work, including sponsorship or other kind of methods that may be necessary to make the fees work. And that the event would also follow all CDC guidelines for events for our area, including local county city rules and orders.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, motion and a second. We will now open it up to public comment. And so what I'm going to do, folks, is alternate between folks in chambers here and the call-in folks so we can keep the area clean. So we'll start with anybody here with us today. And just introduce yourself for everybody. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jason Hedges. I'm the founder of the Tom Petty Birthday Bash, and so is my wife. And all of us in this community founded this. I grew up in Gainesville. My family goes back many generations. My family owned the first donut shop called Dixie Cream. And back during segregation, there were separate entrances for black folks. And my grandmother was the first one to say everyone enters through one door. And I'm very proud of that. And I had to just say that because I don't know when I'll ever get a chance to say that in front of our city. Tom Petty was my hero. I went to GHS. My dad also went there. He was everything to me. I started a band about a decade ago called Heavy Petty, which you may have heard of before. After Tom died in 2017, it was a shock to us and the entire world. And my band looked at the calendar and we noticed that his birthday was 2 weeks later, 2.5 weeks later. So we jumped up and we didn't have time to mourn. We just got to work. And we put on a fantastic free event for this town. And thousands of people came from around the country. Some people drove 1,000 miles and drove right back after it. There were tears, there was laughter, there was everything. After that, the fans made this happen. They wanted to come back the next year. They wanted to celebrate his birthday in his hometown where he was born. And so this turned into a multi-day music festival, free for our citizens and our people, inclusive at that park. And if you build it, they will come. And they have come. They have come. They've come from all around the world to see this event. They've come from almost every state in the United States. 6 countries around the world have come and have filled up our hotels. 90% of them were filled up. And our restaurants and our bars. And the spirit of him came alive. You could feel him those days. Him. We had volunteers coming in and helping us build this. And it's grown and it's grown and it's grown. And you can tell by the numbers it keeps growing. And in 2019, Adria Petty, hi Adria and Will Botwin, she reached out to me, and it was very exciting. She reached out to help build this festival and help us build this festival because she believed in it. So we started meeting with Red Light Management, and we were planning for 2020 festival, free festival, and of course COVID happened. So my wife Sarah and I spent our whole year putting the virtual festival, and you could tell it was an all-star cast, and it raised money for a lot of charities. And the charity we've always raised money for is the Arts and Medicine.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Hedges.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm afraid
You're
your time
welcome.
has expired, but
And that's actually where I work too. So every day,
Right on.
I've been on staff for 7 years, praying for patients.
Thank you. I got to ask it, and I just got to be fair to everybody with the time.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you being with us today and everything that you've done to,
Yeah.
to get the festival
Yeah.
to this point. I really do.
Thank you.
Do we still have Larry with us, or is it?
Yes, sir.
Larry, okay.
Line muted.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
My time has expired?
Yeah, yeah. You get three. Everyone gets. 3
Oh, it gets
minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
well, can I say one last thing, please?
Not really.
I'm in support of this.
I just have to be fair,
All right.
Jason. Yeah, I just have to be fair. I can't treat you differently from anybody else. Gotcha. Larry, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sam Wise on the line. Sam? Sam, if you're there, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air. Please go ahead.
So I'd like to read something off your website, Parks. Our vision is to be seen as the keepers and hosts of the places where nature, recreation, and culture meet, offering memorable experiences for all. And continuing on, this is your own park's homepage. There's no fee to visit most of the city's recreation and nature parks from dawn to dusk each day. If you're going to change Depot Park into something else that it's not, then you need to change its name. You're making it something that it isn't, which is for everybody to be able to attend, not have to pay a $25 cover and close it down so people can't have birthday parties or go out for a walk or jog on the trails. You're making it something that it was not intended to be by promoting it this way. How many free tickets, if you're going to insist on gating it at a minimum of $25, how many free tickets are going to go out to the community for people that can't pay? I know the mayor said you could go out and you could listen to it from a distance like you used to do at a different location. Well, have it at a different location where everybody can go listen to it free. Have it at the band shell at UF. That's an area that's designed for a large sound environment with bands coming and playing. The city has locations that can host this. There is no reason to close down the preeminent park that's meant for the people, not just the people that have the money that can get in to pay when you close it down for 7 to 9 days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we have the next speaker in chambers, please?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Robert Mounts. First, I want to address a suggestion on Facebook after my last presentation that because I recently downsized and moved to Hale Village, that I shouldn't, quote, impose his values on the city dwellers. And then it followed some laughable name calling, which I won't address. I'm a Gainesville native, born and raised, member of the church across the street, on its executive board, on several other boards, and still live and work in the city of Gainesville and its environs. So I have an absolute right, and I won't back down to speak on issues. On this issue, I'm in total agreement with Commissioner Duncan Walker, especially her concerns for the surrounding neighborhoods. You know I'm a neighborhood advocate, and the Porter's Quarters community suffers greatly already from Heartwood Soundstage, from events at the Depot Park, people in Kirkwood, people in Sugar Hill. They all have to bear up with this, and they don't get compensated for it. So I think the noise issue is really big. Amplified music is good, but if you could do it in the O'Connell Center or any event center that's enclosed, no problem with any of that, or even Florida Field. And secondly, I'm just opposed to it on the matter of principle of renting a public park or a portion of it for private gain. And if you're going to do that, you should recover more than your cost. You should get a percentage of the profits. Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Larry.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Cookie O'Brien is our next speaker. Cookie?
Hello. Thank you for listening to me. I just wanted to say three things. I'm not going to talk about COVID. I'm going to talk about number one. That was probably the grossest presentation of Tom Petty's life that I've ever heard. Number two, I don't understand. It's 2 months before the festival, and they didn't answer any questions. They have nothing locked down. I went to the festival in 2018, and 3 months before the festival, a free ticket, I was emailed lineups, I was emailed all the instructions, everything I needed to know. And this is fencing the park. You all have talked about that. You're going to eliminate so many people who were able to go to the festival before. And, you know, it's racially motivated. It's just terrible. I don't understand why these people are coming in, and then you cut Jason Hedges off, who founded the festival, who did a wonderful job and presented a free festival, included everyone. I don't know what these city leaders are doing. They're acting like a bunch of teenage groupies. It's disgusting. That's all I have to say. Don't close off the park. Allow free tickets, and let the people have fun. Share the love. This world is divided enough. Thank you. Adios.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker in chambers, please?
Hello. Thank you, commissioners and Mr. Mayor. It's great to see you all here in person. I am your Alachua County Tourism Manager, Jessica Hurov, and I also have the pleasure of working with Commissioner Hayes Santos on the Tourist Development Council, and before that with Commissioner Johnson, and deeply appreciate your participation and wise advice in that capacity. As you know, the past 15 months have been incredibly challenging for our community, our citizens, and people around the world. One of the most deeply impacted industry through COVID is tourism, our event producers, and the hospitality sector in general. Through this time, these groups have demonstrated to us their creativity, their resiliency, and their responsibility to keeping their workers and patrons safe, and keeping their doors open, and keeping their businesses going through a global pandemic. I know you all join me in being deeply impressed with our business community through this time, and we are also grateful for their service as they continue to keep their employees working. With the Tom Petty Festival, our community has the chance to support a transformative vision for the advancement of Gainesville as a major player in the music industry and as a destination known for its excellence, not only demonstrated on a football field, but demonstrated on our stages. The attendees for this proposed event will bring in well over $1 million in direct visitor spending to our businesses, restaurants, venues, and hotels. This economic impact is desperately needed by the businesses and the jobs that they support. The county stands at the ready to support our cultural community and annually budgets $1 million in grant funding administered through my office to support our nonprofit arts, nature, and cultural organizations for their tourism generating events and programs produced in their independently managed venues and attractions. We are excited for the advancement of this project in support of the rich musical history advanced by our multiple Rock and Roll Hall of Fame musicians, including Mr. Bo Diddley and, of course, Mr. Tom Petty. Past Tom Petty festivals have attracted thousands of patrons from over 40 states. And importantly, Like Fest, which I may add has grown through city support for the past 16 years.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you being with us.
I have more, but thank you.
Feel free to email. Let's see, Larry, back to you.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Maureen Leslie to be followed by Mary Lou Hildreth and Armando Grundy Gomez. Maureen?
Hello. Maureen Leslie, that is. I am calling to say yes to Tom Petty, yes to music, yes to the band, but not in Depot Park. We have partnerships. We have a strategic partnership with US. We maybe have a partnership with the county. Somehow the county gave away our fairgrounds to the US Army, which I don't think really needs the charity. But perhaps we could leverage those relationships and those strategic partnerships to maybe place some of the brunt of the wonderful activities that Gainesville is planning onto someone other than the people that live and have homes in the center of Gainesville. For one, perhaps maybe we could have it at UF. I don't understand why that hasn't been discussed. I heard the parks person say that she's afraid this might be a super spreader event, so let's put it right in the center of our town. Or maybe we could move it out to the edge of the town. Or maybe we could put it at UF where they have good controls and they have their own police force and they have their own, they can decide to vent something off without hearing from all of us. Perhaps they can not subject everyone in the center of town from the money-making of private entities. It's just really hard for me to understand the motivation here. And I love Tom Petty. He was one of like 6 cassette tapes that I played in my car in high school. And yes, I'm that old. I partied at the Hill House more than once. I am a big fan of Tom Petty. And like Commissioner Duncan Walker, I think that this is not an appropriate time or place for this venue to happen. And the insult that is added to the injury is the fence and the tickets. It just seems like the city is taking the side of power and money consistently over and over again over the citizens who show up, speak against it, get ignored, and have to show up again. It's really getting old. And, yeah, you know, if you vote for this, then you're just going to be drawing a brighter line between the haves and the have-nots in our community. And good luck with that.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
thank you. Okay, can we have our next speaker in chambers, please?
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
I'm hoping I can make my 3 minutes. I've never done it before, but let's try it. To all of the honorable city management and to any other city officials that are involved, we, the cooperatives of Porter's Quarters, were meeting to discuss our community empowerment strategy when we were made aware of the plans to position the Tom Petty Festival at Depot Park. Although, just like you, we enjoy the music of Mr. Petty, and I validate his daughter's amazing rendition about him, we're here on purpose today to voice our objection of the location for this event. The presentation showed on the site plan that we were not even validated that we existed, though we are right behind the border of the project, of the event. So we're here to unanimously request the festival be positioned in an area that will be farther away from porter's quarters family units, or any family unit really. We in the quarters are up close and personally aware of the negative effects that noise of this caliber or this level creates. It is becoming commonplace for the porter's quarters families to experience frequent noise invasion. In addition to that, traffic bottlenecks at the local eateries are becoming commonplace as well. As you're fully aware, the festival of this genre is designed to attract the culture of the college students and their affiliates. And therefore, this proposal speaks volumes to us in Porter's Quarters of your ultimate plan to gentrify the Porter's Quarters community. So I refuse to stand here and rehearse mundane bullet points of the why nots. The city is fully aware of them, and you have been for many years. But again and again, this city selfishly chooses more money projects over what is good for the city as a whole. We stand before you today in the strength, resilience, and resounding appeal of our forefathers and foremothers. Yes, some 245 years later, we are still standing here before the city gates, contending and insisting on our inalienable rights, that we should have a quiet and peaceable life as well. I am going to go to my last paragraph. Again and finally, I hope you understand, we do not deny that this event and this genre is not a great, amazing part of the economy for our city. And with the appropriate required safeguards, they do benefit our communities. However, our recommendation still stands today. The Tom Petty Festival, as grand as it seems to be, should be reimagined for a more rural location where family-oriented communities are not affected.
Thank you.
Respectfully submitted to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for
great on
hearing
the
us.
time, and thanks for sticking with us all
Thank you,
afternoon. Larry, back to you.
Yes, sir. Mary Lou Hildreth on the line. Mary Lou?
Yeah, hi, Larry. Hi, Mayor Poe and Commission. Been with you all day. Wow, I just kind of got blown away by the last few speakers. I'm going to say that I totally support this. I'm from South Florida, and as Commissioner Adrian Santos, sorry, Commissioner Adrian, I always get that wrong. You know, there's plenty, we have medieval festivals. We send things off all of the time. And this is perfect for economic development, the TDC beds and heads, making us a, maybe not premier, you know, it's one thing to have a headliner at the football stadium, but it's another thing to have these types of programs in a beautiful park. It's a temporary thing, but that wasn't even why I called. I just got a little upset with some of these prior callers. But, and yes, it is an inconvenience, but it's temporary. And to Alex, I wanted to say this. As far as giving back to the community, I would also like to see a lot of our music venues, Heartwood, High Dive, the Woolly, UC, whoever, that really suffered during COVID, is somehow they partnered with them as well. I mean, St. Francis, Grace Marketplace, 352 GRC, all those things are great too, but also somehow to benefit our local music venues by giving them a breadcrumb or having somebody there after hours, you know, after 11 or whatever. And that was just my idea in my head why I called. But I totally support this. We need things downtown. I know COVID's an issue, and I appreciate all your debates. Thank you.
Okay, can we add the next speaker in chambers, please?
Hi everyone, Stephanie Bales from the Cave Museum. How are y'all doing today? First of all, I've got to tell you what an incredible job you all do listening to what you listen to. You know, I commend you for the service that you give to our city, so thank you. Real quick, history of Cade involvement. we've kind of been a staging area for the concert in the past. I will let you know that when a festival or a concert of this magnitude comes, it shuts us down. We have, no one comes to the museum. Families don't want to come. And it's hard for anyone to think of it as a destination when there are a lot of people there. That being said, this is such an important event that for us, financially, it's about a $32,000 impact in terms of revenue, leading and trailing the event. And so, we can't make that up. We're not like fully funded, right? We don't get money from the Cade family. We don't get money from Gatorade. UF doesn't support us. We have to find that in different ways. And so, Alex came and said, well, we'll rent your location for VIPs. I gave them the number. I said, it's going to be $32,000. And they came back and they said, that's a lot. I said, well, that's our cost. But you know what? If you will help us with community engagement, if you will help us fulfill our mission to inspire the kids in our community, then we can negotiate all day long. And these guys have come to us and they said they'll work with us to create events where we can get our kids in front of world-class talent and give them an opportunity to connect to a story that this city has and give them the opportunity to dream and be something other than they know right now. Everyone's talking about the economic impact, but we have a real opportunity to get Gainesville on the map and bring people that our community would never have come otherwise. And these guys have promised, you're on the hook, you are on the hook, to help us connect our community with this talent. Imagine what we can do with that over the years. And so I hear the economic story. I'm going to assume we're going to take care of COVID and we'll react properly to that. But what I see is an opportunity to create a musical heritage, a new musical narrative that can inspire everyone. And so that's why we're for it and would love to see it happen. And thank you for your time.
Larry, back to you.
Mayor Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Grundy Gomez.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the one thing I had a question about that I wanted to hear from was Roxy was going through a presentation and somehow you just stomped or walked over her. And I wanted to get a question if we could find out what is going to be the total cost of this event? Because that's number one. I heard her presenting about, firefighters and police, but there's got to be a total cost of what this is going to cost. That's number one. And then the other thing that comes into play earlier this week, we had one of your colleagues on the dais talking about they want to make it mandatory for folks that work for the city of Gainesville to either be vaccinated or lose their job. But we seem to be concerned about that. But then you want to have a super spreader event in the middle of it, not to mention a segregated event. And then, Mr. Mayor, to my commissioner from District 1, we should be not just concerned about our own neighbors, nearby or quarters or whoever, but the welfare and health being of everybody. This just makes no sense. To my commissioner, the very employees that you come into contact with everybody, you have to look at them and say to them, I want you to either have this done or you're going to lose your job. But, oh, by the way, we're just going to forget about it and have the Delta variant festival because we want to celebrate the life of Tom Petty. Yes, he's a phenomenal musician. He was a phenomenal musician, absolutely. But this is a segregated event. Let's not kid ourselves. This is not going to be everybody comes. This is going to be for white folks, and they're going to be charging tickets. This isn't inclusive. Get out of here. Now, Mr. Hedges was talking about inclusion, but to the very neighbors that's surrounding it, and you ask the manager, the commissioner asked the manager where folks are going to park in the neighborhoods. That's where they're going to park. Rest assured. And where's the police officers going to be? Well, maybe to and fro, but it'll take a long time if there's not violence happening because we're also having shootings. So I don't know. Maybe that will happen too. So, it's interesting that one of the commissioners that seems to be caring about the people that work in City Hall every day and want them to lose their jobs, but has no problem with a super spreader event. really rich. And Mr. Mayor, stop walking over Roxy. That's not cool. Shame on you.
Okay, can we have the next speaker in the chambers, please? Ms. Gonzalez, if I walked over you, I apologize. I certainly did not intend to. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Let me know if I do, please. Roxy.
Thank you, guys. My name is Chris Nixon. I've served as a volunteer leader and co-founder, producer, and liaison to the Petty family and management for the Tom Petty Birthday Bash from its inception. A misunderstanding is that it was just a fan festival. It was actually done in complete conjunction with Tom Petty's own chosen management group, East End Management. Tony Demetriadis and Mary Klauser. Also included were his brother Bruce Petty, his wife Dana Petty, Adria Petty, and their entire team. And when we described to them the vision that we had to have a free festival in Gainesville open to the entire public, what I did when I was describing it to them is I lifted language directly out of the Depot Park website and the Power District Reinvestment Plan as I described it to them. They were very clear that they were completely in favor of keeping this festival free, just like the Mudcrutch festivals that were happening when I was a kid running around in Gainesville. I don't know if anybody else here grew up with Tom Petty. I might be the only person in the room, but I had the opportunity to live with him in the summers, and my family and their family have been the closest of friends up until the day he died. As a matter of fact, it was very sad, but his brother made his very first call to my dad when Tom had passed away, and he has been a huge supporter of the Tom Petty Birthday Bash. I'm very happy that you guys are impressed with Alex's presentation, because it is a carbon copy of what we gave to them for how to do an event at Depot Park, with the exception that we never were in favor of fencing Depot Park for any amount of time from the community that surrounded it. When we were doing the Tom Petty and one of the other differences is we just drew more people. You heard from the numbers, there were more people at the Tom Petty Birthday Bash than the tickets they're going to sell. And when you add that to the other event that they shut down in order to establish this one, the Heartwood event, another excellent event that was a ticketed event, you add that together, there was far more citizens here from far more places that were present for this event than what they're planning by fencing off the Depot Park and charging tickets for it. When we were planning the Tom Petty Birthday Bash and we were looking at the stated purposes of Depot Park, it was to provide to the public programs and events that engage all ages, ethnicities, genders, and socioeconomic backgrounds. And that informed the entire process of how we did this thing. By the way, the Tom Petty Birthday Bash, if it were still allowed to exist, we would have already announced that we were not going to have the event this year because of the COVID surge. Just already, we don't feel like that would be a responsible thing. Another thing, according to the agenda item, we did not hire Red Light Management. We did not ask for their help. We did not ask them to reach out. We were doing this just fine by ourselves. And as you see, and as stated, the event has grown every year. I would ask the commission to vote no on fencing off our flagship park for profit event.
Larry, back to you.
Mayor Debbie Martinez on the line. Debbie?
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I just want the people listening at home and the city commission to understand the pandemic is not the main issue here. It's the location. The late 60s and early 70s, I attended many rock concerts at UF and on the outskirts of town, away from neighborhoods. Idea that the city would contemplate a multi-day outdoor amplified music event in the middle of our city, surrounded by multiple neighborhoods, is outrageous. Residents will be negatively impacted and affected by all the loud, blaring, amplified noise, the traffic, and large numbers of people walking through their neighborhoods. Predominantly African-American neighborhoods. Don't they matter too? I say no for this. We need to find another location. This is not the location, this event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Mark Sexton, Communications at the county. One thing I want to point out about the pandemic is we are certainly keenly aware of what's going on, as you all are. And one of the things that demonstrates the commitment that this group has is they are willing to take the risk to do it this year. You can be absolutely confident that if the county and the city say this isn't happening, it's not going to happen. And they have committed to us on that and to you. But what they need is a commitment for 2 years. They are willing to continue to do all this work on the off chance that they can get this thing up this year. But if they can't, they need the guarantee that all this work won't be for granted. And they need the commitment that they will be able to do it next year. You know, I have lived, worked, and played in the downtown for over 40 years. I'm the former president of the Gainesville Downtown Owners and Tenants Association. I served on your CRA advisory board, the the Downtown Redevelopment Advisory Board. And in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, we were having these conversations. How do we get festivals to come to downtown? How do we become like Austin, like Athens, like St. Augustine, like Muscle Shoals, Alabama, like progressive and interesting cities around the United States? So how do we do it? We find a group like this who's willing to invest the time and money and effort to get it done. You know, so here we are, 20 years later from when I was deeply involved in downtown redevelopment. I look what you all and the manager are doing right now, and it's exciting. You are moving into another renaissance in the downtown. You've got the Hyatt going up. Your plans for Lot 10 are very exciting. Depot Park is amazing. The Cave Museum, the county used over $1 million in tourism dollars to help get the Cave Museum out of the ground. So it is amazing what's happening. And what this event is going to do is shine a national and international spotlight on the Power District, on downtown. And, you know, all I can say is that the county is willing to work. But I think if I'm hearing Alex correctly, they have been working on this for a couple months, trying to navigate the process. Somebody asked why they were just now getting the word out on this. They don't have a venue yet. They can't be advertising this event until they get a venue. And, you know, as far as the neighborhoods go, sympathy for that, but this is a replacement event. There are already these events happening. So I would urge you to support this event. It'll be great for downtown, and the county is certainly willing to put their dollars into it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Larry.
Mayor, Betty Smokvitas on the line. Betty?
Yeah, thanks so much. First of all, Commissioner Duncan Walker stole my thunder because I had in my written comment said this is not the time and this is not the place. And even after listening to all of the commentators, I still believe it's really not the time. I honestly think that some of the city leaders just don't get it. You really should not be packed in that room wearing flimsy masks. I'm not there with you because I'm fearful. And that beast is already mutating. It's changing. And the fact that you're having this conversation, as dynamic as it seems, tells me that you don't understand what is happening right now and what you can expect in 2 months. I really don't think it's the time. Second, I am one of the neighbors. I'm not in Porter's. I'm not in Spring Hill. I'm not immediately nearby. But I want to describe to you what it was like at the last Tom Petty concert. I'm at 0.7 miles from Depot Park. My windows were rattling inside my bedroom. I could not escape the noise. At 12:30, 1:45, you know, screeching guitars is not something that's easy to tolerate. I don't call that an inconvenience, as someone said in the past. It's really, really bothersome. I called the police, and the police told me that they were overwhelmed with all kinds of issues.
coming out of the last Tom Petty concert, and they told me that there was nothing that they could do about it. It is more than an inconvenience. It is really, it can be a health hazard. And what you're proposing now is even bigger. I really think if you're going to hold this event, and I don't think you should do it this year, but I understand why you would want to celebrate the life of and the art and the music of a Gainesville native. I really think you should be moving it either to the university, even the football stadium, anywhere. Even there it's going to be bothersome, but find some place, some venue that is not going to be a terrible disruption to the neighbors. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please. Whoever's ready. We certainly are ready for you. Welcome.
Hi, Melanie Bauer. I am concerned about parking, but I want people to know that when I gave my bus tours previously, most of the people that I gave tours to, they're from out of town. So they're going to be taking Lyft and Uber. And they will also carpool because they realize there isn't a lot of parking. I think this is an economic boon to downtown Gainesville. Everything's moving west, Celebration Point, all that, the fairgrounds. We need to revitalize downtown, and this will demonstrate that downtown has something to offer. Also, Tom Petty's an East Side boy. He doesn't know anything about the West. That was not even developed when he lived here. His father had a store in Southeast Gainesville, and he talks about playing with little black kids. Everybody he played with while he was at his father's store in Southeast Gainesville was African American, and then he went home and he wondered, why is my neighborhood all white? He couldn't figure that out as a little kid. And then when integration came, one of the first black families moved in next door to him. And those were scary times because, in the lower income areas, there was a lot of clashing and different values or heritage, let's say. But the Petty family welcomed this family, and a person who's a well-known woman now talks about jumping up and down on Tom Petty's bed. They were welcoming to African-American people, possibly because his grandmother was a full-blooded Native American, and the family was run out of Georgia because people insulted her and left and went to Marion County. So in terms of racial and integration and caring about their neighbors, not caring about their skin color, the Petty family is very welcoming, and I don't think I'm wrong, but the granddaughter, who he said he's going to stop touring to get to know better, she's biracial, and that's going to be his only granddaughter. That's the only one he's ever met. I don't think he's having any more. So he is, the whole family was very oriented to welcoming African Americans. In terms of Porter's the speakers will be facing away, so I would hope that Porter's isn't affected. Now, it may affect the Southeast. I live across from the Thelma Bolton, and so I'm used to loud music and possibly rattling windows. So I'm not a fan of it, but I know people are having a good time, and I know it's temporary. And I don't, it's just part of something you have to put up with once in a while. And I love Tom Petty, and I hope that we do have this weekend here, and it's in downtown.
Thank you. Larry?
Sharon Bauer next, Mayor. Sharon? Sharon, are you there? Let me go to the next speaker, Mayor Nathan Scott, and we'll try to get back to Sharon. Nathan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hear me? Yes. Good evening, Nathan Scott. So I wanted to echo the concerns of the four neighbors that spoke at the podium. They expressed concerns, and rightfully so, about the noise and the intrusion on their community. I think that the location for this event is not appropriate. I think the event is good in itself. So I want to echo the other speaker about there needs to be a more appropriate location for the event. Mayor Pell, I don't think your Duck Pond constituents are going to be too happy with their windows rattling and all the noise from this event. But this is another situation where the city is being asked to put profit before neighbors. So I really think that it needs to be reconsidered from that lens. The other thing is there's been numerous shootings and violent crime in the city. I think that needs to be addressed. Obviously, there'll be additional security required for this event. Again, not really the best location for it because it propagates noise throughout the city. But also, just wanted to, mention the fact that, again, the event's well intended, but there are COVID concerns. If the COVID concerns are as alarming as they are to the commission, then certainly this is not the right time to have the event. Until the Delta numbers, according to you guys, are free falling, maybe the concert shouldn't happen. I mean, if you want to entertain giving them some surety that you'll have the concert for a period of time, next couple of years, by all means, that may be good. I think location still becomes an issue. But even the comments on the Facebook streaming seem to point out some hypocrisy associated with this. The commission is very concerned about COVID, claims to be concerned about neighbors, but then goes to approve things that stand in direct opposition to that. So again, if COVID is such a concern to the commission where you want to mask everyone and everything else, then why are you entertaining having a concert until the Delta number variants start free falling, to quote Tom Petty? So that's just my 2 cents. But I do want to echo those neighbors that came to the podium and spoke. I think there were 4 of them that I spoke to earlier today. They're very concerned about the noise, and rightfully so, in their neighborhood. And I think the commission should start respecting neighbors and community rather than entertaining commercial events. Thank you.
Okay, could I have the next speaker? And please, we don't allow any cheers or jeers. We want everyone to feel welcome to spread their mind without any fear of being sort of targeted. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Tom Miller. I've been in the arts and entertainment community here for 3 decades and a little longer. And just in terms of COVID, Florida's the worst. We're the worst one. I don't know if you read the paper, but we are the worst one. On that basis alone, I think I would deny it. But the other things that confuse me are, based on the agenda item, I thought we were kind of coming in here to talk about this idea of changing the parameters for Depot Park and fencing. And somehow that's ended up being whether or not we're going to approve a 2-year plan for an out-of-town organization to come in and run things. I heard from Mr. Nixon here that they weren't exactly hired by the former people who put the event on, but that's not what it says in the agenda item. So I'm not sure what we're talking about directly. I'm not sure, it's very vague how it's written. I think there are mistakes in the agenda item. I think COVID's a bad time to do an event like this if you're the worst one of the whole country. And on all of those bases, I would consider asking you all to vote no. But I would also consider the idea that this has always been, and that is the Tom Petty birthday bash, once again as described in your own agenda item. That's not what this event is. This is a different event, different organizers, and it should be a community event. And if it's going to be in one of our parks, it should be free. It should have a free component. You said that it was very successful, and it grew in success, up to 7,000 people. They were saying that only 6,000 were going to come to this new and bigger deal. And finally, I'd like to say, for anybody that doesn't know it, Gainesville is a musical leader. We may not have the Rolling Stones coming through here on a regular basis, but I'm in the music and arts community, and we're innovators. We put music out to the rest of the world. We're already that. We don't need somebody from out of town to come in and organize us. We're doing a really good job as it is. Thank you.
Okay, Larry, back to you.
Mayor, we're going to try again with Sharon Bauer. Sharon, if you're there, please go ahead.
Thank you. So Depot Park was created for the African American community. Spring Hill to the east and Porter's to the west. And now they become parking lots because the city is marketing it to the west side. This is not the place. You're not only going to deprive them of access to park, but subject them to noise. Put it somewhere else. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker in chambers, please. Anybody else here with us want to speak?
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, hello again. My apologies for the cadence of my speech. I'm having some lung issues and I just can't breathe. The Gainesville Music History Foundation's charge is to promote and preserve Gainesville music history. I was privileged to produce over 30 shows with Tom's band Mudcrutch in the 1970s here in Gainesville, giving Tom the opportunity to play his original music rather than just being a cover band in frat houses and bars and playing in front of thousands of adoring fans here in town. We therefore strongly support this event, which is truly the only current event in Gainesville preserving Gainesville music history. We have felt since the first year of the event that it should be the result of a coordinated effort to ensure its success and longevity. We always wanted the involvement of the Petty estate, and it has taken this long for them to arrange their affairs to take the Tom Petty weekend under their wing, and we are thrilled that they have done so and fully support their effort. This is a fantastic opportunity with the Petty legacy representing the estate and red light management to firmly put Gainesville on the map as a destination for the best representation of rock and roll music history in the country. As a side note, we have sponsored and planned to put the Tom Petty historic marker in Tom Petty Park this year during the event, and we'll be part of the event. And we've tried for the last 3 years to do that, so we're really looking forward to doing that this year. And it's being founded as we speak. Years ago in '74, we did a show in Westside Park. We did the show because Tom came to us and the band was broke and all they wanted to do was go to California. So we did a show in Westside Park. The city didn't charge us a penny to do it. We charged for the tickets and we gave all the money to Tom. 3 days later, he went to California. The rest is history. So we support this and we'd like to see this be done. We'd like to see the Petty legacy folks handle it as a coordinated effort to make this the definitive rock and roll event in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Larry, back to you.
Tana Silva is next, Mayor. Tana?
Yes, thank you. Gainesville is all about music and has been forever. I mean, the Dunbar Hotel, which is just a block from me, housed musicians of national renown during days of segregation. I don't see how, this changing this event to, have a lot of people coming from wherever to buy tickets and fencing off the park is going to change the history of Gainesville music. My big concern is the precedent of selling out our parks for private events and private gain. I think that's a really bad idea. I mean, that's not why people voted for wild spaces, public places. And apparently from the agenda items, it looks like voting yes on this would open up or instructing the city manager to go ahead and allow closing off any parks, and including for ticketed events. I'm curious too why someone would say that we don't have enough things to do. In a year before, before last year, there were so many events that people had to spend a lot of time planning, around each other, to make sure that they weren't tripping over each other to get events planned. So what is this going to do? We're going to not only fence off the parks, but also the out-of-town, out-of-state producers and promoters are going to be competing with our local people who have their events. The references to the fest bring to mind that the fest happened and started with small venues, just as Tom Petty himself did. And that is the focus of fest has been in small venues, bands, local bands, headliner bands from everywhere in the small venues. And those people fill the hotels too. And they take over the Bo Diddley Plaza for, I think in the past 2 or 3 years they did, but with ticketed events, but that's not a problem. I mean, that's what it's there for. To take over Depot Park or any of our parks for paid events is just not, I just don't think that's respectful to the people who paid for them and the people who enjoyed them. And as far as putting Gainesville on the map, well, that's like Colliers International saying we're going to market Gainesville to the world. No, please don't.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
City,
Yep, thank you. Could
and
we
it's great.
have the next speaker in the chambers, please?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Hope Shikama. Thank you so much for listening to all of this. You guys put up with a lot of stuff, and thank you for all of you kind of welcoming this activity, even though everybody may not vote for it. I believe that what you're doing is, one thing I was afraid of is that we would kind of scare these people away, okay? And what has happened with, what I see as happens with Petty Legacy and Red Light is that they're attempting to bring things together somewhat in Gainesville. And some of you know the history of all that, and I don't think I want to go into all of the details of it. But right now, it's kind of clear to me that it's pretty important for you guys to act. I've been talking to Alex. He's under tremendous pressure right now to either cut this thing loose or go away. And what I'm caution you is that we don't want to chase these guys away. They're capable of doing something more than either the Hedges or Hartwood in this particular case. They have the firepower to bring in national acts. They really can contribute, I think, to the community. So I think if you would kind of focus on where you would like them to give back to the community, if you can focus on giving them a welcome, if you can focus on right now straightening out the fee structure for the rental of the park, I would say that one thing that's happening is that Alex is under the gun to either announce this thing or not announce it. Okay. I don't want this to go into another place. I think it's really important that we kind of embrace the situation. And I believe that, given more time, Alex would have probably been talking to the neighbors, et cetera, and doing, the kind of cultivation that needs to be done. I'm hoping that we can put all this together for the communities and, honestly, for Gainesville. So, thank you.
Thank you. Larry, back to you.
Mayor, Paula is our next speaker, and followed by David Ruiz and Brian O'Brien. Paula?
Hello. Thank you for accepting my call. My comment is this. I don't think it's the right time or the right place, and especially not the right place because there isn't the infrastructure to support that, especially during the pandemic. If you're planning a wedding for the venue down there, they cannot guarantee parking for even 150 people. So how are you going to have parking, you don't have the parking to support that. You would have to rely on all kinds of public transportation, and not just for one night, but several nights. And after people have been exposed to each other and riding the same buses together and things like that. So it's definitely not the right place. The stadium or the fairgrounds or someplace else would be better at a different time. But please take that into consideration because it's not the right time, not the right place. Thank you. Have a good night. Goodbye.
The next person in chambers, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Stutz. Thank you for listening to me. I am the largest neighbor of this. Our assets are north of the park, and overall, I support the idea of the Petty Fest happening at the park. I support hundreds of businesses through our own actions, and downtown is struggling. So anything that happens downtown that brings economic stimulus, I'm a fan of. But I would like to say, I wasn't informed of this until today, and we're the largest neighbor. We also are the ones that can provide parking and things like that for it. And I feel like this is being rushed personally, and by giving it next year and engaging this organization, which seems to have their act together, that might be a more prudent decision. Then you could see a proper traffic mitigation plan, proper parking plan. The community can be informed more of what's happening and give more input to it. Continually for the last 3 events, they've shut down Depot Avenue, which affects access to our properties and the businesses that are on it. And we've protested it every year, and every year it's happened anyway. And we've been told, well, you can just come in from the east. Well, you can't, because Southeast 2nd becomes completely blocked out through traffic. I think this could be an amazing event if it's really planned well. And that's my opinion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Larry, back to you.
David Ruiz, Mayor, followed by Brian O'Brien. David?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is David Ruiz. As a local supporter, volunteer, and advocate for the arts, I did definitely attend the first 2 years they had it, where it was a live event at Depot Park. I support it happening. My only issue is I do not agree with it being ticketed or gated off. If organizers insist on that, then I believe the rightful place for it should be the Bo Diddley Plaza. And I definitely still believe that it does bring a variety of people to our downtown and to our community, beds and heads with the hotels and everything, and as economically. But it should definitely keep the essence of being free, as the first year, I believe, from the ones that I've attended, was my favorite one, because you could see in the audience themselves how diverse and how age difference, everything was there. Everybody was there. It was a free event, and it was really a community celebration of his birthday, of his life, achievements, etc. And I feel like it should keep that same theme, that same culture. But yeah, if it's going to be a ticketed and gated event, I wholeheartedly believe that it should be appropriately put at the Bo Diddley Plaza, where, example, for where the fest have done in the past. And that's all I have on the issue today.
Next speaker in chambers, please. Anybody else here that wants to talk that hasn't had a chance yet? Alex, you've had lots of chances.
I was wondering if I was allowed to say a few things that have been discussed.
We still have folks online, and if I have more commissioners that have points, if they have any questions for you, they can ask them. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I wasn't going to say anything, but I know my husband got cut off.
So I'm Sarah Hedges. I'm also a founder of the Tom Petty Birthday Bash with my husband, and I support the Tom Petty event. I mean, we were the ones who created it. That's why we're all talking about it today. We've been working with Red Light since January of 2020. Like Jason said, they contacted us to ask how they could help us and support us in our community. We were very excited about it. And then we started talking about the 2021 festival this past March. And from our very first conversations with them, they agreed that it would be a free event for everybody. And that was what we were very excited about because they shared the same mission as us. They wanted to see it for the community of Gainesville, for everyone to be involved in it. And so we continued to work with them for months and months to move forward to make this amazing event happen. Just about probably 3 weeks ago at a meeting with Lee Feldman and Roxy is when we learned that it was now going to be a paid event, fully paid event, and fenced off event. I am in support of the Tom Petty Festival, but I would prefer to see it stay free. We were able to make the festival work the past 2 years that we did it with a free festival and having a special VIP ticket for people that could afford more. And that money that we raised was able to help the arts and medicine program. That's with Shands, which I did see today on their PowerPoint that I guess Arts and Medicine Shands is no longer a charity with this festival. That's the first we've heard of it as well. In 2018, we actually started a music and medicine fund directly with Shands, and we have been able to raise over $50,000 from the money that we have raised from the festival. So we are local people that have put this festival on year after year. We've had countless volunteers. We live here, we'll be here before the festival, and we'll be here after the festival. And so we would love to be able to be a part of a festival, be partners of a festival where at least it remains free for this year, because that's what we were promised, and that's what we promised other people. That's what we promised sponsors. And a question is, where's the local aspect? What local bands do they have? My husband's band, Heavy Petty, can easily bring 6,000 people to Bo Diddley Plaza, and as far as we know, they don't have a spot reserved for them yet. What other local acoustic artists are they bringing? What local food vendors are they bringing? What local alcohol are they working with? As far as we know, they've hired outside people to do that. We've worked incredibly hard with these people, and we'd love to see it come to life with all of our visions together, and we hope we can move forward together. So we'll see what happens after we speak today. So thanks.
Thank you, Larry, back to you.
Brian O'Brien, Mayor, followed by Carol Gordon. Brian?
Thank you, Larry. Commissioners and Gainesville, Alachua County folks, I'd just like to say I'm very pleased that I got to hear from Sarah Hedges and Jason Hedges before Mayor Poe cut him off, because they're the ones that really know the bottom line here. And having attended the first festival, which they worked so hard to put together at Heartwood, they can see how fast it's growing. And it didn't surprise me a bit to hear that Lee Feldman is the one that came up with the idea of fencing and paying. You know, Tom Petty, great. Festival, great, but not fencing off a city park. If Tom Petty is hearing these words that you're going to fence off the park the people of Gainesville paid for, he's rolling in his grave. Warning to the concert promoters and the Petty family that this grab by the city to commercialize and twist everything for their own purpose will be abused. If we set the precedent of fencing off a park, it'll be used against the residents who have paid. Last year, Mr. Poe closed the park, said it was for people with disabilities to fix the paving. It wasn't 2 months later they closed the park for a private event, only for people that could pay big dollars to attend. So the abuse of the residents of Gainesville and Alachua by this current mayor should not be allowed to taint this wonderful festival. I would suggest possibly Micanopy down there at Camp McConnell have a location that could be something that Tom would do if he's going to have a crowd that big. He'd have it in a place where it wasn't going to bother folks, and he certainly wouldn't fence people out of their own park. That's just absurd. And I appreciate every bit of it that's trying to do the right thing, but during COVID, it's complicating it even more than the normal twist that our little mayor sitting there in the middle of the podium puts on things. Thank you, folks. Keep the faith.
Next speaker in chambers, please. Anybody else here to speak to this item? Once? Twice? Okay, Larry, back to you.
Mayor, we have 2 callers remaining on the line, Carol Gordon and a caller who gave her name as Electra. Carol.
Thank you for taking my call. I've been listening to most of this item from home, and unless I may have missed a speaker or two, what I heard was every single person who has a financial interest in the birthday bash made absolutely no mention of COVID whatsoever. I attended the first bash when it was free. I've attended every one since. Absolutely love them. But I do feel we have to, during previous years, there was absolutely, not that I knew of anyway, no discussion about the impact on surrounding neighborhoods. And it's certainly past time to take them into account. I do hope we keep the birthday bash. We do have to be mindful of our neighbors. I think it needs to be moved. I know it's a great boon to downtown businesses, and I think the downtown is the heart of any city. I don't prefer to see it moved out of downtown, but I think it makes sense to do so, number one, out of respect for the neighborhoods. And number two, my recollection is that the first bash was about 2,000 people. And it's my understanding that it's grown to about 6,000. You can't fit 6,000 people anywhere downtown, and not even on the community plaza. There'll be tremendous spillover. And I completely agree with having the birthday bash. I love it. I'd like us to keep it someplace. But it needs to be moved out of downtown. So I think that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Larry, next caller.
Electra is the last caller we have on the line. Go ahead.
Hello. I was part of the first and third festivals. We broadcast live to the world so everyone could tune in to the free festival to celebrate Tom's life. Jason, Chris, and Sarah made the festival accessible, and they ran it with the right motivations. And we're in the middle of a deadly virus outbreak. Totally inappropriate to have a large public event now. We don't know when it will be safe, but we know it is not right now, and it will not be in October, and people will be congregating, not wearing masks, and exposing each other to the virus. And I was involved in the festival. I know that these people ran it properly. They made it free. They used local bands and other independent artists that need the money and the exposure. And Tom was all about supporting people and their profits. The corporation and the state are not holding those same values, and I think Tom would be ashamed. The famous bands have plenty of money and exposure, and we don't, it's exciting to think about bringing them here, but that's not the spirit of this festival. They can do that another time, and they can use a different venue, but I don't think this is appropriate at all. Thank you.
That's our last speaker, Mayor.
Okay, anybody else in chambers last time? Okay, we'll turn back to the commission. Commissioners, I'm just gonna keep going. If y'all at any point need to go grab a bite to eat or whatever, take a break, just do it. But we've got a lot of business. I'm just gonna keep going through the agenda. Commissioner Sacco.
Mayor, I'm going to start really quick. We don't own UF. We don't operate UF. We can't tell UF to use their fields for anything. Please stop suggesting that. We can't tell UF where to do things. That is not an option for this body to decide. Second, the one reason I actually approve of tickets in this situation, especially because of this, tickets form a small contract between you and the vendor. Therefore, if you don't want to wear your mask, if you don't want to comply with rules, if you get unruly, don't obey any of the policies, you can get kicked out without involving the police, without having the whole wide range of constitutional rights you normally have that the city would have to enforce and prove. Tickets make it a lot easier to enforce crowds. Second, we're not giving away the park. We're not saying you can close off the park and deny people access for free. They are compensating the city and therefore compensating our neighbors for the reduced use of that park via the fee. It is not just giving away the park. Please stop insinuating that. We are not. And lastly, if the maker of the maker of the motion would not mind in terms of in the moving forward with negotiations to see what we can figure out, if we can add a hard floor of minimum COVID safety standards, regardless of what the CDC says, we do not go below a certain floor. If they recommend higher, great, but that we have a city proposed bare minimum of standards for safety. And along that line, if it makes it easier, as we're going to direct management to talk with you guys, if it makes it easier, I'm perfectly comfortable guaranteeing you guys next year. You have it. I'm good with it. Don't care. And if you want an option of another year after that instead of this one, even better. If it makes it easier to not have this one and just tell you we'll give you next year, I'm perfectly comfortable with that. If that comes up in negotiations, go wild. But as it stands now, I'd rather attempt to at least negotiate something for next year than say this is a waste of time and we don't want it. I think you guys are great. I think this is going to be wonderful. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hit this slide before public comment, so my brain is recollecting. I would first like to ask if we could include in the motion explicitly that if a COVID surge is happening, that we will cancel the event. I want that to be explicit in our direction. I would also like it to be explicit that we are expecting there to be some type of a parking plan, some type of a crowd control outside of the park, because to be fair, it is a public park, and public parks are not generally converted into massive music venues. I'm not saying it can't be done, it can be done, but there has to be effort to ameliorate the externalities that come from that. So that's all that I have to say right this moment. I would love to be able to do this year. It would be entirely possible if we were allowed to require vaccinations. It would be entirely possible. You can thank your governor for that.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank everybody that has given their opinion and their insight. I have a question about how long, and either Roxy, you can answer this, or Alex, you can answer. How long have you been in touch with city staff about this potential concert? I'd like to hear from both of you.
I have to look at the schedule, but I remember, gosh, I want to say that we started reaching out to folks maybe in late April when we finally were able to connect with you, Mayor Poe. I think that was the first thing we did, was to introduce ourselves to you, Adria, and then shortly after that, so it must have been early May, that we got in touch with the Parks Department. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I'll say that we were first reached out early May, the Parks Department. was spoken to, early May, and then up until recently.
Okay, so you had a conversation with Mayor Poe first, and then you got then in touch with staff. That's new information. Have some thoughts I'd like to share about that later.
You can share them now.
Okay. So my thought is that, can you just repeat the motion for me?
Mayor? Yeah. I gotta find it again, actually.
Direct the city manager to move forward with the festival at Depot Park, to work with the festival staff on fee structure, subject to the following of all CDC guidelines, including any local city or county orders.
Okay. So let me get my thoughts together. One, I am thrilled that there's this opportunity for the city of Gainesville. I don't think that the decision point necessarily is about whether or not we are or should be allowing this this concert, this festival rather, now. That is one decision point, but I think a different and more important decision point is that if the city and our city parks rather are indeed open for business, what does that look like going forward? What's the precedent that we are setting moving forward? And that's the conversation that I think we need to be having, because I think it's important that when opportunities are presented, and they are presented to people that have the ears of the commissioners, no matter who it is, or the mayor, or they have the ears of the city manager, no matter who it is, we need to have processes and policies in place so that if, I'm going to date myself right now, but if we decide to have a Tupac and and Biggie retrospective, that is also the same consideration is taken for any events that are brought to us as a city. So that's a very, very important decision point for me. Two, Alex, this is a Herculean effort. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. I don't see how, brother, you are going to manage to pull this together in 2 months. I don't. I mean, so I appreciate that we're having this conversation, that you are opening the door to have this conversation, but also you began having this conversation months ago. So if we had had the opportunity to work out these little details, we would be in a much better place. I want this to work for you. I want this to work for us as a city. Why is it we are getting things like last minute decision and we are being forced to make a decision because of somebody else's timetable because we just found out about it? Like, this is happening entirely too much. And then people like you are caught in the crosshairs of it. We should not be here, number one. We should have been having these discussions a long time ago. And I think that we would have been in a better place about location, about many of the things that we're talking about here today. The complexity of what we're trying to decide right now, like I said, is entirely too much for one commission meeting for an hour and a half, 2 hour discussion. I wish we were not here at this point. Two, as much as I want to see this happen in our city, and as much as I support the efforts, the local efforts, and the efforts of people outside of the city to do these kinds of events in our city, I could not, in good conscience, right now, today, in this moment, green light anything with the state of Florida, with our governor, with COVID, period. Like, I just can't. I'm not going to do it. I would really be open to, 2022 and beyond to figure out how we can actually be partners in spaces that work for the city of Gainesville, in community with local organizations that have already been doing this, in partnership with surrounding neighborhoods. Those are the conversations we need to be having, not whether or not we're going to do this in the midst of COVID, like 8 weeks before this event is supposed to happen. Like, What are we doing? So I'm going to be voting no. Those are the reasons why. In the future, I would be very excited to see these kinds of events happen. I would very much like there to be true partnership with enough time for us to have robust discussions to be able to make these kinds of events happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson. You expressed several of my sentiments. Roxy, may I ask you to join us at the mic again, please? I don't believe I heard it before, or if you mentioned it at all. Can you tell us how much this event is going to cost?
Oh, it cost the city?
Yes.
I don't think
Do
anything.
you have both numbers?
So it won't be a cost to the city, it would be a revenue intake for the city.
Are there things that we are coming out of? Our police will be used. What staff are we having to pay for?
So Depot Park staff would be there, but any overtime charges will be charged to the event host.
Okay, all right. And so you also have the other number, how much the overall event's going to cost?
Yeah, that's part of the attachments.
Okay.
It's on the I don't know it by heart, but it's on the attachments.
Gotcha. I can't, my computer's not open.
Okay, yeah, so I don't know, Lee, if you can help me with that.
Can you share that, Mr. Coleman?
You give me a second to
Sure.
find it, but let me just, comment that all of our events are full cost recovery for us. So if there's GPD time, there's GFR time, if there's Public Works time, those are costs that are built in and paid for by the vendor or the promoter.
Okay.
So there's no, well, the city expends money, we get reimbursed for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we also include the deposit for that purpose. So the deposit's part of the offset. So if there are any damages, we're not waiting to receive the payment. We're actually reimbursing them the difference of whatever damages were had.
Okay.
So we're looking approximately at $3,000 for fire EMS coverage and approximately $18,000 for GPD coverage. Now, the GPD number at this point is based upon GPD doing all of the service. However, events like this will bring in their own security, and we can lower that because we would need less GPD officers. So that's one of the things we would work out in the next iteration.
Okay. I'm wondering if the producers of the event are at liberty to say. Is that something that's too private? How much this is costing you?
How much is this whole event costing?
Yes.
It's costing, I mean, the investment in this, I can tell you that, just from a talent budget perspective alone, we're pushing $300,000 just to spend on talent to bring the type of talent we're talking about into this event. So that's one. But yeah, those hard costs we understand for the police and fire department, of course, and we will have be bringing in our own security as well. So that's one of our hard costs as well.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And how much do you project for security?
How much do I project that we're going to spend on
Yes.
security? I don't have the P&L in front of me.
Okay.
I don't have the line item.
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, but we can get you that. I mean, we can be transparent about like what we're spending on hard costs like that.
I would be interested, but this right here is kind of, okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sorry
to jump in. I don't know if Dan Merker wants to chime in with that number, just for clarity, since we're here.
Yeah, I'm here. Security would roughly be $30,000, which is what is currently budgeted in P&L to cover everything outside of police, fire, and EMT for the course of the 2 days. In addition to that, our annual investment is upwards of 7 figures and will continue to grow if we kept this as a multi-year event, over the next 3 to 5 years in Gainesville, which we're obviously looking to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Merker.
Commissioner, did you conclude? Oh, okay. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Like to make an amendment to the motion that we have the city manager put in place minimum COVID safety standards. The seconder's okay with that.
Okay. Seconder, okay? Who's the seconder? Commissioner, okay, okay. Is that all?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. So we get this question a lot of how did we get here? Well, we got here because they'd been working with staff and they got to a point where they couldn't answer the question. So it got put on the commission agenda. That seems fairly clear. In the past, there have been plenty of times when things just didn't happen in Gainesville because at some point they reached a point with staff where it just dead ended and it just never got moved forward. That's where we've been as a city over and over and over and over and over and over. We're getting things now that never came to the city commission before. Things that just got said no to over the years. We're getting those things now, but we're not going to get them 6 months ahead of time because generally speaking, many cities our size and bigger have a plan for that. We never had a plan for it. That's what we're doing now, is creating a plan. And yeah, I wish that we had all the time in the world to workshop it, but we don't. There we go. If we say no, we won't put a plan together. I'll promise you that.
All right, thanks. We'll move to the voting section, but just to add a little clarity, Commissioner Johnson, I've never turned down a meeting, so I at some point disappeared. I didn't know who Alex was. I saw him on my calendar, and there I was with Tom Petty's daughter, and we just had a nice conversation about them basically saying what it is, who they were, what they want to do, and the outcome of that meeting was I referred them to staff, as I pretty much do with everybody, unless it's a policy thing, unless somebody comes to me with an idea that's not it's not a process staff thing. It's we want, like Mayors for Guaranteed Income, for example, that I brought straight to the commission. So that's where it's been, and I think in the beginning, both the folks wanting to put this on and staff felt like this was something that could be worked out because we'd done the festival at Depot Park already. We've done Fest. Like there was a precedent for this, and then it just got stuck. We realized there was sort of a scale and scope that we had not dealt with, and that has to be worked out by us. Like that, the staff could no longer make a decision or take action because it was ultimately it was something new, and it was gonna have to be figured out by us. So for this particular thing, that's how that happened. For most things, that's, I'd say probably for 95% of the appointments or calls I get, that's what I end up doing is saying, here's how, I don't have any unilateral power, here's the folks that, can answer your questions, and then I refer them to staff and always copy the appropriate charter officer, let them know that I suggested that. So that's how we're here. Can you repeat the motion one more time?
Absolutely. Direct the city manager to move forward with the festival at Depot Park and work with festival staff on the fee structure, subject to the following of all CDC guidelines, including any city or county orders. And then the final addition, to have the city manager add in place minimum COVID safety standards.
Okay, very good. All in favor of the motion?
Quick clarification, sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you want to move forward with negotiations to have it this October, or just negotiations in general with the event?
Go ahead.
This October, I feel like if we don't have them move forward, I mean, if COVID happens and it gets canceled, it's something. But if we don't say go move forward with this October, they most likely will probably move to another city, and we won't get it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion passes 5-2 with Johnson and Duncan Walker in dissent. Okay, as I said, folks, I'm going to keep moving through the agenda. If anybody needs to go grab a quick bite or anything like that, Ms. Malden, you need to take a break? Ms. Malden, take a break. We'll make sure that nobody, or we'll have someone take over for you. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes. We'll make sure someone takes over for you. And just so anybody for the other items, we've got it playing in the back so the commissioners can still hear what's going on, and if they want to come out and comment or come out for a vote, they'll be able to do so. We've got 4. We've got 4. Yeah. Okay, so Madam Clerk, if you could please read the next item into the record.
The next item is BD6, request to release lien, 425 Northeast 3rd Street, with a recommendation that the commission deny the applicant's request for lien rescission. Alternately, the commission support the applicant's request contingent on the execution of the aforementioned performance agreement and remittance of $5,000 and $708.24 in recorded code enforcement lien costs to the city. Additionally, direct the city attorney to draft said agreement and authorize the city manager to sign any required lien release and performance agreement documents.
Okay, thanks. And if we could just have somebody from staff, actually, if we can perhaps just shut the doors for a moment until everyone is able to clear out of the foyer there so we can hear. Thank you. And then, Mr. Manager, is there somebody who, I know that Mr. Mann was Johnny on the spot last time. Is there somebody that can take over Ms. Molden's responsibilities while she takes a break?
Yes. We've got a.
Oh, Mr. Murray.
Mr. Murray
All
drew
right.
the short straw.
Noted and noted. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. So, Mr. Feldman, you want to give any introductions? Just turn it over to Mr. Backhouse.
I think I can be pretty brief on this one. And so, as you know, liens, code enforcement liens run in favor of the local government body. The magistrate hears and makes a recommendation, but ultimately the city commission has to act on that. So you have 2 liens before you this evening. This first one deals with a parcel that was owned next to another parcel that had violations. The violations ran on both parcels. This parcel, the previous parcel was sold, and we had received the funds appropriate for that. This one still has a $335,800 lien, which the magistrate has recommended be reduced to $2,500, and staff concurs, and we would ask the commission to adopt the magistrate's recommendation.
Okay, very good. Anything to add to that, Ms. Backhouse, or was that city manager summary adequate?
Pete Backhouse, Neighborhood Enhancement Manager. That's basically the synopsis of the case, and the recommendation from city staff was to accept the $2,500.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we accept the magistrate's ruling.
Second.
Okay, a motion is second to accept the recommendation, which is the magistrate's ruling. Come on up, sir. Introduce yourself for us.
Hello, I'm John Munkus, the prior owner of this lot that was hit with a $336,000 lien, and they're settling for $2,500. But I'm not a rich man. If I had the financial means to take care of the all of the code violations, I wouldn't have the violations. And in fact, I thought that all the violations had been taken care of by 2015, when the neighborhood was ameliorated under the, it was ameliorated due to the, well, anyway, they took care of the pollution from the former creosote plant, which is just at the end of the street. And I have to survive on a Vietnam era veteran pension of $1,160 a month, and the house repairs and the taxes on the just got away from me before I knew it. And I think that you should at least give me some consideration and remove the $2,500 lien on this property so that I can sell it and possibly find another place to live.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here. I know you've been here all day, so thanks for sticking around. Would anybody else like to speak on this item or on this motion? Just to accept the magistrate's ruling? Thank you, Mr. Murray, so much, really. Above
Mayor,
and
we
beyond.
do have someone on the line, Mayor.
Okay, great, thanks, go ahead.
Mike Ryan on the line. Mike?
Hi there. My name is Mike Ryan Smonovich. I live at 405 Northeast 5th Avenue, and I was calling in to speak about releasing the lien on the house on 3rd Street. The house has been vacant for decades, and I'm incredibly excited that there is a new
Mr.
buyer.
Smonovich, that's the next item, sir. We're on the we're not quite there yet. Just stick around for a couple more minutes.
Got it, Mayor. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have two lien items back to back tonight. Anybody else, Larry?
No, sir, not on this. No.
Okay. Anybody else in chambers for the item? This is the 530 Northwest 29th Avenue lien. Okay, we'll turn back to the commission. The motion is to approve the magistrates or confirm the magistrates' determination. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
I skipped BD5.
BD5, yeah, we're on BD6 now.
I'm pretty sure I read BD6. BD5 is to request to release lien at 530 Northwest 29th Avenue with the recommendation that the commission accept the magistrate's ruling to reduce the lien to $2,500. I didn't read that. I read 425. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the summary was for the Munkus property. The discussion was for the Munkus property, right? So we're, right, okay. So this now, item, Madam Clerk, will be for the, Engler property?
BD5 or BD6?
BD6.
Okay. Okay, request to release lien at 425 Northeast 3rd Street with the recommendation that the commission deny the applicant's request for lien rescission. Alternately, the commission support the applicant's request contingent on execution of the aforementioned performance agreement and remittance of $5,007.0824 in recorded code enforcement lien costs to the city. Additionally, the city attorney to draft said agreement and authorize the city manager to sign any required lien release and performance documents.
Okay, Mr. Manager, back to you.
We'll try to summarize this one briefly as well, but this one's a little bit more complex. So the Engert property has, over a period of time, accumulated a little over $1.1 million in liens. The special magistrate heard the matter, and the magistrate recommended complete removal of the liens, all 1.1 million. This property is subject to a sale where the where the buyer will be rehabbing this historic structure. So they're purchasing it, they're going to put in money to rehab it. Staff believes that there should be some conditions on this removal, or the removal of this lien. And we have put into the agenda item 8 conditions, which I can enumerate if you would like, but they're before you. And to reduce it down to $5,000 plus another $708.24 representing costs.
Okay, and why don't you, just for people watching at home, go through the 8 items. It's on page 8. God,
yes, sir. So the conditions would be a performance agreement that would include, 1, closing the property occurred no later than September 30th of 2021. Second is that the commencement of the renovation work consistent with the COA and the building permit within 30 days of the property's closing, and completion of the work within 180 days from commencement of that renovation work. Third, that the buyer shall occupy the property as their principal residence within 180 days from the completion of the work, and shall continue to occupy the property as their principal residence for at least 1 year from the date of initial occupancy. 4, that the buyer shall keep the property free from code violations for the duration of the agreement. 5, that the buyer shall pay $5,000 representing staff resources on the current settlement and $708.24 in the recorded code enforcement lien costs prior to release of the lien. 6, in the event that the buyer does not perform on the above terms, the buyer shall pay the city liquidated damages of $100 a day for noncompliance for the first 90 days after execution of the agreement and $200 a day after the end of the first 90-day period. 7, that the agreement shall run with the land through the term, and 8, that the agreement shall remain in effect until the completion of the work has occurred and the buyer has occupied the property as their principal residence for 1 year.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we accept the magistrate's recommendation.
Okay, is there a second? Motion died.
That's fine that the motion died. I just want to get to the point. I don't know why these are cherry-picked to come before us and why recommendations are cherry-picked on one or the other, but I really like to get a consistent approach to how we handle these liens, because right now it seems like it's whack-a-mole, at least in the last few months that we've been dealing with it. Because I honestly do not ever remember giving policy direction for this to be the lien policy. But I do know that we budget money for a special magistrate to make these decisions on behalf of the commission so that we don't have to sit here every time. Maybe we should take that out of the budget. I don't know.
Yeah, I think, there's an answer to that. I think there was a determination that our process required these to come to the commission for consideration instead of going straight to me. I am seeing the clerk shake her head, the city manager. So I think that was something that was acknowledged within the past, year and a half. So we'll start seeing more of these because it's not really my authority to make that determination by myself. Do you have anything else right now? Good, okay. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager or somebody, we had a budget, an agenda item months ago regarding special magistrate, and I don't remember what our direction was. Can somebody update me on, or remind me where we were with that?
Absolutely. So we brought you several liens on there. Ultimately, none of those were heard at that meeting. Subsequent meeting, we heard, I believe, 1 or 2 of those liens. The rest are still not approved. Your direction was to, we also had an issue regarding the special magistrate's contract running out. Direction was to put out an RFP, which we did, and we will be bringing back the selection, which we only have one respondent that should be coming at a forthcoming meeting. Okay. But we've been operating under the old agreement since then.
Gotcha. Thank you. So I move staff recommendation on this item with a change to allow 18 months to, under item 2 here, 18 months rather than 180 days from commencement of renovation work.
Second. Okay, motion and second to approve the recommendation with the change of 180 days to 18 months. Are you interested in changing 180 days to 18 months in condition 3 as well? That's the occupancy condition?
Yeah, let's do that too.
Okay, is that okay? Yeah, so that was my big issue, is that 180 days was, I think, a little bit too optimistic in today's construction climate. It's just materials and labor. It's just, any of us that try to get anything done. know that the delays are substantial. So, you know,
Can I just clarify?
feel free to interrupt. Go ahead.
On item three says, after all the work is done, then there's 180 days to move in.
Oh, okay.
I don't think.
Okay. Yeah, I'd read that as from when it began, not when it ended. Okay. So condition 3 remains the same, must be occupied within 180 days from completion of work, but we're changing completion of work from 180 days to 18 months in condition 2. Yeah, because that just was, even the person I think hoping to renovate and occupy the house would love if they were able to finish within 180 days. I just don't see that happening. So, yeah, I think that's a much more realistic timeline. Okay, let's turn it over to members of the public for comment on the motion. And Madam Pro Tem, I'm going to turn it over to you just for a few minutes for public comment.
Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on the motion?
Hi guys, I'm Bradley Hunter, and I just appreciate you guys actually giving me, the time I need to restore this house and save it. I believe I can do it in 18 months, and that seems fair. The only thing I'd ask is in the rest of the conditions for liquidated damages to be charged to me at a rate of $100 a day, $3,000 a month. In the unforeseen chance I run into serious structural issues, push me back engineering wise, and I lose 4 months of construction time, that just feels very steep. And if that could be taken into consideration, reduced to half of that, I think your intention is still there, but it seems a bit more fair.
Great, thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Is there anybody on Adam that would like to speak to us?
Mayor Pro Tem, Mike Ryan Simonovich should be back with us. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. I'm delighted that you are going to give Mr. Hunter 18 months to improve the quality of the structure, but I will urge you to please not enforce the lien of $1.1 million on Mr. Hunter. He's got a very expensive renovation ahead of him, and I think that making him pay that lien that the previous owner is responsible for will just make this make it an impossible project. And this is one of the oldest buildings in Gainesville, and I'd really like to see it preserved. And I think that if a new buyer has to pay off that lien, it's just going to turn into a tear down, and there'll be another vacant lot. And that would be incredibly sad. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, Larry. We'll go back to the chambers. Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak to this? Hey, Denise.
Good evening. How are you?
Good.
I'm Denise Hudson. This house has been around since I lived in the duck pond, which was 27 years ago. I do appreciate the commission's, the manager's recommendations. We all want to see this house get renovated, and appreciate the consideration of having 18 months to do so. I'd reiterate the liquidated damages provision. It would be great if that could be reduced or eliminated entirely. Having renovated a house in the duck pond, it's a huge undertaking, and in this environment, to add additional damages in the event that something goes awry is not is cumbersome. It's cumbersome in this environment for certain. I'd also like to ask the commission to reconsider the $5,000 under the current settlement. Mr. Hunter has already, in good faith, undertaken a lot of the clearing of the property and getting the structural integrity reviewed, and his architectural services as well. So I would like you all to take that into consideration as well.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Larry, back to you. Is there anybody on the line that would like to speak to us?
Mayor Pro Tem Tana Silva on the line for this item. Tana?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you know, the enormity of the kind of renovation that is going to happen deserves a lot of leeway, a lot of respect. The buyer has already jumped through a lot of hoops, including apparently the Historic Preservation Board, to get it right. And I really don't understand any of the conditions, frankly. I mean, the city should be, if anything, supporting this and, you know, incentivizing more renovations instead of tear downs, instead of, you know, calling them dangerous buildings and hurrying people up to demolish them. You know, I hope you'll listen to the buyer about dropping number 6, drop, you know, number 5 too, if you would, but definitely, you know, not punish the person if things take longer as they really do now. I mean, I think we're all aware of the kind of critical backlogs and delays going on in construction nationwide now, and you know, renovations no less. So please do everything you can to. I mean, I think, you know, frankly, we should just go with, as Mr. Ariola made the motion, to just go with the magistrate said, and if not that, then reduce all of the costs and definitely the time limitation. I don't really understand why he has to be an owner occupant either, you know, as a condition. But anyway, everything we can do to alleviate the burden on this buyer who's trying to do the right thing and doing it right, and to make it, you know, restore a wonderful historical building. Thank you.
Thank you, Tana. Hi, Nathan.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I appreciate the renovations and the restoration effort that's happening here. I think what's of concern to me, again, that liens were placed on this property in 2005. And as a result, the property, according to the narrative, has accumulated fines of $1.1 million, which are being waived. Warping forward to December of 2020, the city of Gainesville initiated steps to demolish the house because it was dangerous and hazardous, and prepared to initiate foreclosure proceedings. I think the outcome here is a positive one. However, the city had 15 years of inaction where the city would have been in a legal position with the lien to initiate foreclosure proceedings to address the code compliance issues that had not been addressed. Affordable housing is a major initiative of the city. So assume, for the sake of the example, before the current situation and the renovations, that the city had foreclosed on the property, demolished the house, the value of that lot has to be worth something. And whether that be used for the development of affordable housing or sold and the proceeds used for affordable housing, I think what I'm questioning here is not the outcome, commissioners, but the lack of diligence on behalf of the city in pursuing what was a sizable lien against the property, and basically like a self-remedy. The city helping itself to address the financial challenges that it pushes on taxpayers, but had it exercised more diligence on the front end of this within the last 15 years, there could have been some better outcomes to addressing affordable housing, you know, certainly some revenue there to make things better. So I just think hoping going forward, instead of just releasing liens, waiving liens, that we're more diligent on protecting the city and the taxpayer interests on situations like this, rather than allow them to go unchallenged for 15 years. And I think that's reasonable, because I think if we look at the lack of funding available to support the city's priorities, certainly the demolition, even though it's a historic house, and the sale of that parcel, and you guys got code that has to be built like consistent with surroundings, could have provided a sizable piece of revenue for the city to address some of these issues, whether it be on that site location to address city issues, or taking the proceeds from the sale and putting it towards a better use for the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Is there anybody on the line, Larry?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have Dr. Ashley Maxuka Gage on the line.
Great, thank
Dr.
you.
Maxuka Gage.
Hi, yes. Thank you to the commissioners and to the mayor for allowing me to speak to this issue. I'm a resident of the Duck Pond neighborhood, and I have also been doing what I would say in comparison are very minor renovations to my home at 5th Street and 5th Avenue. And for example, it has taken over 5 months just to have one contractor come out to retile a single antique fireplace and mount the mantle. So I can't imagine the amount of time and delays it will take for this home to be rehabbed, but I truly believe from the citizens that I've heard from as the president of our neighborhood association that it is in the best interest and in the interest of all of our neighbors that the home is restored. And so I would like to ask for what both Mr. Ryan Smonovich and Ms. Hudson have asked for, as well as to again consider what a third caller, whose name I'm sorry I couldn't hear, had asked, which was to be as lenient as possible. This obviously wasn't a significant enough priority for the city to enforce the liens and the code violations until now, and it feels like what's being requested and asked of the buyer is honestly unreasonable and punitive and punishing someone who didn't create the issue in the first place. And we have a chance to save this structure, to make sure that there's not a vacant lot, and to keep a piece of our history intact. And I would really urge the City Commission to please err on the side of grace, time, and to truly promoting the rehab and restoration of this property.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Ashley. Is there anybody in chambers? Sure.
Thank you. My name is Jay Reeves. I live at 305 Northeast 5th Avenue, adjacent to this property. And I've been, first of all, I would like to thank the city manager, code enforcement, and city staff for not tearing it down in December and meeting with us about it at the historic board to make sure we could pursue finding a buyer for this house and saving it. It was built about 1859. It is a very significant structure in the neighborhood at least, and one of the first built in the actual city of Gainesville. It's taken a long time to actually find the right buyer for this house, which we have. Because obviously this house is too expensive for anybody to turn it over, flip it, do anything else, or hire a contractor. We have a contractor who's making it his home. We feel very fortunate, and when I say we, I'm talking the neighborhood. Because this has been something we've been dealing with for going on almost 30 years. We've watched the house deteriorate. We've worked with code enforcement the best we could, but code enforcement's hands have been tied because it was a homesteaded property. And that's what people need to understand. That's been the problem here. So we just stayed quiet and waited and hoped someday the buyer would come along, the planets would align, and this would happen. So we feel very fortunate. We're very excited. The period of time is not a problem to us in the neighborhood because we all know it takes sometimes years to restore these houses. The worse condition, the longer it's going to take. And that is not a problem. In this neighborhood, most of the houses are over 100 years old. We get excited when we see work happening. We love seeing trucks. We love people renovating. We befriend them. We go by, tour, give them advice. We urge them and cheer them on. So the idea of it taking a certain amount of time is not an issue to us because it's progress, and that's the only thing that keeps our neighborhood going. Bradley is a good person to do this. I've given him advice. I'm not working for him, but I am giving him advice. He's come back with a design that the historic board loves of what can be restored about this house and how it can be recreated. Everything is going for us at this point. Looking at it from an architectural construction standpoint, though, the conditions are very harsh. I believe, and I think the conditions were put on out of safety by staff, but it's very much like what you find on a commercial project, a performance type situation. It's not what you would find in a residential type situation. And I know where this is coming from. This is coming from dealing with the previous owner of the last 30 years. That is not what we're looking at here. Mr. Hunter has a mortgage. He is going to have to complete this house by a certain date, or he's going to be in trouble with his mortgage company. This will not be a homesteaded property.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Appreciate it.
All right.
Time's up. Yeah, I appreciate it.
The neighborhoods want it done.
Right on. Gotcha. Okay, I've got Adam or Larry.
Well, Larry's still mayor for now.
Still Larry, okay.
Carolyn Weber on the line for this item. Carolyn?
Yeah, hello. My name's Carolyn Weber, and I actually live in the Northeast and I'm familiar with this house. I actually, when it was for sale, I went over and looked at it, and it was a pretty terrible wreck. I rehab houses for a living, and I also just want to say that I think the 18 months at least is going to be necessary for this rehab. It's gigantic. And in the neighborhood, you know, I know that they're going to appreciate the rehab that that Bradley does. And I think that the other stipulations as far as the 5,000 as well as the fines that could potentially happen. As someone who has rehabbed houses, I totally understand that things can get away from you. And, you know, in Gainesville with the labor shortages that we have, it's very difficult to get things done quickly. So I would really suggest that you not penalize him if he doesn't get this done. I know he's going to be working hard on it. We all want to get things done as quickly as possible when we're rehabbing houses. So I'm excited that he's doing it, and it's a huge project. And I hope that you guys will reconsider some of those stipulations that you've put on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please.
Hello, Michelle Hazen. So, you know, it's an interesting one because I am on the Historic Preservation Board, and when this came to us it was interesting because when it was put in front of us, the code enforcement came forward and said they were going to demolish this building. And it is one of the oldest buildings in Gainesville, 1850s. And so it's one of our oldest pieces of history. It seems really valuable to keep it, and obviously we found the right person to do that. I think that it wasn't an easy task. You know, one of the family members, the daughter, came to me prior to that meeting and said they were ready to sell, and I'm sure it was due to the pressure put on from the city. And so I think that that's a really nice approach. I've seen it work with other buildings that are deemed dangerous, and I think those kind of things are what we need to be doing as a city. You know, stronger things regarding demolition by neglect. You never want to see a structure get to this kind of condition. But immediately after that meeting, as a realtor, I jumped in, listed the property. The seller let me do that. It took a little while to get that through. This property's been sitting there for 25 years, and right away we had multiple buyers interested in taking it on. But realistically, we did need this buyer who's a contractor who has the ability to make this happen. We knew about the fines on the front end, and we're really hopeful that the city and would support us just moving this property along. It's been a really long story, and realistically, we made this case to the magistrate, and the magistrate deemed that we really could move forward and agreed to waive all of those fines. Having the buyer pay a fine for something that happened previously just seems to make no sense. Obviously, we just want to see this project saved, and I'm really hopeful that all of this can be waived. I mean, if it feels important to have a stipulation, I think, you know, closing on the property, that's an easy one. I think commencing the work, but giving more time. I know I've heard 18 months floated, knowing I restore properties too. Maybe 2 years is a little more reasonable just to allow, but putting fines and even the buyer paying even a portion of what was attributed to the seller just doesn't feel like that's where we need to be with this one. So I appreciate you taking your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, back to you.
Mayor, there aren't any callers remaining on this item.
Okay, anybody else in chambers still that would like to speak to this item?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Greg Stutz, and I'm just here to be a character witness for Bradley Hunter, the buyer.
I've known him for years, and I can't think of a better person to restore this house. He does an amazing job. He's a builder. He's in there every day. He's hiring local contractors. And he's a very conservative person, and he does what he says he's going to do. So if he's asking for more time, in my experience, and I've done a lot of business with him, you should give it to him. He may not need it, but he's got a history of always doing what he says he's going to do over and over again, and I think that should be taken into consideration if he's making requests. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Barr, welcome back.
Melanie Barr. So I've owned property in the neighborhood since 1982, and I'm also a historian doing a lot of historical research in the duck pond. This is one of our oldest houses, at least one of the top three. It dates to the 1850s, so built shortly after Gainesville was founded. We want to save this house. It was in very bad condition for decades, but I was waiting. I said, I'm not going to push this. I don't care. It looked kind of bad, but what's important is to get it restored. And we had to wait all this time to find the perfect owner, and we've got him. And whatever we can do to help him save this house, I think should be done. I moved the Dorsey house where I live now in 1991, and the city commission was very helpful to me. And I hope you will be just as helpful to the new owner and ask him, what does he need? He's not asking you for money, he's asking for time. I do think that number 5 should be waived personally, and also number 6 should have more extensions. For example, I wanted to order a white sink that's more historically accurate than stainless steel, and I was told it would be 6 months. Well, you can't wait for a sink, can you? Then a roofer, I talked to my roofer about a leak. He said November. This is in July. I'm waiting 5 months because I want that roofer. He knows historic houses. Same thing with wiring, rewiring. In July, my electrician said I can't do a rewiring job until November once again. So I'm not even sure if the 18 months is good enough. There's going to be continual shortages, also labor. My roofer can't hardly get any workers. They want to work, they want more money, and I'm saying perhaps we should give him 2 years. But most of all, I think we should ask the buyer, what do you need so you can get this project done? It's going to enhance the duck pond, it's going to give you more tax dollars from the newly assessed value, and it's saving one of our most historic houses. We should be thrilled we have him.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Reed Rivers. I live at 424 Northeast 4th Street, directly behind the structure. I sent you an email earlier this week. I hope you got a chance to look at it. So I won't go into the details that I outlined there. But I would like to express my concern about the terms that have been placed on the potential buyer. It seems to me that we are indeed placing too onerous a burden on someone who's willing to take a very high risk with a very difficult property. So I would urge you to, I heard your motion and I think it's good. I would urge you to enlarge that motion somewhat to not only allow time, but address this issue of the fines and also this issue of liquidated damages. Under the mortgage and other aspects of this construction, he will have many pressures on him to perform. This is not a buyer that you need to worry about performing. This is a buyer you need to support. So, and of course, my wife and I, who live directly behind and have endured this property for 25 years, along with the overgrowth and the falling apart of the building itself, and I can list all the varmints that have run across my yard from across this property. So obviously we have a personal interest. But I think more important, the biggest thing is to give this man a clean opportunity to realize the restoration of a very historic property. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, going to check back with you.
Yes, there's still no additional callers.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in chambers? Anybody else? Okay, we'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner Snocco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to say quickly, it's not that people don't want to work, it's that people deserve to be paid for their skilled labor. That said, I'm fine with the 18 months. I'd even be open to slightly longer if need be, under extenuating circumstances, if that's a condition. Considerable damage or something is found inside, I'd be comfortable suggesting a potential extension to that 18 months under very extenuating circumstances. As for the late fees, I think there has to be some kind of penalty if you aren't performing. Would it be necessarily this much? I wouldn't want it to be, just in the interest of fairness. That said, a penalty has to be there of some kind. As for the other fees, the gentleman before did not really get too many breaks cut his way. I'm going to try to treat all of our neighbors and all of our property owners as equally as possible. If he still has to pay for some of the costs and some of the lien issues that and for some of the process issues that we've had, I think it's only fair that this one does as well, and it just in the spirit of equity. In the grand scheme of things, that is not the amount that's going to make or break fixing this house. So yeah, my request, if the maker of the motion is comfortable, is to add the possibility of an extension to that under very extenuating circumstances. But otherwise, I'm comfortable moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I just think, when it gets closer to 18 months, if there's really an issue and it's documented, that they can come back before us and make their case. It's too early, I think, to talk about that, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I was going to say essentially that if we get 12 months from now and you look around and see there's no way, I've been working on it, I can document I've been working on it, but there's no way this is getting done in another 6 months, come back and talk to us. It'll be all the same people and the same folks making the decision that heard you this time. So that would be my recommendation. I want to put the time limit out there. I want to put teeth in it, but if you see that it just isn't possible, come talk to us. So thank you.
And document. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now that we have the full complement of the commission, before this motion, I made a motion which died for lack of a second to accept the special magistrate's recommendation and not go through this whole loop-de-loop. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so a motion on the floor to change under condition 2 from 180 days to 18 months. And so we will move to a vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-1 with Ariola and dissent. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Look forward to seeing the work get going. Real quick before we take up the next item, this is good news, I hope. We've been in contact with the affected parties for 3 of the items, and they are willing to move them to our September agenda. Hallelujah, I hear from the dais. And so anybody want to make a quick motion to continue items FR1, AR1, and FR2 to the September 2nd meeting?
So moved.
Yes. Motion and a second. I think Hayes Santos was the motion and Duncan Walker was the second. Commissioner Thompson, it's FR1, AR1, next page, page 29, and then FR2, page 30. Yeah. Commissioner Ariola?
Just because those are items I'm sure people are looking for, can we just say those are the South Main items?
2 South Main items and the minimum transect zone requirement items.
Right.
Those are being continued until 2nd of September, if this passes. Just if you're waiting around for that or on the phone. Okay, this is administrative, and so we're gonna go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously, which somehow gets us somewhat caught up. So, Madam Clerk, I believe we're now on BD7.
Yep, BD7, Southern Charm Kitchen Purchase Agreement with a recommendation that the commission authorize the city manager or his designee to enter into a purchase agreement with the Southern Charm Kitchen for $215,000, the sale of tax parcels 11619-00000 and 11618-00000, and authorize the city manager or his designee to execute all necessary disposition and sale documents once approved by the city attorney's office as to form and legality.
I feel like a daddy whose child's going off to college. I was there when this was conceived. I watched it grown up, and now it's leaving the nest, and that's very, very exciting for me anyway. So, Mr. Manager, anything you want to explain or add about this?
Ms. Vidal has a quick presentation, which she guarantees will be very clear.
Great, and I don't see you in chambers, Ms. Vidal, so I'm assuming you're with us virtually.
Yes, I am. Good evening, Mayor. And
Good evening.
So thank you for allowing this to be heard today. This is an item to approve the purchase and sale agreement for 1712 and 1714 Southeast Hawthorne Road, but it's more than just a real estate deal for the city. And thank you for your introduction, Mayor. So this all started about 13 years ago.
Larry, we've got some no mute going on.
Very sorry.
And now I'm on a loop, and that's just terrifying.
Sorry about that, sir.
It's all good. It'll be on the dank meme stash, I'm sure. Okay, Ms. Vidal, you want to start from the beginning, please?
Sure, absolutely. So this item is to approve the purchase and sale agreement for the two properties the clerk mentioned, now known as Southern Charm Kitchen. Next slide, please. So this project started in 2008, almost 13 years ago. So Hawthorne Road has always been a primary corridor, but of course this was in the old Community Redevelopment Agency model. In 2008, the GCRA ended up closing on the two properties. There was a lot of momentum around the investment in GTech and the city's purchase of the Kennedy home site. And even back then, we were talking about the food desert and the need for more restaurants and more grocery stores and kind of the same things that you hear today. Okay. So in 2008, we closed on it for, I think it was around $65,000. And if you go to the next slide, I just wanted to show a few pictures while we're talking through this. The picture on the top left was the existing building on the property. That is now the kitchen to Southern Charm. And the commission approved that we renovate the building and to have a solicitation to find a local restaurant who would be interested in locating there. So the building was actually built prior to finding the restaurateur, which was really an act of faith.
Your line is muted. Press *6 to unmute your line.
Apologies all.
So in 2010, there was a solicitation for that to happen. Southern Charm Kitchen was the top-ranked respondent. We were so excited to have someone who was putting forward a contemporary Southern dining establishment in the East Side District. Also around that time, if you remember, in 2008, the economy was really struggling. There weren't a lot of local banks that were lending at that time, and the CRA, as part of its economic development initiatives, created what was called the Grow Gainesville Fund. It was an SBA-backed 7A loan managed by the National Development Corporation, and we were able to work with not only Mr. Osalimo and his business, but also the top restaurant and on their expansion as well through this program. And I wanted to mention that because I feel like that really met a need at that time. That funding could be used for real estate acquisitions, construction, debt refinancing, machinery and equipment, and working capital. So Mr. Oslima was able to take advantage of that opportunity as well. If you go to the next slide, please. So this is what we know Southern Charm to look like today, and these are actually photos from when it first opened in 2011. So in 2011 in August, they opened for business. It was the first sit-down restaurant to be in East Gainesville in years. The city commission seated as the CRA board in 2011 also approved the option to purchase. And that was the ultimate kind of success story, right? Was to not only build it, but to find a restaurateur to be successful there, and then ultimately grow that business and have them purchase the building. And in the old model, it was always very important for us when we made purchases to put them right back on the tax rolls. In closing, I wanted to just say that Southern Charm Kitchen really is an example of kind of the layered approach that we take to redevelopment, but also into assisting small, local, diverse businesses and to help them grow and expand within our local economy. So next slide, please. And next slide, please. One more. Thank you. So I just wanted to quickly show you the terms of the agreement. It was in June 2020 that Southern Charm Kitchen exercised its option for purchase. The appraised price is $215,000, and all proceeds from the sale will return to the East Side Redevelopment Area Trust Fund from where they came for the renovation. Next slide. So I believe Mr. Osalimo was here if you have any questions, but it really was a pleasure for me to present this today. It really is kind of a full circle moment, and one of those moments that we don't often get to see. They don't come around every year. So thank you for taking the time to acknowledge the success, and thank you, Commission, for your support for the redevelopment of this project, and most importantly, support for our local, small, local, diverse businesses. And with that, I will, the recommendation is here, and it is to approve the purchase agreement and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents. And I thank you so much for your time and attention tonight.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Fidel. Mr. Ospina, you want to say anything? I'm glad you're with us tonight. You've been with us for a long time.
Yes. First of all, I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to speak. You know, I just say I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Just the overall opportunity from the whole. I learned so much from the Southern Charm experience beyond winning the bid. You know, it let me learn about building a restaurant from scratch, how to deal with contractors. So it was such an educational experience, not only that helped me in several other projects that, you know, and I'm saying that because I want to show the broader benefits, you know, especially when you're a small business owner and you're not necessarily from the background of, you know, or have an example, you know, I learned so much from the project of just getting it started, and it's good to be here, you know, it's good to be at this point, and, you know, the whole staff, from the old staff to the new staff, you know, old leadership to new leadership to everybody who's been there from before, everybody has been so helpful, accommodating. You know, for me personally, it's been a great experience. It's a very Gainesville experience, you know, and I always tell people from out of town that Gainesville is a very business-centric, no matter what anybody say, Gainesville is a very business-centric place, and I've gotten so much support over the years. And, you know, I just want to say my appreciation. That's all. And if
Thank
you have
you.
any questions.
Thank you so much. We're glad that you joined us tonight for this important occasion. Commissioner Ariola?
Sir, let me show you our appreciation.
Yeah.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, motion and a second to approve the recommendation. And I know we got a lot ahead of us, but I really am thrilled you're here because you look at that. Sarah, thank you so much for including the before picture, because people, when we were looking at purchasing that property, we said we're going to do something with this. We're gonna be bold and really try to do something transformational. Oh my goodness, the criticism we got. And I just think it shows, like, sometimes you're long in the tooth like me and you're around long enough and some of those crazy things actually come to fruition. And I am always just so proud when I drive by your place, because it's not just your place, right? Like, all around there, things are there and are successful and are, are celebrated by the neighbors who live in the area. Because it was just an attractive nuisance, is the nice way to say it before. So that was all your blood, sweat, and tears. We took this chance on this little, it was like not even a building, right? It was a couple walls and a dirt lot. And then you took a chance on us to come in and say, I think I can make something out of that. And I remember the first time I ate there, and I was just blown away. I was like, this is, first of all, amazing food, which I wasn't surprised by because I'd had your food before. But it was an amazing place, and everybody that came in there was treated with just joy and love and celebration. And so to see us go full circle, and Ms. Vidal is exactly right. It's like, this is the whole thing. It's no longer a city property. You're paying taxes to us now, and serving people great food, and it just shows it can work. But it took a risk. It took a risk on your part. It took a risk on the city's part, and it paid off. So we're just so proud of you. So with that, we'll allow anybody else from the public that wants to comment on this motion. We'll start with you, Larry.
No longer Larry, Mr. Mayor. It's Adam Sussler. And we have nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, Adam, thank you. Anybody in chambers? All right, then we'll do a drum roll in our head, but all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, sir. You are the new owner of a beautiful piece of property. And I'm thinking I need to get in there next week for some. Oh, are you open for a sit down?
Yes, we're open to sit down.
All right, great. That's another thing. You made it through both the recession and COVID, which is just remarkable. Yeah.
Mayor, the Delita's meatloaf is something to die for.
Okay, that's good to know. I always get fried chicken, but I'll spread my wings. Okay, congratulations. Really excited for you. Okay, Madam Clerk. Y'all, do you mind if I skip commission comment at this point? Go straight. Okay. We'll go right to the proclamations. Do I have anybody here for? We got Arbor Day and. Yeah, anybody here for Arbor Day? Okay, anybody here for gastroparesis?
Mayor Poe, I'm here for Arbor Day virtually, and I also have the board, the chair of our board, April O'Neill.
Okay, great. So I'll read this real quick and allow the board chair to say a few words, and then we'll go to our next proclamation. Commission, this is oh, never mind. Still, if you want to stretch your legs real quick. Whereas 146 years after J. Sterling Morton first proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, we continue his vision with our own tree giveaway. And whereas the National Arbor Day Foundation has certified that in 2020, Gainesville met the requirements of the Tree City USA program for the 37th consecutive year. And whereas 74 shade trees have been planted in city parks and open spaces in honor of this occasion. 2 trees for every year Gainesville has been a Tree City USA. And whereas this is the 37th year celebration of Tree City USA, and the city of Gainesville has planted in total 74 trees due to our passion for this honor. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim September 24th, 2021 as Arbor Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in celebrating Gainesville's beautiful tree canopy. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, the 7th day of June, 2021. Congratulations. And Madam Chair, we'd love to have you say a few words.
This year we weren't able to do much the last year because of COVID. So on the 24th, we're planning to do our biggest tree giveaway ever. Where is that at? Which park is that at, Lily?
It's going to be at Morningside Nature Center in the picnic area where there's the loop. So we're going to do it like a drive-through to make sure we keep it all safe and socially distanced. We'll have different stations set up with a bunch of different tree species. We're going to have shade trees, understory trees, and fruit trees that are native and adapted to our climate for everybody to pick from. And anyone who wants a tree can just drive around, go to the appropriate station and pick a tree of their choosing. So that's how we're going to do it.
Awesome. I look forward to it. Well, thank you both. Thank you for all the effort you put into this, and congratulations. 37.
Thank you.
That's great. Our next proclamation is for gastroparesis. If you want to come up, I'll read it and then invite you to say a few words. And thank you for sticking around with us. I know it's been a long and crazy, but you've got to witness local government in action. You've got to see a sausage made, and so that's an experience you can't get anywhere else. Whereas gastroparesis is a condition in which sufferers experience severe pain and psychological problems resulting from abnormal function of gastric motility. Symptoms can result in social isolation, economic hardship, disability, and in some cases, even death. And whereas gastroparesis is considered rare and may be understudied and underrepresented in the general population. And whereas more than 5 million Americans suffer from gastroparesis, including many individuals living in Gainesville. And whereas there is currently no cure for gastroparesis and treatment options are sometimes ineffective, increased awareness and research offer hope for greater understanding, faster diagnosis, improved quality of medical care, and improved quality of life for patients and their families. And whereas Amber Minty, a patient who advocates on behalf of herself and other patients living with gastroparesis, encourages communities to celebrate Gastroparesis Awareness Month each August. And whereas we seek to recognize the contributions of the professional medical community, patients, and family members who are working to educate our citizens about gastroparesis in Gainesville. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim August 2021 as Gastroparesis Awareness Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in educating our community about this condition. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 14th day of June, 2021. Congratulations.
Is there anything you would like me to say, or is that it? I just wasn't
Tell us who you are and what organization you're representing, perhaps?
My name is Amber Minty. I represent Living with This. I am also a representative of the foundation, and I work closely with IFFGD, which is a giant nonprofit for functional GI disorders. I became on this road by pure chance when I was diagnosed in 2016. The disease has no cure. As you heard, many of us end up with feeding tubes when we reach the severity of the disease. Digestion can range from 4 hours to over 24 hours for a simple meal of mashed potatoes and chicken. I have not had a simple meal in over 2 years. I now get all of my nutrition from a feeding tube in my abdomen or by IV. Many of us are literally starving for a cure. There are 3 specialists in the state of Florida. Many will not take on tube patients because of the risks involved. So I appreciate your support in raising awareness, because we are definitely under-recognized and under-acknowledged, and we do not have the resources or the recognition that other larger GI disorders have. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this to our attention, and I certainly just learned a lot. Really just admire you so much for bringing this forward. and wish you all the best in fighting for this cure and working with the medical experts to advance this. So thank you so much for being here with us tonight. And again, thank you for your patience. We really appreciate that. That didn't help anything else. Okay. This is a point for early public comment on any items on our evening agenda. So if you wanted to speak to any items on our evening agenda now, instead of sticking around for later, you're welcome to do so at this point. Anybody in chambers? Okay, Adam, over to you. Early public comment for evening item agendas.
Mr. Mayor, nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. So Madam Clerk, we'll go to our next business discussion item.
Our next item is COVID public health discussion with a recommendation that the commission discuss vaccinations of city employees, mask requirements, and other public health measures.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Santos, I know you submitted something for backup, and so as did the charter officers. Unfortunately, we are back here in this situation. It's really just disheartening. So many people, such hard work. We'd really adapted well. When you look at those weekly COVID numbers, our positivity rate had been right there around 2%. Hospitalizations were very low, and then sort of whammo within the course of a couple weeks, positivity rate up to 15+%. Our hospitals maxed out, and the really unsettling thing is the age of the folks getting hospitalized and catching it. Just younger and younger and younger, and including younger people even dying, which was almost unheard of earlier on. So as you heard, the county commission chair, Ken Cornell, issued a state of emergency, and the school board, and I want to very much thank them for instituting a mandatory mask order for our public schools for the first 2 weeks of school. It's incumbent upon all of us to look at ways that we can help combat this, not just for our city workforce so that they don't get sick and so they don't die, but also can continue performing the vital functions that they perform that every one of our neighbors depends on. I think there's a few things we can do. I know the attorney has been thinking about this quite a bit, as have all of you. I know the other charters have. I think, Commissioner Santos, why don't we start with you since you submitted something for backup, and then I'd also like to hear from our charters, the conversations they've been having and sort of the brackets that they think might be realistic and defensible and also effective at stopping the spread of this, especially Delta variant. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think you outlined the issues of where we are well. I do believe that we need to combat this, and the best way we can combat it is with vaccines. People who are going to the hospitals, the vast majority of them are not unvaccinated. And that is, we really are in a pandemic of the unvaccinated. I believe that we should move towards mandating vaccines for our employees, so that we can ensure that all of our employees are healthy, we have a safe workplace, but also for the public. We have also on an economic side, we've spent $3.5 million on COVID costs. That's a lot of money coming out of our healthcare account that all employees, including myself and everyone here, pays into. And that's going to keep increasing. I mean, people who are going to the hospital for COVID, it's a lot of money. And we also have to think of that side too, for the long-term health of our health plans. We have seen other counties in the state of Florida, including Leon County and Orange County, moving towards mandates for vaccines for their employees. I also believe that we should, I think some of the things outlined by the charters of how we work on employee masking, I think we need to keep moving forward on that. I also believe that we should move towards drafting an ordinance that, while the the state has said we can't have emergency orders. I think there are ways that we could draft an ordinance that would allow us to, if we set up certain parameters and we hit certain conditions, the city manager could put in place measures to require PPE, masks, other occupancy limits, things in that nature. They may not need to be enacted, but I think we should be ready to be able to enact those. And I believe if we drafted an ordinance to that effect, I believe we could have those powers. I also believe that we should just a resolution to our businesses and to our community to get vaccinated. Lastly, I do think we should consider giving a PTO day to employees who are vaccinated, both ones who've already been vaccinated and then if you get vaccinated later. I mean, you do feel unwell sometimes some people do after getting vaccinated. So I think this would give some concerns I've heard from some employees that they don't want to use one of their PTO days for getting vaccinated and not feeling sick the next day. So I think it's just another incentive for employees to get vaccinated. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recent surge was entirely predictable. Because it is mostly unvaccinated persons, what changed was only the rules around how we lived. We had mask mandates, we had occupancy limits, we had all of these things going, and then the vaccine came, and we had great response initially, and then it tapered off. This is a very difficult thing for us to ask our employees to do. But I know that most people they just haven't gotten around to it yet. And whenever you listen to leading epidemiologists, they always share most people are not hard no on getting a vaccine, they're just not yet. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, that not yet period has passed us. While most of the cases have been unvaccinated persons, we can expect to see more breakthrough cases of vaccinated persons. And so I think that the mask requirements are appropriate. This is the most virulent strain in terms of transmission and in terms of carried viral load from person to person. So this is not last year's COVID. And as the mayor said, it is hospitalizing more young people, even children. I wish we didn't have to do this. My only disagreement with the vaccine mandate is that we are giving staff less than a month to create and implement a plan, and then having those hard days of the 31st and the 30th. I can support a mandatory vaccination requirement if we allow for staff to have determination over those dates. Commissioner, that's my only consternation with what's been put in front of us. Because I do believe there should be due consideration given to such an implementation plan. And I don't know that these dates off the dais are the direction that I would go. I think that people who have chosen to not be vaccinated to this point have done everything we've asked of them at the city in terms of wearing masks, in terms of keeping distance at work. But this surge is nasty, y'all. When hospitals start to turn away needed surgeries because of their concern over having enough beds to deal with the surge, we have a major, major problem. I also want us to be sensitive to the fact that there is a tiny portion of the population, less than 0.1%, which have health complications that do not allow them to take vaccines safely. So I think we need to have exemptions for that, although I understand the confidential nature of those persons' health matters. But I came to this meeting prepared to implement a vaccine mandate, but only if we give our staff and our employees the opportunity to participate in setting those deadlines and setting those dates. So again, happy to support what's been presented. I just think that we ought to give them the opportunity to come back to us with a plan for that type of implementation. And if you're on the fence right now, like I said, now is the time. And for that matter, we really need to be rethinking how we are going about daily life in the city right now. These festivals, and I know the Fest is included, and the Gator Games, I have not heard any suggestion by anybody in any government that these shouldn't go forward. And I believe it's time to raise that question, whether those things should go forward. And for the items that we don't have direct control over as a city commission, it's time to engage leaders who do have say-so over that. If we don't get our herd immunity, I am very concerned about our long-term survivability. These mutations, these variants, God forbid one of them be completely unaffected by a vaccination. The vaccines are meant to reduce your symptoms and your likelihood of severe reactions. But if this thing keeps mutating the way it has been, we're going to be in big trouble. So the time is now to get your vaccine. And I want every employee to hear that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's so many things that I want to say about this, and I'm going to be careful about what I say because I lose my temper really fast over it. I hear very well, good friends, people that I trust, telling me that they're just not sure, that they have to think about all the stuff that they read on the internet and what a buddy told them, this and that, and I'm just not sure yet. And I still have to decide. And my response at this point is that I have 3 friends who don't get to decide anymore because they caught COVID and died. They don't get to make a choice anymore. They don't get to think long and hard about it. They died before they could get a vaccine. Tuesday, I'm going to send my 10-year-old daughter to school for the first time in a long time. And thank God in the Alachua County School Board, they have at least a couple of weeks mask mandate. My daughter can't get vaccinated till probably, I'm reading, midwinter is when they might offer it for under 12. I'm terrified, y'all. Absolutely terrified. I got vaccinated as soon as it was possible. I'm so sick of wearing a mask, I don't know what to do. But I keep wearing a mask. As much as we want to blame variants, different species of different, mutations of the virus, the fact is the spike is because we stopped wearing masks. We didn't get as many people vaccinated as we thought we would, and people stopped wearing masks. All of a sudden you walk into Publix and I was the only one with a mask on. That's why the hospitals are filling up with people who have COVID. And I know that there are people watching at home, watching on the internet, hitting the laugh button about this. That stuff drives me insane. We have people dying. We have people spending weeks in the hospital with a tube jammed down their throat. See, there I go. I'm not going to support a mandate because, you know what, we have 2,200, 2,300 employees, and what, 13, 14, 1,500 of them are in bargaining units that we can't force to do it, frankly. And I don't want to force people to do it. I want people to use good sense. Just use good sense. I'm not going to tell you the two boats in a helicopter joke, but I think a lot of you know it already. We have all the tools we need to fix this thing. We just need to use the tools that we've been given. And stop paying attention to what some jerk on television told you to be scared of. Be scared of the reality of this thing. I absolutely am in favor of giving a day of PTO to any city worker willing to get vaccinated. If we haven't been able to convince you before to do it, maybe this is enough enticement to get the folks who just haven't gotten around to it to go do it. I think we absolutely, I appreciate the mask mandate here in city facilities. I'm 110% in favor of that. If I come to work, I'm wearing a mask unless I'm in my office by myself or eating or drinking. I expect the same of every other city worker. I'm not asking you to do anything I'm not doing. I know a lot of you have jobs that you're out sweating and working a lot harder than I am, but this is what we have to do. We can lead the way. We should lead the way as city workers, all of us. So I expect that. I want to offer a PTO day if you'll get vaccinated. And frankly, if the numbers keep going up, I'm willing to risk the mandatory vaccination. We can't sit back and say, oh, there's nothing we can do. There are things we can do. I would like to explore a citywide indoor mask mandate again, as the county used to have and stopped. I prefer a county-wide one because people don't know where people shouldn't be expected to know where the city limits begin and end. But I'm not ready to go through the fairly draconian, as one of our regular commenters likes to talk about, step of forcing a vaccination mandate. But good Lord, I hope y'all make good choices. The vaccine is free. I hope we can give a PTO day to recover, just in case you feel bad. I'll tell you, I didn't. I know some people do, but don't let anybody tell you you're going to feel awful. Because there's a better than average chance that you won't, that you'll feel just fine. I'm not there on the mandate, but I'm darn close. We got to save some lives. There is a proven way to do it. Please, let's get that done. Thank you. I've rambled long enough.
Thank you. Commissioner Saka?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if you'll let me, I'm going to start with this. My aunt and uncle were offered 3 shots. They were offered 3 syringes that allegedly had their 3 doses of a vaccine. That vaccine in their country has proved to be absolute garbage, and people are dying. The few people who have been able to get that vaccine, alleged vaccine, are still dying. In this country, we have a vaccine that's proved to keep you from dying. That was keeping people safe. And I can only imagine how many of my relatives wouldn't be at risk if they could comfortably sit in air conditioning at a CVS and get a free shot. The fact that there are people who in this country have the privilege, the absolute privilege of walking, what, like 500 feet in any direction in this town just about, and getting a free vaccine that could save them from dying, and people rejecting it. I would love for my aunt to not die and leave my cousins orphaned. I would love that. Their country doesn't have that. But I learned a long time ago that people in this country take a lot of their privilege for granted. If your friends and family dying doesn't matter to you, if your neighbor dying doesn't matter to you, if hearing other people's family and friends in the hospital and dying don't matter to you, I will pray that you eventually get a soul or some empathy. That said, I don't think it is my job to force you to get a vaccine. I can recognize that limitation I have as a government, as an elected official, as a member of government. All I can do is beg you to have some common sense and care about someone other than yourself. I think at the bare minimum, we should keep the mask mandate, if at all possible, in all buildings indoors throughout the city. At the very least, all government buildings, general government and GRU. Along with the temperature checks until we get past this wave and hopefully people grow some common sense. That said, I understand that there are some practicalities that might not make full-time masking possible. The idea that comes to mind is the GPD officer who sits in their car all day until they go make contact with one of our neighbors. They are just sitting alone in their car wearing a mask. I think that could be considered a reasonable exception to that masking order for city employees. I fully support giving paid time off for folks who do get vaccinated if they feel ill. I know plenty of friends who felt terrible the next day. I didn't, but I was lucky. There are people who just do feel bad after. But if you're willing to do what's right, I think the city should cover you because we're here to support our community builders. And if you've already gotten your vaccine, I get the feeling that more than the 20-something% that was reported on GNV Insider, I want to believe and hope and pray that more than 20-something% of our community builders actually have their vaccine. They just haven't submitted their ID, their vaccine card to HR. Please prove me right and submit your card so that we do know who has been vaccinated. The masking is the least we can do. It's the least we can do to protect our community. It's the least we can do to protect our community builders. It's the least we can do to spare ourselves the liability of infecting our neighbors or our other community builders. We're asking for a bare minimum here. And you know, I get it. A lot of folks don't like being told what to do. If you don't like being told what to do, you are welcome to go start a startup, to go be a CEO somewhere. But you entered government service, and it is a service, and there are conditions where you serve and do what needs to be done in order to serve your community. I'm with Commissioner Ward on this one. If this keeps spiraling, I might just get over any legal icky feelings I have and push towards that mandate. But I'm willing to give our community builders a chance to make that choice on their own. I'll agree with Commissioner Ariola that perhaps a month is too soon for folks to talk to whatever medical professional they want to schedule their appointments, to make sure their home is in order for childcare, for sick care, for whatever you need. and that staff should probably figure out an appropriate amount of time for that, within reason. You're all incredibly, stupidly lucky that you have those options. When I sit here and I get emails and I get told by people that I can't tell them what to do, and that I can't tell them to put chips in their bodies, and I had a priest tell a whole congregation that it's a bioweapon to scramble your brain with psychotoxins. Every day, every single day, I wake up and wonder if my family's gonna be okay, because they don't have any of the luxuries you all do. So if there is a community builder in this organization who thinks that's fine, people's families don't matter, my office is right here. Please make an appointment. Tell me to my face that other human beings don't matter. And we can have a conversation. And I can direct you to therapy or a priest or a rabbi or whatever you want to see if there's some way to talk humanity back into you. I'm not gonna force you, but I am gonna beg you to do better. If only because you do have the opportunity to do better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Aiello, before I go back to you, I'd like to hear from our charters. Michelle, you want to start? I know you've been talking, and I'd especially like to hear the sort of legal sort of limits here of what we can and can't do, certainly on vaccination of our workforce, as well as walk us through a little bit the ordinance approach versus emergency order approach to a mask mandate, that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So yes, the charter officers have been talking for the past couple weeks about this issue for the obvious reasons. COVID-19 is not going away, and again, it's getting worse. We all realized we're not medical professionals, and that's what these decisions should be based on. So we reached out to Dr. Lisa Chaco, who's Medical Services Director for the city and for GFR, and got input from her, as well as, of course, following the government-issued public health guidance that's out there on this topic. In the backup, and apologies for the late submission, but this is ever evolving, and we wanted to both outline for the commission the various issues that we've already addressed, get your input and guidance on a couple of issues. So if you want, I'd like to go through kind of methodically through the categories that we've identified and update you, and certainly the other charters can weigh in. So as to city employees, as of today, we are back to mandatory masks and temperature screening. There's one point of entry for all city facilities, and all employees need to go through that process every day when they report to work, and they are to wear facial coverings whenever they are in a shared space. So for example, using Commissioner Sacco's concern, if a police officer is alone in their own car, they wouldn't have to wear a mask that entire time, but if they're sharing the car with another officer, then they should. We also are working on an attestation form. We realized we need to get good information about the vaccine status of our own employees. So all employees will be mandated to fill out a form indicating that either yes or no as to whether they've been vaccinated. And if they've been vaccinated, they need to attach the proof of their vaccine record. That information will go straight from the employee to Employee Health Services, because that's obviously medical information. We want to assure employees that information is not shared with their supervisor. It's not going to be published anywhere as to their individual status. So that will be retained as our other employee medical records by Employee Health Services. The charter officers talked about testing and received guidance from Dr. Chaco, and honestly, because testing it's both costly to the city because we are self-insured with our health insurance plan. It also is a snapshot in time. You know, it's really only as good as you're tested that moment. You may be cleared for a day or two, but then you might contract it immediately after that. So given, weighing the administrative burdens of how we would monitor that and the expense. It's simply in our mind, the benefit didn't outweigh that. So we didn't pursue that at this time. We did consider vaccination as a condition of employment, and there are some charter officers who believe that we should do that. From the legal perspective, we believe we can. We don't believe it's going to be a collective bargaining issue. We've been following the litigation throughout the United States. There have been no employee plaintiffs who have been successful in convincing a judge that it's not reasonable for your employer to set vaccination as a condition of employment, given our ongoing pandemic. And the reason why is because we're not telling people that we're going to hold you down and force you to submit to a vaccine. What we're saying is vaccination is important as an employer because we need you to be here, we need you to be healthy, we need the entire workforce to be healthy. And you have a choice. If you don't want to get vaccinated, then your choice is to seek employment elsewhere. So that's the arguments that have been made before the court, and as I said, no employee group has been successful yet in defeating a mandate. So we think we could do that. The charter officers, like I said, were not in agreement on that, so we did want commission some input and direction from you all. Some issues to consider, obviously the deadline for proof of vaccination, and I think the charters, we could work on that, and we have some ideas around that. One issue raised by some charters is it preferable to wait until there is a fully FDA-approved vaccine available? And then there is some concern that some employees, as I said, if they choose not to be vaccinated, they might either choose to resign, or we may, of course, have to terminate them if they don't comply with that condition of employment. And would that create an operational issue for the city? So I don't know, do you want me to stop there so you can have a conversation around that, or keep going and then you all can come back?
Why don't you keep going just to get through that document, and then we'll kind of figure out what the decision or conversation points are.
So then, as to city buildings and facilities, also commencing today, but we're talking about not for employees, but for any member of the public, any board member that comes in, contractors of the city, same thing. They'll be required to be temperature screened upon entry and to wear facial coverings at all times while indoors. Outdoors, all non-employees are required to wear facial coverings anytime that a minimum of 6 foot social distancing can't be maintained. Then the final topic, which would be an ordinance to impose some public health, safety, and welfare measures. One thing, the commission should consider whether adequate code enforcement resources exist to enforce these mandates. And if you decide to move forward, the city manager and I have talked about this. And what we recommend, because this really isn't, this is not, and we're not talking about an emergency order, because under state law, those are only good for 7 days, and they're really intended to address things that, are truly an emergency that we need to respond quickly to. What we realize is this is an ongoing public health, safety, and welfare threat. So to that end, you all can absolutely legislate, pass an ordinance. What we would recommend is that we, in that ordinance, of course, list the findings of fact, the expert medical opinions and public health guidance that describe exactly what I just said, that this is, it's here to stay. It's kind of unfortunately, our normal right now that we have to, we have to figure out a way to continue to exist. You would limit the mandatory measures. We would actually spell those out in the ordinance, and they would, of course, be requiring all persons to wear facial coverings when indoors, with some reasonable exceptions for eating, for persons with disabilities, the same thing that existed in some of the emergency orders. The commission would need to determine if you want to make that mandate on businesses, enforceable on the businesses or on individuals themselves. Then the second thing that you could do is indoor occupancy or capacity limits on businesses. You'd need to set the amount of the civil fine for violations. And then finally, because this is ongoing, we think that the ordinance would just stay on the books, but it would contain a provision that when the city manager determines, again based on medical guidance, that such measures are no longer needed, he would simply direct staff to cease enforcement at that time. And then hopefully when we get to a point that the coast is clear, we could then come forward with a repealing ordinance, and that, that ordinance would no longer be necessary. So that concludes our thoughts and recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Okay, back to Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the city attorney for that very thoughtful input into all of our charter officers. If I could be convinced that unvaccinated persons in the workplace did not pose a health issue to other employees and their families, then I could go along with having it be optional for employment. But let me get straight to the point. Only a certain number of people can choose to get vaccinated right now. And as Harvey said, that doesn't include children. Even if you're vaccinated, if you have children who can't get vaccinated, you are constantly aware of that fact. I'm not going to ask anyone to come to work and to work with people who could infect them, and then that infection comes back to their child. I will not do that. And to that end, if we don't have support for a vaccination mandate for employment, we should absolutely be offering virtual work to any employee that does not feel safe coming to their workplace. As for the charter officer recommendations, I absolutely believe in a lot of what has been written in terms of the mandatory masks, temperature screening, and I would like us to explore, at this point, I mean, the governor of Florida is no longer entered in my mind as a person of sound mind. So whatever orders he's putting out, I'm just not interested. So I think we should pursue an ordinance that includes public health and safety mandates, that includes mask wearing, that encourages our employees, or rather businesses, to require vaccinations and masking at the same time. And as the attorney said, we can have that expire based upon medical advice whenever we get to that coast is clear period, whenever that may be. I would really like to see, this is for the purpose of a motion. I'm not going to make this right now because a lot of it's based on what you submitted, Adrian. I'm not going to move your recommendations, seeing as how you probably got that down. But I absolutely want to see included in any motion that ordinance that we're going to try and expand this to the public in terms of masking and things of that nature, because the situation is dire. I don't accept the assertion from this governor that he's the only one who gets to make the calls on these situations. I don't accept that assertion from him. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor. The first part of the motion is that the commission supports the charter officers' masking requirements that they've laid out for employees and the public. The second portion is that we direct the charter officers to create and implement a plan to require city employees to be vaccinated with a COVID vaccination. The charter officers will set reasonable dates for shots to be dates that they must be administered. There would be exceptions for medical reasons or ADA. Third portion is that we direct the city...
Your line is muted. Press *6 to unmute your line.
third portion of the motion is that we direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance that would impose public health and safety measures on external parties. The fourth portion is we direct the city clerk to draft an ordinance asking all employees in our community to mandate vaccines for employees and asking members of our public to get vaccinated and for the public to wear masks indoors. Next portion, that we give a PTO day to employees, our city employees who are vaccinated. And then lastly, we restrict travel of unvaccinated employees.
I'll second if you include the virtual option for employees.
I personally don't know if I'm okay with that broad of a thing. Is there?
Get a plan back, at least include for when they bring back those items to bring back.
I'm open to hearing a plan on that. Just there may be operational things where employees have to be here.
Right.
Like police officers, it's hard for them to be remote.
Yeah, well, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. Second for discussion.
Yeah, and it's clear we're going to split this in some way, shape, or form. So if we want to include stuff that you might not necessarily ultimately vote for, that's okay too. So we have a motion on the floor in a second. Madam Clerk, you feel like you got it? No?
I'm losing my voice though.
I think, Commissioner Santos has it written down, so I think he can share his chicken scratch with you. Commissioner Sacco.
Right, so, thank you. Ms. Shelley, were any of those cases that have been unsuccessful, were any of them in Florida?
I don't know. I was not the one in my office that did the research on those, so.
God willing, they're probably.
We could certainly get back to you on that. I know they were across the country.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Feldman, I know you sent a couple days ago, I guess a tabulation of what it's cost us in terms of insurance when folks got sick, in terms of testing, in terms of vaccination, in terms of hospitalizations. I think that came out to about $3 million.
That was through 3.4 million through March 31st. That's now at 4.2 million through June 30th.
Okay. I guess in your professional opinion, because we are self-insured, if a significant portion of our workforce remains unvaccinated, we expect that to keep climbing.
That is correct.
What further financial ramification, other than like the upfront cost, what does that raise our premiums? Does that make us harder to insure? Does that impact us any other way?
Well, when we buy reinsurance down a pike, because we are self-insured, that negative experience will have a factor, though I think, the markets will have to make some sort of correction for COVID-related exposure somewhere down the road. I am more concerned about the operational effect, both financial and our ability to provide services. So if, for example, we have a COVID breakout at the police department, okay, we still have to police the area, provide police services. That would force overtime. That also, if we have too much of a spread, you could just take us out. A shift could be, gone. Same thing with GFR. Especially firefighters that are living in communal spaces, firehouses, working in a fire apparatus, fire engine that has limited air circulation as well. One COVID outbreak can take out a fire station, can take out a shift. So those are operational concerns that we have to address. I did want to address a point that Commissioner Ariola had mentioned about allowing people who are community builders who don't feel safe. Okay, that potentially creates an issue about which community builders could we allow to go home, and would we allow an unvaccinated community builder who does not feel safe coming to work to just basically work from home. On there, I think we've all sort of indicated that, you know, vaccinations is the preferred state. You don't necessarily want to create an incentive or an environment for somebody not to get vaccinated. That would be, you know, contrary to what the policy is that I'm hearing from the dais up here. So virtual work seems like a potential remedy, but it would only be for a select few. And I'm concerned about the majority of the workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. I agree with your point on going virtual. There are some jobs that just simply cannot be done. And I think that would start a bit of a witch hunt and rumor mill of person X I heard isn't vaccinated. I don't want to work with person X. And then it spreads and then nobody else wants to come in for that office or unit or department.
If I could, that condition exists right now.
Right.
As you know, we've returned to the workplace as of July 6th. There are individuals that are known not to be vaccinated, and there are community builders that are very concerned about working with them.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. That was, those are my points, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
I actually completely forgot what I was going to ask at this point. Oh, I remember. Commissioner Santos, can you clarify part 3 of the motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Good.
So I don't know if you see.
Oh, wait. Okay, wait. It's right here in front of me.
That's kind of it. Yeah. It's in essence the.
Okay, I understand.
People wear masks in public.
I get that. Thank you.
It would allow us to put in measures to mandate that businesses have to wear masks and other things.
Okay, I got it. Thanks. So there are, I'm assuming we're going to split out quite a bit of this.
We'll split whatever people want
Okay.
to split.
I will, my vote will deserve an explanation. So I'll say that I agree with many of my, my colleagues that we're in an unprecedented public health crisis. It is my personal belief and my personal opinion that everybody that can be vaccinated should be vaccinated. At the same time, I don't believe that it is, at this point, my job to force someone or mandate them to be vaccinated. So, I would like for us to split out those pieces of it, and everything else I can support. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Santos, could you talk a little more about number 6? I'm just not real clear. I mean, you're talking about like a public health campaign or?
Yeah. A resolution, it will create a news story, and that's mainly what I want is a news story so that people see it, and yeah.
Okay.
That's mainly what that is.
I read that as encouraging everyone else that has employees to get them vaccinated.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think number 2 is the only one that number 2, I don't think I can support it if it said create a plan so it's ready. I'm not ready to implement it yet. And so if Charter's created a plan that we could fill in the dates on at a future meeting, I think it would be good to have that at hand, but I'm not there yet. Number 7, the plan is important to have, but I see the drawbacks on it. But I would love to have the plan, again, ready to implement. And when I say ready to implement, I don't want to move forward with any of this stuff that we don't have to. I would love to see the spike decline rapidly. I want everybody to get scared and start wearing masks and stay home when they don't have to go somewhere. That's my hope, that this works, that people go get vaccinated because they're scared. But if it doesn't, if the numbers keep going up, or even stay as they are, or there's no big dip, then we have to do something different. So yeah, I could support creating a plan in number 2, but I'm not ready to implement yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very personal for me. Many of you know that my father was ill for 60 days, hospitalized, intubated in a medically induced coma last year when COVID was new. This year, when he had the opportunity to be vaccinated, my entire family took the trip. My mother, my 95-year-old grandfather, and myself, and my father. My father got the first shot, became critically ill, had to be hospitalized, re-intubated for a period of a month and a half. So I can't tell anyone what you ought to do in this regard. This is a very personal decision. I can say what I would do, what I did do. But I have enough respect for us as individuals to know that this is a very personal choice. I respect your religious convictions as well. And it pains me that I would have to sit here and try to make a decision that says, and now your job is on the line as a result. I believe in social distancing. And if I can be perfectly honest with each of you today, I was concerned about the size of this meeting in here tonight. Now that's the truth. I think that we can, or what I'm comfortable with, masks, I'm not comfortable with telling people that you have to get vaccinated. That's a choice that you have to make on your own. I'm going to sit with this a little bit longer and decide which pieces of this I can actually support. But I felt like I needed to say that. It's been brewing in me since this conversation started. In my lifetime, I haven't experienced anything this serious. I don't think anybody up here has. So my prayer is that all of our employees also know how serious it is, and that they'll take the proper steps to protect themselves and their families and the people that they work with. I don't feel comfortable telling people that their job is on the line if they don't get vaccinated, or that they have to compromise their personal convictions as a result. I just don't see that as being my job. But I will encourage everyone to be safe. And I think by now you know what that is.
Do you conclude, Commissioner? Okay, let's, we've got a motion on the floor. You can read it up on the screen, whether you're here or at home. So let's open it up for public comment. Again, we'll alternate between folks in the room and folks calling in, as we'll start here with anybody in chamber. Howdy.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Attorney, how are you all today? I understand everything that you all just said, So do the members. Everybody has a story in the family. I have a member, lost 5 members of his family. But I went through and checked with my members, and they are completely opposed to a mandatory COVID vaccination. Vaccinated union members are not opposed to taking the shot, obviously, but they're opposed to the mandate. 2 reasons for that. There are 2 roles of the union, and it's a conflict right now with this COVID. I'm charged with protecting the rights of the workers, but I'm also charged with protecting safety in the workplace. And that's where we have a mutual interest there. I get all that. This is from my members, a mandate to them. It violates their personal rights. I don't know how litigation goes with that, man. But it violates their rights for the workers to choose what they put in their bodies. This is not a seatbelt. This is not a mask. We have no problem with all of that. What you're mandating is what somebody is going to inject into their body. And all over the country, not just Gainesville, there is a slew of controversy. I think we can all agree. I don't know why or where it's out there. I don't know who's generating it. Sometimes I do. Even now, Mr. Areolas, you're in conflict with the governor, okay? We're not happy with him because of the union reasons, but there's a conflict even there, even in the legislation area here, where you're drafting ordinances. So this leaves a lot of confusion for the members of the local. This is your workforce. The workforce here has been working for all of you and all of the citizens of this town, even when there wasn't a vaccine. So you're not going to tell somebody that's been working in the sewers, you're not going to scare them, okay? Even though they all have a story. They've been out there going to work every day. And they have not had the luxury of quarantine or working remotely. Our workers, they get up and they go to work every day. They do what they're told. And COVID is just something that you deal with. But their issue that they're having is, even the vaccinated ones, is that they don't want it to be mandated because they feel like you're being told.
Thank you. And we appreciate you being here and being their voice tonight and sticking with us all night. I know you've been here.
Is there any way I could get an extension because I'm talking for 2,000 people?
I'm afraid we treat everyone the same, but you do have one of your partners here if you want
Okay.
to continue your comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure, of course. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First in our line here is Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. As a retired registered nurse, it's heartbreaking to see how our elected officials have turned, a public health crisis into a political issue. We look at Israel and in the UK, they were extremely successful in getting their citizens vaccinated. Unfortunately, our country is a developed country, but we're not advanced. Unfortunately, majority of the commissioners being on the commission today damaged your credibility earlier today. Commissioner Duncan Walker was the only commissioner who cared about the health of residents being tortured with noise pollution in their homes coming from Depot Park with amplified noise. That's a health hazard. They're held hostage in their own homes every time you all decide to have huge concerts at all hours, late hour. And it doesn't matter what time of the day. When you're being tortured with noise, it damages your health. So that's where you start losing it. When you've got double standards, it's okay to torture people with noise pollution, knowing that it's killing them. They're held hostage in their home. They can't escape. They're just waiting for the noise to end. They can't get help. They call the police, and the police said there's nothing they can do because the city commissioners allow it. Then now you're wanting to help with this pandemic, and just made it more difficult for the public to want to work with you when on one hand you don't care about people's health, but on this issue you do. So when we're talking about, there's two groups of people can get vaccinated but they won't. There's those that are vaccine hesitant, and then those that are vaccine hostile because of political reasons. You can't do anything with the vaccine hostile, but you certainly can communicate with those that are vaccine hesitant. And that's what I urge, that you communicate and work with those employees and try to let them express what their concerns are.
Ms. Martinez?
You can help them realize that many of their concerns
Yes.
are unfounded. So
All right,
that's my
thank you, Ms. Martinez.
suggestion.
We'll take
Thank
the next
you.
speaker in the chamber.
Rethink.
Anybody else in chamber wish to speak? Hey, welcome, thanks for sticking with us all.
Good evening. I'm Tristan Grunder. I'm the president of Fraternal Order of Police. We have a lot of questions about what would happen with a mandate. Us, like CWA, most of our members are against it, even if they've already been vaccinated. They're against anyone telling them what they have to put in their body. We do think it would be open to bargaining, because we do think it would be a change in work status, especially if we're going to be terminated for not taking on the vaccination. We'd also ask that prior to administration, are you going to do, of these vaccines, are you going to do anything to check health statuses? That way, if something adverse does happen, because I also know several people that had terrible reactions to the vaccine that put them back into the hospital. And what I would ask is, what kind of time would that be used? Because as of now, if we get a vaccine and we get sick, we use our own time. So we have several questions like that. And before we vote on something like this, we'd almost like to have a seat at the table in order to have more of these open discussions before we we rush to a vote for something. That would be our members' desire, at least to have that sit-down conversation before voting on something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking with us all. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next speaker is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I just want to state for the record, and also I'd like to hear from the city attorney in relation to the first DCA opinion as to masking mandates. But with respect to the mandate that you're trying to force on employees, getting a COVID-19 vaccine should be a personal health choice. Experimental vaccine, there can be significant side effects, as I incurred, which were non-traditional side effects, by the way, which were appendicitis-like symptoms for 4 days. I would have sworn I had appendicitis after the second shot before going to the gym and so forth. But I agree with the collective bargaining units about the hesitancy of you forcing your political will on represented employees, on city employees, substituting your judgment for their personal health choices. That's inappropriate and holding their employment over their head. So you're free to do temperature checks, which is prudent. You're free, I guess, to make your employees wear masks. I just think that, once again, this is city government overreach. Trying to find ways to control people, to appeal to your flock of supporters. Yes, there is a pandemic. I think people are perfectly capable of making well-informed health decisions on their own. you collectively leading the flock and telling us how we should live our lives, how we should think. And it's just inappropriate, Mayor Poe. I think you should respect your city employees. I'm taking away their parking spots with your gold pass, which is pretty comical because there's an email posted about that. But you want to dabble in every aspect of every person's life. That's not the role of government. I don't need you as a 54-year-old adult to tell me how to live our lives. People in Archer don't need you telling them how to think and how they should live their lives. So stop trying to intrude and impose your political will and beliefs on other people. Let them make their own personal informed choices. Again, not opposed to the vaccine, but it was a personal choice. Okay, but this is not a vaccine in the traditional sense. This is mRNA, as posted on the CDC website, Mayor Poe, before you start lecturing me, because every time you say something, you've been wrong. You said vaccine's going to save us from not having to wear masks, or booster shots wouldn't be necessary, or, and you contradict yourself and anyone that wants to have an intelligent discussion, because only you can be right. So stop intruding on people's lives, and I really would like to
Mr.
to the
Scott,
attorney
Mr.
Scott, with
We'll
respect
take
to
the
mask
next speaker inside
Mr. Scott.
the
On the
chambers.
first DCA.
Anybody else want to say anything that's here in chambers with us? Come on down. Good evening.
I'd like to finish up the CDOBA. There's too many more questions that's y'all trying to enforce a drug. I apologize for all the the situations I went through or whatever, but to impose a drug that's not FDA approved and then hold termination over employees, that's I don't think they're. But the CWA is willing to bargain and negotiate and go to the table and talk about those situations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next in line is Mary Lou Hildreth. Ms. Hildreth, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Larry. Guys, I'm just laying here crying right now. And I don't think you know, but July 9th, I went to the emergency room and I got my colon taken out and spleen, and I now have an ostomy bag, but that has nothing to do with any of this. But I'm still paying attention to everything, and I think my ass right here now, I'm so sorry. Just, when you have different situations that are more crucial than most of these things in your personal life, it's a little bit harder. But anyway, my point would be to let your city employees go back to working from home again, and also to not have presentations, less amount of people in City Hall. They can do it by Zoom to do their, PowerPoints, and to just let's protect our employees and our people. Let them work from home again until we can get through some of this. And sorry if I got a little emotional, but it's a little rough for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth, and we wish you the very speediest of recoveries. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Anybody else in chamber wish to speak? Anybody else? Okay, we'll go back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. We call messenger RNA a vaccine only because government stretched the definition to include genetic technology never before approved for human use, one made by a company that never before brought a product to market. The makers bear no liability and reap tremendous wealth. Vast public resources and propaganda have gone toward vaccines as the solution over treatment and simple, cheap DIY tests of infectiousness. There's more to that story. Here's some points. One, the shots don't prevent transmission of the virus. The CEO of Shan said on TV 20 Monday that their purpose is to lessen the impact of the virus on the individual, not the virus. A major vaccine developer said a prophylactic vaccine itself administered during a pandemic can accelerate changes in the virus. That happens with vaccine failure, now called breakthrough. In May, CDC stopped monitoring positive tests of vaccinated people, except those who are hospitalized and die. Some officials say they're flying blind without those numbers, and some continue reporting them on a more local scale. In Provincetown, Massachusetts, last month, more than 70% of hundreds of positive tests were among vaccinated individuals who associated with other vaccinated people. Repeating a pandemic of the unvaccinated is unhelpful. No one is to blame. It's a virus, not a political football. People who ask questions aren't selfish. 2, people who've had the virus with or without symptoms have superior natural immunity, and they risk severe reactions to the shots for no benefit, as you've heard. They should be exempt. Anyone risks serious reactions too, like myocarditis and blood clots. No one on earth knows the long-term effects. The virus will change and recede, but the shots are permanent. Fully informed consent is doubtful, and powerful forces are being invoked now by the President of the United States to silence questions. The main point, when people signed on to work for the city, they didn't surrender their autonomy over their bodies, as the labor advocates said. They shouldn't have to report their medical records. Employees who can least afford to lose their jobs are the least free to speak up. No one should be blamed, shamed, bullied, punished, attacked, threatened, fired, or excluded from society for exercising that autonomy and asking valid questions. As you consider this item and the next, HB1, please keep in mind that people are being beaten and arrested in Paris and Berlin for objecting to exactly this kind of mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Mr. Mayor, over to you.
Do we have anybody else in chamber that wants to speak? Okay, Adam, I think it's back. You've got everybody else.
Okay, I have Betty Smokvitas. Ms. Smokvitas, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'm here not as a resident. This is not about development or any of the issues. I'm here as a faculty member from the University of Florida. My specialty is the history and philosophy of science. I am a full professor. I teach the course at UF on the history and evolution of infectious disease. And I'm calling in to check the language that has been used. This is not experimental. This is not experimentation. Human beings are not being treated as guinea pigs. I have no idea what superior immunity means. And what we're witnessing is the kind of misinformation that is just rampant on YouTube, on places that are not peer reviewed. I understand the complexity of the task in front of you as a commission. I get it. But I do not think that I can put up with all of this kind of misinformation that is being spread all over the place. And I hope that someone on the city commission speaks to the fact that there is misinformation. And, what is a vaccine? I mean, now I'm being told that, anything with mRNA is not a vaccine. I have no idea where people are getting these definitions other than, cranks on, that places that are not peer reviewed. But I really want to stop this language of experimentation. That is what is putting the fear in a lot of people. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Smokvitas. Mr. Mayor, if no one is still in chambers, I have one more caller on the line at this moment. Tim Henson, you have the line and 3 minutes. Mr. Henson.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, simple. I just want to say, as a current GRU City of Gainesville employee, I don't necessarily agree with everything that's been put forth. I do believe it should be each individual's choice for them and their family. There is the aspect that if you don't have enough compliance, what does GRU do and the city of Gainesville do if said services can no longer operate because enough employees are willing to take their stand and walk away? And I would just like all aspects to be considered, because being a GRU employee, I've been essential the whole time and have went to work the whole time and allowed my family to stay at the house because they didn't need to leave, and took on added responsibilities with said decision to minimize the chances of infection in my house. And I just want to make sure these things are being considered, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henson. Mr. Mayor, if there's still nobody in chambers, we have Ms. Nancy Darren. Ms. Darren, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good discussion, commissioners. I am very uncomfortable with a mandate for vaccines. Encouraging and giving the PTO day, I can understand that, but it's masks. I'm so glad you're requiring masks for the employees and the public, and if there's nothing else that we all try to do is the masking. I think it's the most powerful tool and the one we can demand and get the most bang for our buck out of as we encourage all the other public health measures that you're grappling with. But I would say stick to the mask wearing and encouragement and the PTO for people who are concerned in that direction, but don't mandate this at this point. Yeah, I was an RN in a major teaching hospital back in '76, and yeah, we all have our own stories, right? And the Ford administration rushed vaccines out, and we're way down the road on this one now. But things come out over time, and people do have concerns, and how we protect public health is so important. And I think at this point, and given the dissension around the country, that the more we can encourage masking, we're going to be a big step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darren. Next in the queue is Ms. Lisa Hanson. Ms. Hanson, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I am 1 year shy of working for the city of Gainesville for 30 years. You know, that's over half my life. And to see in a newspaper report that the city commission is thinking about mandating a vaccine or possibly fire employees seems very mean-spirited. I understand that the reasoning for the health and all that, but it just seems, I don't know, but because you've got all these people who through the pandemic worked every day. They were out in it before we all knew that it had a 98% survival rate, and that we didn't know what people were out in the field getting exposed to, but they were there. They were there supporting the city of Gainesville and GRU and the citizens of the community. So to me, it seems unreasonable for you not to have options where people who can work from home would be able to work from home during this, or people who unfortunately don't have that luxury of working from home, that, you know, they would mitigate the issues like they did before, wearing a mask, keeping sanitizer, wiping down work areas, all the things that we did to try to contain it before. And I'd also like to say, this vaccine is not FDA approved. Per the CDC website, there have been thousands of deaths and hundreds, or I don't know about hundreds of thousands, but many adverse reactions to people. So that's my 2 cents, and I hope that y'all make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Next in the queue, Grace Romo. Ms. Romo, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you so much. First, I want to say that I don't think that people are viewing this mandate in a way that is worldwide, because I personally have family in Latin America that is dying right now because they don't have access to these vaccines. And I lost 3 people last week because they didn't have vaccines to give them. And it's funny to me that people here are seeing a mandate as something that threatens their freedom, when, yes, there have been thousands of deaths, but there have been millions of vaccinations and millions of success rates. 99% of the deaths now from COVID-19 are people who are not vaccinated. And to be that 1% because you think that someone helping you medically is an infringement on your rights is interesting to me, because that isn't how we should view it if we see that we are so privileged to have this access to these vaccines. And there are people who right now are praying to be in our situation, and so many of us are taking it for granted. So those are my 2 cents, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Romo. Next in the queue, Candace Chambers. Ms. Chambers, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for letting me speak. I know that this issue is a very heated one for lots of people, and that the split is very harsh on either side. I can understand why people would want to avoid having a mandate put in place, simply because they feel it would be an infringement on their rights for that to be mandated, and that's completely understandable. On the flip side of that, I believe that everybody has a right to work in a safe environment. So if you're not going to put in place a mandate for people to get vaccinated, it makes sense that you would extend the right for people to remote work when possible, to do things like limit contact with the public who may or may not be masked. I know for GRU that for a while we weren't going into people's homes to avoid having our workers exposed to people who may have COVID, and that we had closed the lobby at GRU at one point. And I know that other offices in the city have had similar measures in place. And if we're not going to have a mandate, it would be really good to see a return to those kinds of preventative measures being put into place, so that the workers who either are vaccinated but have immunocompromised family members at home or small children still feel like they're working in a safe environment. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Our next caller is Paula. Paula, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for accepting my call. I'm calling to support you in your decisions if you go forward with requiring the mask mandates and mandatory vaccinations for employees. And my reasoning for that is because the shots are free, and we know how people that get the COVID when they're in the hospital for days, weeks, months, how much costly that could be. and I'm worried about how the rates of insurance and how that would go up if too many people in the city end up in the hospital with serious COVID. And also, we know that so many people have gotten the shot, and they're walking around amongst us, and they're doing fine. And we also sadly know people that have unfortunately passed away, and we want to prevent that. And why wouldn't it be okay to expect people to get the normal shots that people should get to prevent preventable diseases? You have to do it in elementary school. You have to do it in college. Why not do it in the workplace too? So I strongly support this. And if for some reason you don't pass this, please allow employees to work at home and take all the other measures that were mentioned by the previous 2 or 3 people that spoke before me. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope that you're able to convey the safetiness of this vaccine and how it is saving lives, and dispel all the misinformation that is out there. Thank you for listening to me. Have a good night. Goodbye.
Thank you, Paula. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I see lights here. I'm not sure who was first. 3. Thank you.
Thank you. I really like to think that people are inherently good. I have a philosophy that when I meet someone, everyone starts at 100% with me, and we're gonna just give you the benefit of the doubt that you're a good person. And every now and then somebody proves me that I'm very wrong, or whatever is not an appropriate response to people getting sick and dying. Just saying it doesn't help your case. I'm sorry about your situation or whatever is dismissive and I can't even. That is not how you win an opinion for your side, just objectively dismissing that people died. If an employee kills me from COVID, please make sure to put or whatever on my tombstone, since apparently that's the mentality we have around here. That said, for everyone who says you can't force people to put stuff in their body, guess what? This country does that a lot. If you want to come into this country, I know the majority of people here were born here. It's a great privilege, a lot of privilege in this room. If you want to come into this country so that you don't starve or get shot or raped in your home country, you have to take a lot of vaccines. You are obligated to do all of those things. So the amount of privilege and entitlement in this community and in this country and selfishness is frankly disgusting. I am disgusted to represent a lot of people right now that are that selfish, that are that entitled, that are that willfully misinformed. You have free education. You have a lot of healthcare right at your fingertips. And you are throwing it all away for someone on TikTok, for someone on YouTube, for someone on Twitter to tell you, oh, you get all of this if you take a vaccine that will probably save your life? You haven't even tried it. You haven't even researched a journal. You don't care. You read somewhere on Twitter that something's wrong. I was on the side of, you know what, let's give people a lot of latitude. I don't want to force things on people. Do you know how you lose that vote? With a lot of really dumb comments. I am, you know what, my empathy for anyone who is unwilling to work with us right now and do what they need to do to keep this job and this community safe, that empathy, that ability to care about your opinions and your worries, out the window. I'm completely for that mandate right now. So if you counted the votes and you want to do it, I'm with you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank all of the people who spoke for the unions and your bargaining groups and the employees you represent. Thank you. I would like to add an 8th portion to the motion, if the second is okay, that we have employee health services and communication departments create and implement a plan to encourage employees to get vaccinated. And with that plan, they would also work with the unions, and they would be rolled out as soon as the quality plan can be put together.
That's fine. And that's in addition to, not instead of.
That's number 8. Yeah. And
can you repeat that for the clerk, sure, please? There's
an addition to the. Madam Clerk, you ready? that we have employee health services and internal and communications create and implement a plan to encourage employees to get vaccinated, work with the unions on this, roll it out as soon as the quality plan can be put together.
Okay.
And if we could separate out 7 too.
Yeah. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask if we could change the verbiage of number 2 from create and implement to create, and then we can have a later vote on implementation of that plan. But after hearing your suggestion to add number 8, I believe the communications plan is better. I'd like to see where this commission stands on requirements of vaccinations. Yeah, this is very difficult. And I spent a great deal of my time over the last week talking to city employees who were in favor and in opposition to requiring vaccination being a condition of employment. This is one of the more difficult decisions, but I stand by my original conviction, and I'd like to see where the commission stands on it. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, so I'm still where I was. I'm still not ready to vote to mandate vaccines. But I want to urge you again, in a variety of ways, to get vaccinated. We require United States citizens to get vaccinated, and people who aren't citizens to get vaccinated a lot. If your child is in a public school, you've done some vaccinating. If you went to public school, you did some vaccinating. If you went to school and you wanted to play football, you got some vaccinating. Over and over and over again, you didn't think about it. You just did it. Why? Because it made sense, because your doctor told you to. And because there wasn't somebody on YouTube who maybe had a medical degree, maybe doesn't, telling stories about it. I want to urge you to go to Evergreen Cemetery or some other cemetery that's been around for a long time. And I want you to look at all the babies and young children who have grave markers in there up to the 1950s. And in the 1940s and 50s, that ends for the most part. You don't see many babies and children with grave markers in old cemeteries after the 1940s or 50s. Why is that? Because they started getting vaccinated. This stuff saves lives. I get that a lot of people are very uncomfortable. I understand. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I just want you to not die. I want you to not die. I'm going to vote for everything on here except number 2. I really hope that we can get to a point very soon where this just isn't a concern. Yeah, I'm going to stop talking before I say something I shouldn't. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Thank you all for the thoughtful conversation. Thank you for our charter officers and other city staff that helped inform this discussion. You know, I, like so many other people, wish we were in a much different place, much different place. It's just so discouraging to see how this has been politicized. Like, if there was one thing in our country that we should just not have seen, and you look at the data of who's, you know, 100% against a vaccine or vaccine hesitant, it just falls straight down political lines. And that's, you know, that's killing people. I mean, it's just, let's have honest political debate about housing policy or the role of policing in our community. Those are great political conversations to have, not whether people should live or die because of a solution to a pandemic. So that it's just, I'm frustrated. I think one of the callers, I don't know who, said that we're using our own judgment to make these determinations. We're not. We're making them based on what the medical community is telling us. And when you talk with the folks, the experts, especially at UF Health, the response is universal. People need to get vaccinated. The people they're seeing don't have vaccines. The people who are dying don't have vaccines. The kids that are going in there don't have vaccines. Almost all of them. But it's just so personal to me. The fact that we have lost people who worked, who were frontline workers, who didn't have a choice about whether to come to work or not, are no longer with us. And they would be here if they had a vaccine. They would still be working for the city. Their family would still be sharing stories over the 4th of July and at Christmas. So if there's a little something that we can do to prevent that next person from dying on our watch, I'm going to do it. And you can call me all the names you want, and we can have all the conversations you want. This isn't about paid overtime. This is about life and death. And that's not something we should compromise on. So we're going to move to a vote. I have heard number 2 wants pulled out. I want to pull number 7 out. Are there any other items that want split?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
Basically, I mean, I have my,
You want me to split them all?
yes, please.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we're going to go down the line there. Okay, so all in favor of number 1, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous. Number 2, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That motion passes 4-3. Johnson, Ward, and Duncan Walker in dissent. Number 3, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion is unanimous. I'll let you catch up there, Madam Clerk. There we go. Number 4, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion is unanimous. Number 5, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That motion is 6-1, Johnson in dissent. 6, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That motion is 5-2, Johnson, Duncan Walker in dissent. Number 7, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And I'm nay as well, so that motion passes 5-2 with Hay Sentis and Poe in dissent. And number 8, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion is unanimous. Okay, thank you all. I know this is tough. I'm happy to speak with any of the, I know I have a meeting set up early next week with FOP. I'm happy to speak with CWA if you want, and anybody else with the city about why I decided this and where we go from here. The sooner we get past this and get everybody jabbed, the better we'll all be. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, our next item is, Resolution 1, resolution for grant agreements associated with the Northwest 42nd Avenue sidewalk project. With the recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution, which authorizes the city manager or designee to execute all agreements and any other necessary documents with FDOT pertaining to this project, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments, or is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move resolution number 210201.
Is there a second? Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed resolution. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Adam, anybody for this item?
Just to refresh, we were trying to track and I lost it. Is this RE2?
RE1.
No, we do not have anybody on the line at this time for GRE1. Thank you, sir.
Okay, commission roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos is absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. You were here for that? Good night. Poor guy. He's on the clock. Okay, next item, please.
RE-2, litigation to challenge CS-House Bill 1, 2021. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, authorizing public rights project of the Tide Center and Community Justice Project Incorporated to file a lawsuit on behalf of the City of Gainesville, Florida that facially challenges Section 1 of CS-House Bill 1, 2021, providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to Ms. Shalley real quick for a few opening words, and also I know we have with us Jonathan Miller, Legal Director of the Public Rights Project, Legia Gong, who is with the Public Rights Project, and Marissa Roy for the Public Rights Project, and let's see, Burbeth Foster with Community Justice Project, Miriam Haskell with Community Justice Project as well. There's also, I think, some folks from Southern Poverty Law Center, Jenner and Block, academic experts, and so on. Commissioner Johnson was kind enough to put together biographies for all of them, which I believe made it into the backup, correct? They did, yeah, okay. So if anybody wants to see the different folks that help participate in this and make up the team, they can check that out. Ms. Shalley.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Before you begin your deliberations and receive public comment on House Bill 1 litigation, there's an issue that's been weighing very heavily on my mind, and I think I need to address it with you all. And I preface this by saying I want you to set aside the House Bill 1 issue, because this isn't about what I'm talking about. It's irregardless of what the issue is. It just arose in this context. And what I'm talking about is circumvention of the city's charter by not allowing my office to function and fulfill its role as the legal advisor to and the attorney for the city. And what do I mean by that? On May 20th, the commission directed my office to retain specific outside legal counsel who solicited you during that public meeting, and I came to learn also solicited at least some of you, if not all of you, individually prior to that meeting. I will be honest, I had not been confronted with that situation before, where lawyers in a public meeting were convincing my client that they were ready to move forward with litigation, even if the city attorney's office was not. I was not prepared for that. And I realize now that my guidance to you should have been that where the city attorney's office is telling you that we are not prepared and cannot bring litigation that you desire, because I've told you before, we have professional obligations. We can only bring and prosecute causes of action that we believe exist in fact and in law that we can make good arguments for. What I should have guided you at that point is that you should direct our office to locate qualified outside counsel to represent the city. The commission cannot simply select other attorneys to represent the city and be the city attorney. The charter vests that in our office. As I've informed, and this is important because as I've informed you all before, when we select outside counsel, we look for multiple qualified firms. We want to make sure that we don't just select the person before us, or we have a process. And what do we look for? We review their experience in representing local governments in Florida. We check their references. We review their track record in handling similar matters, in particular for local governments. And we do a conflict check. We do not retain advocacy groups who have their own agendas. And we do not allow the city's legal matters to be politicized. So I want you to know that if this situation ever arises again, being mindful of the charter, I will insist that my office be directed to locate qualified and appropriate outside counsel to represent the city. Do you all have any questions about that?
I do not. That was helpful. We hadn't had that conversation directly, and I agree. I wish we would have before, because, well, as you said, it's something that hadn't come up before, that I hadn't considered before in my experience, and so I guess the teacher in me, there's always a teachable moment in everything, and that's certainly helpful moving forward.
And I realized I should have given that guidance to you all at that time, but I also, it was a new situation for me.
Right, very good. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your comments, Ms. Shelley. The fact does remain that you gave us guidance at that meeting, and because of that guidance, we are here today. So I'm hoping that we can still move forward with this item. Thank you. And two, I think it's important for everyone to know that this did not come from an advocacy group. This came from me. It came from me. And we are here today because on September 21st, 2020, Governor DeSantis announced HB1 as his first priority. Not the COVID-19 pandemic, not unemployment, which was horrific at that time, but HB1 as his first legislative priority. And that day, as a matter of fact, I called the city manager because we were having conversations about what we were going to put on the legislative agenda. And I said, this needs to be put on the legislative agenda. Not only that, we discussed it the next day. And I have brought this to the commission. And this is, I want to say, the fourth or fifth discussion that we've had. So it's not on behalf of advocacy groups. It's Commissioner Gail Johnson that has brought this forward because I recognize the impact that this has on our city and our nation. That needs to be made very clear. So September 21st, and I'm going to ask you all to bear with me. I understand that we've had a very long meeting. I understand that we have many, many more items after this to discuss, but I also want you to understand that I've been working on this for almost an entire year. So this right now is the moment where the rubber meets the road for me. So I'm going to ask you to be patient and see this item through with my comments, the comments of the people that are going to be presenting and answering our questions. As a matter of fact, I think that there are some people that might have been left off, and I want to make sure that they are available to answer our questions and speak. Can you confirm that Paul Chavez, Professor Sarah Swan, and Carter Smith are available to answer our questions?
I would like the commission to make a decision on this. This was an issue that I was going to raise.
Go ahead. What's the issue?
So the issue is, as you directed, I retained outside counsel. The Public Rights Project and Community Justice Project, when I contacted them, it took some time to get them to give me the names of the actual attorneys who would represent the city. We issued a retention letter to 3 attorneys, John Miller, Miriam Haskell, and Burbeth Foster. Leading up to this meeting, so those 3 are our outside counsel. Leading up to this meeting, I advised them that I would let the clerk know that they would be participants because, as you each know, we came and met with you individually to have very full and frank discussions with you outside of a public conversation about this litigation. I informed them that the item tonight was for you all now to ask any final questions that you have of your counsel, in-house and outside, and for you all to hear from the public and make your decision. I then received a list, yes, I believe it was yesterday, a whole list of speaker bios, and I again read of people that I don't know that are retained outside counsel. I then advised them that that's not appropriate for those folks to be a participant in a litigation discussion with the City Commission, and that we had already had our briefings with you all. So I want you all to consider whether you believe it's appropriate. There are, I don't know how many people who want to participate and what their role is and where, I simply don't know, and I don't think it's appropriate, but certainly if this commission wants to hear from those folks. I also feel that out of respect for each of you who may have differing views on whether to proceed with this litigation or not, that if the outside counsel makes a presentation and all of these other speakers present, that I will feel compelled to also present our office's evaluation of the matter and the reason for our recommendation, which I had really hoped not to do in a public meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm in uncharted territory here. This is sort of outside the boundaries of any process I've been through. I think it's easiest to simplify, Commissioner Johnson. So the task we need to accomplish tonight is to decide whether to move forward with this litigation. And so, hello? Get a little feedback there. You know, we have retained outside counsel, as Attorney Shalley indicated. I would love to hear from them. We certainly will start by hearing from you. And then through questions of the commission, if they are not able to answer those questions and they need to turn to somebody else who has some specific expertise, then that would seem appropriate. Otherwise, anybody is welcome to comment through our normal public comment process, right? So if we've got a bunch of people that are waiting, and if they don't have instructions, we certainly could give them to them on how to participate in that public comment process. That would be normal operating procedure. So how does that sound?
So for clarity, does that mean that they can be available to answer questions for us, which was my initial request?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. If I would hope that our primary counsel could answer questions.
Okay.
I mean, that's who we've hired and that's who we have retained.
Yeah.
If they cannot, and they need to confer with another attorney, then I think that would be appropriate. But I would rather hear from our counsel that we've retained. I mean, I think that's legitimate,
yes,
right?
I think that's legitimate, and I also think that there has been an expansion of the team since this was first brought forward about 6 weeks ago. So that's something to consider also. So, but we can, whatever way we want to roll with this today, what do we want to do?
Yeah, well, I think we've retained counsel.
Okay.
So I think that's who we need to communicate
Okay,
with
sounds
and
good.
through, right?
Okay, sounds good.
And let's just keep in mind and be very clear here, folks, that this is a pending litigation, and this is a public meeting, and everything we say will be part of the record. And we do have one attorney. Oh, yeah, gotcha, yeah. We do have one attorney, but the other 6 of us, less is more. Less is more with what we say and how we say it.
Okay.
So I see both the attorneys bookending me here, nodding their heads. So, I think we would, we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear from our counsel. I think, but our decision point tonight is move forward or don't move forward, right? And with that, do you mind making a motion to extend? Waive our rules?
Yeah. I was like, you want to jump right into it? I'll make a motion to extend waive our rules to until 10:30.
Okay. It's with public comment.
What?
We gotta go to at least 11.
Just go to like
11.
11.
We'll take it up again.
11:30.
Okay, motion to waive our rules and extend to 11.
Okay.
Is there a second? Okay, that's just procedural. In favor, say aye. Opposed?
I am going to start the let's not be here till 2 a.m.
It's like that little dog in the back of the cartoons. Okay, with that, Commissioner Johnson, go for it.
So this bill, we're here almost a year later because it's been fast-tracked, the intention of which was to stop the efforts of us, elected officials, and also community leaders, really to work with our communities to reimagine what public safety looks like. And this law, it looms over the municipal budget process so that any reduction to the police budget from anything from across the board cuts due to revenue shortfalls or the expiration of one-time public safety grants to the reorganization of functions in other municipal departments, it could trigger a state takeover of the budget. And it was specifically enacted to intimidate and obstruct cities like Gainesville. So the governor and his administration, they continue to push the limits of executive authority in so many ways. We've seen this in Florida, and we've seen it at the national level. And now our governor is wading into the most fundamental of local powers, which is directly threatening our ability to structure our budgets in the way that best meets the needs of our community and really the priorities of our constituents. And it's important that we stand up for our community, and now is the time for action. So we took the first step, and we retained the Community Justice Project and the Public Rights Project, free of charge, pro bono, to develop a complaint challenging HB1 on its face. Essentially, so this law cannot be enforced in Gainesville or any other city now or in the future. And I've been aware of how hard the team has worked, and I've seen what they put into this effort. In addition, they've brought in another top pro bono, once again, law firm, Jenner & Block, as well as the Southern Poverty Law Center. They consulted with local government law experts in Florida and across the nation. And now we have in front of us a well-crafted complaint that makes an incredibly powerful case against HB1. It's compelling, it's well-researched, and it's well thought out. So we have an incredible legal team that we're going to hear from that's ready to fight for us in court. They have extensive expertise, which, you know, I gave you all the bios of everybody working on this case. They have extensive expertise in the area of local government, law, and impact litigation. They're qualified, they're highly prepared, and they are ready to go. And unfortunately, I respect your opinion, Attorney Shalley, but Attorney Shalley has advised against an affirmative litigation approach and instead has counseled a defensive, let's wait and see. And I don't disagree. I mean, I disagree. Now is not the time to sit back and wait. We were elected by the people of Gainesville, and we are accountable to our constituents and the people of Gainesville. They don't want us to wait and see. They want us to have courage and speak up for them. And with that, I am going to take about 5 minutes and read a list of either presidents, directors, chairs, pastors, reverends, founders of organizations in the city of Gainesville that have supported this. You all have the list. In addition to this list, this morning, the Moms Demand Action, the local chapter is signed on, the United Church of Gainesville Racial Justice Task Force, the Putnam Democrats, the Putnam Alliance for Equity and Justice. In addition to that, the Agricultural Justice Project, the Alachua County branch of the NAACP, the Alachua County DEC, the Alachua County Labor Coalition, the Atkins Warren chapter of the National Association of Black Law Enforcement Officers, the Bailey Learning Arts Collective, the Civic Media Center, Community Spring, Cultural Arts Coalition, the Democratic Hispanic Caucus of Florida, the Education Equity Advocates of Alachua County, the Emmanuel Mennonite Church, Yvonne Hinson, our state representative, Florida Prison Solidarity, the Gainesville Vineyard Church, Gainesville Word of Mouth, the Black Edition, representing over 12,000 members, the Gator chapter of the NAACP, the Dream Defenders in Gainesville, the Human Rights Coalition of Alachua County, Indivisible Gainesville, the League of Women Voters of Alachua County, the Interfaith Alliance for Immigrant Justice, North Central Florida Indivisible, Planned Parenthood of Southeast and North Florida, the Rural Women's Health Project, St. Peter Paul Community Council, the Sierra Club, St. John's Sierra Club, the UF Graduate Student Council, and the United Faculty of Florida. As you can tell, this list represents an incredibly diverse group of our constituents and neighbors in Gainesville. that are in support of us moving forward with litigation with HB1. So I believe that Gainesville is ideally situated to lead in this litigation. We've already taken steps to respond to community concerns regarding public safety. We will be continuing these conversations in the near future. We are considering moving options to move youth programs from the police budget to an independent office. And last year, although I dissented, we authorized a large purchase of body cameras that will eventually expire, leading to a reduction of the police budget as well. And we need to have the flexibility to continue to pursue initiatives like these without the ever-present threat and impact of state interference. And on this commission, we have a track record of challenging executive overreach when it threatens the interests of the residents who elected us and rely on us to serve them. We should continue to demonstrate that leadership. This governor's administration, like the COVID conversation we had earlier today, they continue to wage an unprecedented attack on our neighbors and on local democracy, and now is the time to fight back against these laws before they take root. I believe that filing this litigation and this lawsuit is a moral imperative. It's the right thing to do, and I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote in favor of authorizing litigation. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Community Justice Project and the Public Rights Project.
Good evening, Commissioners. As many of you should be aware, my name is Barbeth Foster, and I'm the Senior Staff Attorney at Community Justice Project. We'd like to, the legal team that's here tonight, which does include people who have been working on this litigation since May 20th, although they are not attached to the retainer agreement. We have sought extensive feedback and collaboration with the Southern Poverty Law Center, the national firm of Jenner and Block, leading professors in municipal and local government law and state constitutional law from various universities throughout the state through the Local Support Solutions Center. So we do feel well equipped to speak to you all tonight about the implications of HB1, and we really do see this as a great opportunity for Gainesville to take and tackle the issue of HB1 head on. So thank you for that tonight. We would also like to thank City Attorney Shally for her assistance thus far in facilitating meetings and assisting us with getting this prepared for tonight. So if the commission doesn't mind, I would like to share a short presentation with you all that has been prepared for both you and the community to see what we've done since May 20th, some of the issues that we still need to be prepared to tackle going forward, and really just to give you a broader scope of the litigation and what really is at stake here. And of course,
we're big fans of short presentations.
Yes, it's definitely short. And of course, we've reserved the vast majority of time to speak to any questions that the commission has. So as we stated to you all in this commission back on May 20th, this case is about local autonomy, but I think Commissioner Johnson just was really eloquent in saying that it's also about a greater moral imperative that the community has called on this commission to undertake the idea of reimagining public safety and reallocation of limited community resources. Those issues have been brought before this commission, and the commission has absolutely responded in a way that says that you are ready to tackle that issue head on. However, despite the huge protests that went on last year in this country and in Gainesville and the number of people that came out, HB1 really says to your constituents and to your community that their voices will not be heard and that their concerns don't matter. HB1 has been set up to interfere with a vibrant local democracy that Gainesville has already displayed. It commandeers the local budgeting process and allows the governor and his cabinet to override the decisions of municipalities such as Gainesville in the very core and basic functions of local budget decisions. What can be more core, more central to local autonomy than how you spend the the money in your coffers and how you handle your own purse strings. So in that respect, HB1 is a clear and present danger to the community. It hampers municipalities from prioritizing the limited resources that you have. As we've heard in the agenda earlier, there's a need for funding for low-income tenants who are facing eviction. That needs funding. What if the city decides that it wants to fund better public transportation? Or even if the city wants to reduce its carbon footprint? All of these are really vital and necessary community initiatives that should be funded and could be funded by reallocation of resources. But what HB1 says is those things don't matter because the police budget can't be touched. So if you need money, you can't seek it here. So that is a clear intervention in how cities allocate resources and reallocate limited budgets that they have. It also interferes with the participatory budgeting process. I think since last year, certain community organizers have really done teach-ins and really reached out to the community to teach them about budget reform and how to sit with the commission and talk to you all about the things that are necessary for the community. This dialogue is really vital in order to prepare or to give the commission, you, the elected officials, most in direct contact with your constituents, helps you fill gaps in social and economic programs that you may not necessarily know exist. But because community organizers are on the ground, that really gives you all a really great dialogue and opportunity to figure out how resources should be allocated. But most importantly, I think, as Commissioner Gale so eloquently stated, this is really about silencing communities, right? This legislature and this administration really has continued in an onslaught to silence local communities, whether it comes to banning the ability or preventing local municipalities from being able to ban styrofoam cups and plastic straws, or maybe it's about not allowing local cities to offer or to enact heightened gun safety measures to keep their communities safe. And as recently as telling school boards that they can't institute mask mandates in order to stop the spread of COVID-19. We see that there's really no end to the attack on local autonomy. And so it is vital that Gainesville and other cities within a coalition for this litigation really push back against executive overreach and preemption. Gainesville has a real opportunity here tonight to really listen to the community that came out on May 20th that said, HB1 is a threat to our values. It is a threat to what we want to work with the commission to achieve. And your vote tonight will answer that call. Your vote tonight will tell your constituents that you hear them, that you see them, and that you want to continue the important dialogue that started last year in reimagining public safety and allocation of limited resources for better social services to residents. So we do, as a legal team, we do really call on you tonight to seize on this opportunity to really push back against executive overreach, preemption, and to authorize litigation in HB1. I think it's probably a good time to pass the floor to my colleague, John Miller, who's a director at Public Rights Project, and he will talk to you about why the affirmative litigation strategy really is the most advantageous way to go.
Thanks, Berbeth, and good evening, commissioners. I'm Jonathan Miller, legal director of Public Rights Project. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the commission, and I want to speak to two specific points this evening. One is about why an affirmative litigation strategy is appropriate, why we are recommending it, and talk a little bit more about the team that we've put together following our retention by the city earlier this year. And it's really been an honor to work on behalf of the city in preparing this complaint for your consideration. Your leaders in this campaign, your community is here in support, and now is really a moment for action We've presented a strategy for affirmative litigation because really now is a window of opportunity to invalidate Section 1 of HB1 and the budgeting procedures as a whole. It's not a time to sit back and wait. First, an affirmative litigation strategy can invalidate the entire law as a whole. Waiting to challenge an individual decision by the Administration Commission is not as impactful and requires several intervening steps. An affirmative case can be filed now. Second, an affirmative case provides the opportunity to challenge the law as part of a movement, including as part of a coalition of cities. An affirmative lawsuit allows the city of Gainesville to be part of a coalition lawsuit that targets HB1 straight on and seeks a permanent remedy. Third, filing a case now means standing up against the impact of HB1 and the impact it's having here and elsewhere right now. The city's budgeting process is affected by HB1 because there's a mechanism now to override the decisions that you make. That power shouldn't be taken away from you. Your community is harmed by HB1, your power is curtailed, and it creates budget uncertainty. And fourth, there are downsides to inaction. It means letting this law sit on the books and continue to have an impact. It means allowing power to be grabbed by the governor. But beyond these strategic choices, we think this case is fundamentally about values and principles. It's about taking a stand in support of your community and pushing back against forces that are operating both in the state and around the country. Authorizing litigation continues the leadership that this commission has demonstrated when it asked us to prepare the complaint. It shows the commission is willing to stand up to the governor's intrusion on local democracy. And filing suits about standing up for the principle that local democracy is supposed to be the most responsive to the community and a place for development of new policies and reform. The main intention of Section 1 is to stop dialogue before it starts. It's about dissuading advocates who are pushing for reform. It's about curtailing conversation. And this intrusion into local democracy isn't just happening in Gainesville or in Florida. Across the country, we are seeing trends of states overstepping and seeking to penalize local governments who dare to protect the rights and the safety of their community members. Whether this is about the police, civil rights protections, minimum wage levels, plastic bags, or election administration, in many states across the country, the foundation of our democracy is under attack. The ability of local governments to be responsive is being pushed to the side. Now is a moment for action. Now is the time to push back. There's momentum building because of your leadership, and we stand ready to join you in this fight. We have built a very strong team that is prepared to bring this case, to litigate the case, and to win it. We are working in collaboration, Public Rights Project, Community Justice Project, with the support of the Southern Poverty Law Center and Pro Bono Counsel at Jenner & Block, as well as a panel of local government law professors. And combined, we are uniquely skilled, qualified, and able to bring this case and to achieve a successful outcome. Between this coalition of now more than 20 attorneys, we have over 150 years of experience in affirmative impact litigation, dozens of years of experience litigating specifically in Florida. Public Rights Project brings extensive experience litigating on behalf of governments, working closely with local governments. We now have a network of over 70 local government partners. Community Justice Project has extensive history bringing impact litigation in Florida on behalf of various constituents and communities. Most recently, CJP, along with the Southern Poverty Law Center, represented the city of South Miami in its challenge to SB 168. The Southern Poverty Law Center is a venerable civil rights organization well known for its numerous litigation victories, including dozens of landmark cases that have brought systemic reform throughout the Deep South. Jenner & Block is a national law firm with extensive litigation prowess and expertise. It's known for its significant commitment to pro bono work, having been ranked #1 by American Lawyer at least 11 times. And we are connected to our network at the Local Solutions Support Center and their panel of local government professors who have led the charge in combating abusive state preemption through amicus efforts and other advocacy to defend local democracies, including supporting Atlanta and Austin in their successful challenges against orders of the governor over masking. We are using this coalition to actively engage other cities as potential plaintiffs in this litigation. In fact, on August 18th, the city of Miramar will be voting on authorizing litigation with a recommendation by the mayor and the city attorney to vote yes. Thanks to connections made by the mayor, we connected with the mayor of Miramar. The city attorney for Miramar has made clear that she strongly supports litigation and now is connecting us with other cities. The momentum is building. We're confident that we'll have a coalition of cities to file suit. And we believe in the claims that we've put together. Through our team, through the extensive experience and time and vetting and researching we've done, we believe that these are claims that can be successful in court. We have here before you a coalition of lawyers who've reviewed and analyzed these issues. We've taken questions from the city attorney and others and reconsidered our positions. That engagement, and we are very appreciative of the city attorney's engagement, has made our analysis stronger. We believe the city can prevail. We're ready to support your leadership, and we thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you both. I appreciate that. We'll turn back to the commission. I'm just going to say one more time, we're not going to win or lose this case tonight. Our charge is just to authorize moving forward or not. And I'm also going to go ahead and remind everyone we still have a lot left on our agenda. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot to say. Up front, the first thing I will say is that HB 1 is, in my opinion, unconstitutional. It's bad law. It was a bad bill. It was created, in my opinion, as a fundraising device and is red meat to one party. It's bad. I will also say that, as everyone knows, I have been not at all shy about suing the governor's office. We still have at least one active suit that I'm a personal party to against the governor and the governor's office. It was Rick Scott back then, now it's Ron DeSantis. I love suing Ron DeSantis. I would love to see this commission pass resolutions in support of the organizations who are suing the state of Florida over portions of this law, because I believe they absolutely damage our community and our entire state. They damage American government. They damage the American people. I am unconvinced, however, and become more unconvinced consistently, that the piece of this that applies to municipalities is something that we can win and that we ought to sue over. We heard that it commandeers local budgets. I don't think that's true. Now, it's great activism and good politics to roll down that road. I just don't believe it's accurate. What the law actually says is this: if the tentative budget of a municipality contains a funding reduction to the operating budget of the municipal law enforcement agency, the state attorney for the judicial circuit in which the municipality is located, or a member of the governing body who objects to the funding reduction, may file an appeal by petition to the administration commission, which is set up in this, within 30 days after the tentative budget is posted. And then it goes on and on to say that, yes, maybe in that case, the budget could be overturned. One of us up here, first of all, we'd have to reduce the budget, which could happen. I mean, certainly we're talking about, I've been pushing pretty hard for moving some money out of GPD and into a youth services department. But then one of us up here, and so as Commissioner Areola, one of us would have to object to that and complain to the governor about it. Or the state attorney would have to. So let's be clear about what it actually says. instead of charging out and saying, my computer's gone to sleep, instead of charging out and saying that it commandeers local budgets, one of us has to complain that it's commandeering the local budget. I don't see that. I'm certainly not going to. I don't think anybody else up here is. Again, there's a lot to say here. The first meeting that I had back in April or May or whenever it was with some of the folks on the call tonight, I said that I wanted to support this, but I needed our attorney's office to be a part of it, and that I needed us to be part of a coalition. Our attorney's office does not support it. We are not yet a part of a coalition. I voted to move it forward on those two grounds back in May, but here we are in August, and it's not the case. We have 5 attorneys that work in this building who are board certified in local government law and have been doing this for a long time. They have been in touch with city attorneys in many of the other 400 plus municipalities in Florida, and they're not getting support there either. I like suing Ron DeSantis. I want to sue Ron DeSantis, but I want it to be in something we're going to win. I would much rather see us spend our time passing a resolution or multiple resolutions in support of the parts of this bill where there are winning opportunities and that much more directly are unconstitutional. And obviously so. What I have heard from our attorney, our chartered attorney, this week has given me tremendous pause about this, more so than I have before. I can't move forward with this for a variety of reasons, but the biggest reasons are that what we've been told tonight really doesn't reflect what the law actually says. And I want to support our staff. And I don't, come back to me with 2 or 3 municipalities that are doing this, and I'm moving forward. You know what? It's probably going to move forward tonight. And that's fine. I'll be supportive when there's some other folks with us. Keep in mind, more than 400 municipalities in Florida, and we're the only one right here moving forward. That's not about courage. That's about a careful reading of what the law says, in my opinion. And if that means I don't have any courage, that's cool. I'm good with that.
You conclude? Yes. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for the research and work you've done on this. You know, during our individual meeting, I made a lot of my reservations and concerns known. I'm going to be very deliberate in my words. As Ms. Shalley said, this is public and then accessible. In whatever direction this goes, our words here today could be used against us, depending on what we say. That said, it is my professional opinion as an attorney that we should not move forward with this litigation as of now. I have issues with the draft complaint. I have issues with how this is being presented to us, to my colleagues, and to the public. Because HB1 is awful. I'm with Commissioner Ward. I would love to see Ron DeSantis all day long. I would love for a lot of things to happen to Ron DeSantis, and they probably won't happen. But I I don't want to enter into a lawsuit, not because I don't think we'll win, or because I don't have the courage to try and fight the man, or because I believe in anything that HB1 is trying to do. I don't want to enter into this lawsuit because I worry about the precedent and the consequences of losing. And those could be pretty severe. I think best case scenario, we file, we litigate, we lose, and on certain issues that I think might be valid, the courts say, Florida legislature, you have to tighten up those requirements, set clearer definitions and parameters, and then they just have a much better equipped and defined trap. So we help them make this more dangerous if we lose this litigation. I also, we're not talking about, and I want to make this very clear for anyone listening, anyone watching. HB1 is awful. That is my unequivocal opinion on that. HB1 is awful. The part that the city of Gainesville can litigate against has nothing to do with people's constitutional rights, has nothing to do with the ability to gather, to protest, to speak. It has no bearing on any of that. We are looking at a very, very small piece of it. And that piece, I think the thing that would trigger, the thing that scares some people on this commission is that it would, in theory, or as has been said, limit our ability to properly budget. However, if you read the text of the law, what it restricts is a municipality reducing the operating budget of a municipal law enforcement agency. And operating budget is not defined, so we don't know what that would be. We don't know whether a reduction or a reallocation or a restructuring would qualify. We don't know those things. It's very vague. Which to me says that we have a lot of freedom to do whatever we want to do and to continue as we always have. And in that vein, for the last, what are we in, August? 4 months, we have been doing budget prep. And the chilling effect that I have heard people say we have was not visible here, was not visible in the several hours of video that are public information for the world to see. When we discuss GPD's budget, there is no hesitation or fear or what about HB1 brought up in the conversation. I am not going to say that something exists when it has not been present. In all likelihood, however you feel about the policing, the harsh reality is, unless we completely cut in half or eliminate our police department, the grand likelihood is that we will always, more likely than not, have to increase our budget to keep up with living wages, to keep up with costs of equipment, of training, of services. I don't think it is possible in the foreseeable future to retain a minimum standard of, I guess, of staffing, a minimum staffing, and not continue to increase our budget every year for cameras, for computers, for training so that they know how to community police, for programs that assist, like with the mental health unit that doubles and goes out and does good work. That is money that goes into that police budget. I don't see this actually affecting us yet. And without that trigger for me, I, as an attorney, don't feel comfortable saying, yeah, we're gonna get into this fight. And furthermore, I took 2 oaths. I took an oath to this office, but I also took an oath when I became an attorney. And it says, I will not counsel or maintain any suit or proceeding which shall appear to me to be unjust, nor any defense except such as I believe to be honestly debatable under the law of the land. I'm not going to vote for something that I think doesn't have the proper grounds to stand on. I'm not going to put Gainesville through that. I'm not going to put our staff through that. I'm not going to put our city under a scope for retaliation on a case that we'll likely lose and will then come back to hit us hard. I honestly think there's so much information so much publicly available information and video and evidence that if this board goes forward and agrees to do this litigation, the defense is just going to have to do a public records request or sit them and turn down in front of a TV to just record all of the times that we completely contradicted ourselves compared to that complaint. I'm not going to vote for something that is set up for failure, that isn't there yet. And even then, let's say we reduce a budget, the operating budget, whatever that is defined as, because it's still not defined. One of us would have to file that complaint, or the state attorney. There are exactly 8 people who could complain about that and start those proceedings. This is awful. This was poorly written, and this was had the most malicious of intent. But I'm not going to start a fight that we don't have to fight. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start my comments by, I was in the back, but I heard the attorney at the very beginning. So sidebar that conversation about when charter officers bring concerns about circumventing of the charter, that is very serious. And so we need to have discussions to make sure that never happens again for any of our charter officers. It is very disconcerting to hear that. Having said that, I want to move to the issue at hand. Probably the hardest part of my job is representing other people. I try my best to have empathy, to understand other people's situations, and I try to put myself in other people's shoes, especially people who have different lived experiences than I. I say it's the hardest part of my job because at the end of the day, I'm just one person. And the idea that one person can make a difference is still very strong in this country. So I want to do something that is within my ability, and that is to continue the conversations that got us into this place, which is the idea that we have to stop and ask ourselves, what does Florida law say if I want to move funding that decreases the police budget? We have had those conversations. You all have heard me committed to adding an increment to our general government budget. From that increment, I have always believed that it is entirely possible that we would direct our city manager to consider funds that are currently being used for youth services in the police department's budget to be used in a new division. this is where the law begins to affect us. Because I have that budget recommendation that I'd like to make. And upon making that recommendation, depending if the city commission passes that or not, the fate of our duly legislated budget direction now enters what I consider to be an unconstitutional process. Because, well, it could be challenged by a colleague. Well, it could be challenged by the state attorney. Well, if it's challenged by one or the other or the same, and by the way, the governor is directing his attorneys general to change who can make those challenges, right? So the fact that that question and uncertainty remains, the ultimate question it comes down to is, if I make that direction to my city manager, is it gonna survive HB1? And I have been thinking about this because I'm completely aware we have a very tight budget, completely aware of that. And I'm equally committed to seeing that increment through. So I would like to ask, irrespective of the decision to legislate, if we can include in a motion direction to the city manager to identify funding sources for the proposed Division of Child and Youth Services, to include funding from the Gainesville Police Department. And that's what I'd like to see when we make a motion for this. That has been hanging over us this whole time. It's been hanging over me and in our budget deliberations. So I respect everybody's opinion, whether I agree with you or not. But it is my determination, and I only get to speak for myself, it is my determination that this law directly inhibits my ability and this commission's ability to make the decision that I just suggested. It enters a completely unconstitutional process. That is what I believe. I don't make all the decisions. I'm just one person, but I still believe one person can make a difference. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Sotis.
Thank you, Mayor. HB1 is a horrible, disgusting, and dangerous law. That being said, I don't believe we are in a good position to move forward at this time, especially with the advice of our city attorney. I think we should put ourselves in a better position. I think there's ways to do that before we move forward with litigation. I don't want to go deep into those reasons because if we do vote to move forward, I don't want to hurt our case and our chances of a lawsuit. I do worry that our case is not strong enough to move forward at this time, and a loss could easily set bad legal precedents, which would be very dangerous. That's why I don't believe we should move forward. As far as lawsuits with the state, and kind of my logic for this, last time we had a potential case with the state, the plastic bag and styrofoam ban, and it looked like we were going to lose. The appellate court ruled, and our chances of winning didn't look good. So I voted for us to drop the ordinance, even though that's something that I strongly believed in, but I didn't think we should move forward on a case that we would lose. I believe when we bring forward cases, we should have a good chance of winning. I'm also a part of another litigation with the governor when we've a personally named plaintiff suing the governor over gun laws, which I do believe are unconstitutional. I do believe that we have a good chance of winning. So I'm not afraid of suing the governor, but I don't believe we are in the best position, especially with where our city attorney is advising us at the time. I do have a question for our city attorney. And if the commission does make a decision to move forward, and I guess it's kind of getting to your original point that you were making earlier on who we use as our outside attorney or not. If we did move forward, do you believe that we should move forward with the current attorneys we have retained, or do you believe we should move to other attorneys?
Shai?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So we have retained them. I do note that on the complaint, as of yet, there is no name of an attorney. So I would expect that the named attorney and the person who would litigate would be one of the 3 attorneys that we have retained. We've not authorized an entire team. In my discussions with the outside counsel, they can certainly consult with, just as our office, when we're working on something, we may talk to other attorneys, talk to our colleagues, but we represent the city, and it's always important to the city to know who represents them. So certainly, you can move forward with the attorneys that we've retained. I do want to make clear that we gave a lot of feedback to the attorneys, and I won't say much more other than what we suggested is when you're representing a local government, a legislative body who's trying to respectfully challenge a legislative decision of another elected body, that the complaint, if they moved forward, should at a minimum be pared down to simply a clear, plain statement of the facts. It should not contain combative political statements and irrelevant opinions. And it should state very clearly why what the legislature, in their opinion, did was unlawful, and the relief sought. So I think if we move forward with them, that would be, that is certainly the guidance that we gave to them in representing a local government. Certainly, we could also look for other outside counsel to the extent we can find some that are willing to bring a challenge, a facial challenge of this nature.
You good? Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I hear your, has everybody had an opportunity to speak?
I have not. I'll wait until after everyone else speaks.
Okay. I will make my motion after everybody has spoken. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, Commissioner Ariola, as passionate as you are about youth services, and something I've been working on since before I was mayor, I'm disappointed you're attaching that motion to this item. Budget discussions were not on the agenda. If everyone starts attaching budget items to this, I think that's completely unfair. If we want to schedule a budget discussion prior to where they're already going to be discussed in regular meetings, please let me know and I'll schedule a special meeting so we can do that. I was not prepared to bring budget increments tonight. Our public was not prepared to come and talk about whether they support them or not. They were prepared for what was on the agenda. So I really hope that does not become standard operating procedure where we start adding amendments to motions to items that were not scheduled on the agenda, the public was not aware of, and that your colleagues were not aware of, that we were going to be prepared to discuss. I do feel strongly that we should move forward with this litigation, and I had an excellent conversation with our attorney, and there was a lot of back and forth about my misgivings and their analysis of those misgivings. And in the end, I remain convinced that there are elements of HB1 as they apply to local government budgeting and the challenging of those budgets that are far outside any other mechanism or process that exists within local government. And those two elements, I believe, must be constitutionally challenged. Because otherwise, I believe that they create an incredibly powerful role for a singular minority or an individual who is not elected to oversee and serve the government that is responsible for passing a budget every year. And I have not heard anything dissuading me from that yet. So, I think it's a long road. It's going to be, this is not going to be easy, but I absolutely remain convinced that these questions are impactful and significant enough that they must be tested and challenged, and hopefully ruled unconstitutional. I can't turn back time. I wish we would have said it a lot less tonight. I wish we would have, all of us, said a lot less tonight. But we are where we are, and we'll get a motion on the floor, and we'll then take, I'm sure, an extensive amount of public comment, and then we'll move to a vote. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. The motion is that we.
Sorry, before we have that motion, can we motion for time?
Yeah, let's go. We're okay. I got my eye on the clock. Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
That we adopt the resolution to authorize litigation to challenge HB1.
Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner, I understand what you're saying. We don't want two motions on the floor. So let's not be, before we get a second to that, can we get a motion to waive our rules and extend?
Motion to waive our rules and extend to midnight.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Ariel in dissent. Okay, Commissioner Johnson, go ahead with your motion.
Yes, that we adopt the resolution to authorize litigation to challenge HB1.
Motion and a second to move forward with the litigation. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hope you'll accept my apologies. It's not my intention to make anybody feel as though they've got to make a decision that they weren't prepared to make. That was not my intention. But it was also not my intention to say that be the final sort of say on the matter. It was merely to state publicly what I've said to the manager and have said in some meetings, which is that division may ultimately require that type of funding. But comments are well taken, and so I won't press the matter any further.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Let's turn to public comment. Adam, we have, as far as I know, unless there's somebody out in the lobby, nobody in chambers. And so it's all to you.
All right, buckle up. We've got quite a few on the lines right now. We'll start with Danny Salazar. Mr. Salazar, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, perfect. Well, hello, my name is Daniel Salazar. I grew up in Gainesville. I've lived here for 10 years, and I was just calling to express my support for moving forward with litigation against HB1. As it's been discussed a lot during this call, HB1 is an affront to local democracy and an attempt to take power away from local lawmakers and local advocates and community groups by completely eliminating one major possibility of local change and reform, which is our local budget and specifically our police budget. So I am very excited for Gainesville to potentially be at the front of this legal battle. And I just want to really strongly express my support. And that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salazar, next in line. And just for warning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, we have about a dozen people here now and more calling in. Next caller on the line is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to commend Commissioner Johnson for bringing this forward. As I've stated repeatedly, I think it is the purview of any affected party to challenge any law or unlawful act that may be deemed to be unconstitutional on face or in application, up to and including members of our collective bargaining agreement and city employees challenging the city's mandate for vaccinations and also the masking mandate, which under first DCA precedent is presumptively unconstitutional. That's the proper process. I do commend Commissioner Johnson for that, because if you don't like something, rather than thumbing your nose at laws, you certainly can challenge them. That being said, I do share the concerns of the city attorney. We heard external counsel say tonight that HB1 is a clear and present danger to the community. So I listened to that intently, and then I asked myself, how many shootings, violent crimes have occurred downtown in Gainesville over the past month? And the pleading, the graphic pleading does have a lot of political statements and should be narrowly focused, but it's not, because it seems to be driven by politics. So I asked myself, again, shouldn't we be focused on having a discussion on increasing funding for our dedicated law enforcement officers to enhance public safety and public outreach in the wake of all these shootings, homicides, and violent crime in the city of Gainesville, rather than talking about defunding police? I mean, by all means, challenge a law that you feel affects your rights. I've said that, again, repeatedly, as opposed to just thumbing your nose at laws that you don't like that are enacted by the legislature, which sometimes the commission does. Also, External Counsel talked about a coalition. What other cities in Florida have signed up to this lawsuit? I mean, right now, Gainesville's the only plaintiff. We hear talk about, I guess, Miramar, but again, legislative construct is what it is in Florida, whether right or wrong. But these people control a lot of funding appropriations that the city benefits from. So sometimes thumbing your nose at things, your projects and general appropriations don't get approved, as the city experienced. I'm saying that's right or wrong, but again, the strive to be first may not always be the best strategy for your constituents in the city as a whole. Part about winning the case.
Mr. Scott,
overconfidence
that's
is dangerous.
3 minutes.
First DCA will certainly give them a harsh reality check. Thank
Mr.
you.
Scott, thank you, sir. All righty. We have next Alfredo Morales to be followed by Mr. Carter Smith. Mr. Morales, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking this issue up. I feel like it's something that's super important. And I want to thank Commissioner Johnson for putting this on the agenda, because as a lot of you know, this is an issue that kind of affects a lot of aspects of the city, not just with regards to the budget, but also in terms of what this House bill is actually trying to do. So I'm here to encourage people to really or encourage the commission to really look at what the bill is overall trying to do, which is trying to really deflate and crush a lot of the Black Lives Matter movements that sprung up last year. And it's not just about defunding the police, but it's really about selectively targeting who gets a voice and who gets to protest and who doesn't. You saw this earlier this year when the police actually joined protesters in Miami to shut down the highway, even though HB1 passed, because that it was a protest that the police agreed with. So it's not just about budgetary issues. It's not just about politics, but it really is a First Amendment issue. And I am hopeful that the city will see that and see the opportunity that it has to stand up for itself, basically, and stand up for the people in the city, the activists, and especially the young activists that go to the university that are learning how to express their First Amendment rights in the city. And I feel like the city has an opportunity to really step up and show everyone in this state that it's not just going to follow through with oppressive laws passed by the state. And I don't know what else to say, but that it's kind of disappointing to hear some of the commissioners not have the political will or motivation to stand up for something like this. I think we all agree that it's wrong, and if the city has an opportunity to step up and do something about it that benefits the entire state, I think that it's really demoralizing that it won't. I love the city, and I'm really happy to be able to work in the communities and organize in the communities, but it's also kind of disheartening to see commissioners talk about caring about the city but not actually doing like what they're able to, and like really fighting with the same political will that some members of the community fight with. Really what we're asking you to do is to like match the energy and the will that we have when we take on some of these issues, and not just, you know, like let the opportunity like fall through your fingers. It's a big issue for a lot of us, bigger than just the police budget. I mean, that's kind of like gets talked about a lot, but that is also a big issue. And, you know, like when the city presented this opportunity, you heard the lawyers talk about what the case actually entails and why it's so important that Gainesville step up on this, and just hearing kind of the same repetitive talking points against it is like we've had these conversations before. Every time it's come up, it's been the same issues.
Mr. Morales, we're at the end of time. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Next, we have Mr. Carter Smith, followed by Paul Chavez. Mr. Smith, you have 3 minutes.
Can y'all hear me all right?
Sure can.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Carter Smith, and I'm an associate at the law firm of Jenner and Block. We're an international law firm of over 500 attorneys, and I just want to emphasize that we're consistently ranked the #1 pro bono law firm in the country by the American Lawyer. We've been working with PRP and CJP over the past several months to evaluate the objective merits of affirmative litigation against HB1. And I just wanted to let y'all know we remain committed as PRP's pro bono counsel upon the Commission's approval this evening of pursuing litigation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We have Paul Chavez next, followed by David Rose. Mr. Chavez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Paul Chavez. I believe you have my bio in front of you. I'm a senior supervising attorney with the Southern Popular Law Center. We've also been working with CJP and PRP, actively analyzing this litigation, this case, and this issue. As you may know, SPLC has been around for about 50 years. We've litigated dozens of landmark cases. We don't take cases lightly, and we win them. We analyze this case, and I think there is a very strong likelihood of success. In fact, when this is compared to some of our other cases, it's a much easier case, the cases that we've litigated before. I also wanted to applaud the Commission on their leadership thus far. Over the past few weeks, we've been in contact with several elected officials from cities across the state, and I know they've been watching you with admiration for you and your efforts. Based on those conversations with elected officials, I'm confident that we're going to be able to build a united coalition of cities that will successfully challenge HB1. In those conversations, what's been revealed to me is that not only is HB1 an assault on the ability of local governments to respond to their constituents, there's a lot of unintended consequences that were a lot less clear to me prior to meeting with some of these elected officials. And I'll flag one for this body that's been kind of a common theme. A former mayor I spoke with called this the ratchet problem. You know, a ratchet can only move in one direction. So HB1 means a budget can only ratchet in that one direction, and that's up. So using his real life experiences, he explained to me that say a city wants to apply for a one-time grant to update the police department's IT infrastructure. Well, with HB1 in place, a city is going to be loath to do that. They'll fear that they'll be stuck with that budget increase in subsequent years. Knowing that the public safety budgets can only ratchet up, HB1 is going to make it very difficult for cities to make any market improvements with their public safety department. I know we started here in Gainesville, but already our resolution to authorize this lawsuit is on the calendar in the city of Miramar. And I know that we're going to have more cities that will follow suit. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. We have David Ruiz next, followed by Sarah Swan. Mr. Ruiz, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. David Ruiz again, and I will keep it short since you have a number of callers on the line. I fully support the city joining, supporting, and leading this effort. And as the attorneys, the outside counsel said, they, are committed to keeping this pro bono. And I feel the city should take that lead as the city that we are and push back against state overreach and for local control, home rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Next, we have Sarah Swan, followed by David Kaplan. Ms. Swan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So this is Professor Sarah Swan. I'm a law professor with Florida State University College of Law with expertise in local government law. And I have written academic articles on this topic that have occurred at will here, the Harvard Law Review, the Duke Law Journal, the Vanderbilt Law Review, and the Emory Law Review. And I'm calling tonight in support of proceeding with this litigation and really in support of home rule in Florida. So it's important to keep in mind the special significance of home rule to Floridians, which we see in our state constitution, which was adopted by the people through a state constitutional revision in 1968. And the people have made it clear through their many democratic mandates since then that home rule is core to Florida's democracy. Local budgeting is one of the most core municipal functions we have. It's necessary for facilitating municipal services. HB1 flies in the face of this. It usurps that local budgeting process. It allows the governor to step in and get his cabinet to step in whenever they like. And with respect, the fact that it's vague is not a positive for the city. Vague laws are unconstitutional because they create arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. So vagueness is not going to work in Gainesville's favor. This budget review process that's set out in HB1 is extremely intrusive. There's no limit on what types of reductions we're talking about when we look at that language. I've reviewed the claims made in the complaint. In my opinion, they are viable. HB1 should not have been passed in the first instance as this budgeting provision violates the Florida Constitution on its face. The litigation is urgent. It's important that it goes forward. I understand that no one wants to be the first mover and every city wants another city to go first. Someone has to go first, and Gainesville is very well positioned to do that, and I support this litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swan. Next, we have David Kaplan to be followed by Pam Paris. Mr. Kaplan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, all. My name is David Kaplan, and I'm calling as a 16-year resident of the city of Gainesville and also on the behalf of the organizers of the Education Equity Advocates of Alachua County. It's a group of 500 parents, guardians, and advocates who work for equitable education in our county schools. Most recently, we've been fighting on behalf of families and educators in the county to maintain our school system's ability to implement the safest possible COVID mitigation measures, including universal masking. As you know, the governor has sought to severely limit the ability of our local school system to implement appropriate safety measures, despite the tremendous surge of the Delta variant and the vulnerable population in our schools, 14,000 of whom are under 12 and can't yet be vaccinated. Our advocacy has taken the form of letters, emails, calls, speaking to the press, and as recently as this week, public rallies. Just this Tuesday, we assembled peacefully across from the county administration building ahead of the school board meeting, waving signs, talking to the press. We were a small group of parents, grandparents, and educators hoping to make a difference for our kids and our community. But I got to tell you, with HB1 looming over our heads, some members stayed home, and those who attended admitted to being nervous about not understanding the line between what's a rally and what's a riot. And so speaking to you today as a Gainesville resident and advocate, I personally see that HB1 has had a chilling effect on community input. I see that the bill is intended to suppress protests of all types, but it's important to remember that the bill is really most focused on suppressing protests in support of Black lives. That's why I'm proud that Gainesville could be the first city to take action over HB1. This bill and other recently passed laws and now executive orders threaten our local democracy, and we can only expect more to come. So I think cities need to push back on these continued attacks. And while I don't like to count chickens, I do want to tell you about the current state of our fight with the governor's overreach on restricting school district and their authority to set their own policies. As detailed in the Sun today, Gainesville Sun today, Governor DeSantis appears to maybe be backing down. Quoting from the article, the move by the DeSantis administration seems to acknowledge he may not have the authority to reverse action proposed by school boards in Duval, Broward, and Alachua counties to require masks. Goes on to say, a week after DeSantis promoted a tough policy banning mandatory masks at Florida schools, state education leaders look poised to endorse a softer stand in the face of an uprising by some local school districts. So that uprising from a couple of little old school boards, we call his bluff, and with any luck, we will have won back a small bit of local voice over local choice. So myself and the leaders of the Education Equity Advocates of Alachua County strongly support Gainesville challenging HB1. Sounds like from the discussion tonight, that could be as straightforward as deciding tonight to move forward on the issue, improving the draft resolution and complaint as the commission sees fit. But this law is intended to silence the voice of community activists, and I think Gainesville and other cities need to push back against this grasp for power from the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Next in the queue is Pam Paris, to be followed by Miranda Martin. Ms. Paris, your 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Pam Paris. I've lived in Gainesville for over 40 years. I came here to go to UF, and after earning my doctorate, I decided to stay because I love this town. It offers so much of what I value: great access to the outdoors, cultural events, the ability to learn from and value people different from me, and the freedom to live openly as a lesbian with my wonderful wife, and so much more. So I find HB1 to be offensive to me personally, as well as an affront to local control of our city. HB1 seems to be designed to undermine the authority of local governments, and if I ever needed an example of what structural racism looks like, HB1 clearly provides it. City commissioners need the ability to allocate the local budget and serve constituents effectively without interference from the state. So all attempts to promote and impose autocracy need to be challenged. I know there are many in Gainesville who are not here and who do agree with me, but I've personally reached the point where tweeting outrage and clicking angry face emojis on social media is not enough. We have the First Amendment right to peaceful protest and to petition the government for redress of grievances without fear of state-sponsored oppression or retribution. It's time to show up and support a lawsuit to challenge the gross abuse of power given free rein in HB1. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support the City of Gainesville to authorize litigation brought by the Public Rights Project and Community Justice Project. We cannot remain silent. We should not wait. We must push back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Paris. Next, we have Miranda Martin, to be followed by Josie Palmer. Ms. Martin, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Miranda Martin, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm calling in support of the resolution to authorize the lawsuit challenging HB1, and I want to thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for your continued leadership in this initiative. Having invested considerable time into opposing this incredibly racist bill before it passed, I'm heartened now by the fact that there are Floridians refusing to quietly accept this and other blatant power grabs by the state. I know that you are well aware that issues like affordable housing and utilities, food sovereignty, and equitable transportation require urgent action in our city. And as outlined in the draft complaint, the public funds allocated to human services in Gainesville are far outstripped by funds allocated to GPD. We need to be able to shape our city budget to ensure the well-being of all Gainesville residents without having those decisions overturned by the governor. I also believe it is dangerous to assume that the several people who could contest a future GPD budget reduction won't, and then to use that assumption as the basis for deciding not to move forward. I urge you to take the opportunity to assume a leading role in the coalition that is coming together to defend local communities' rights to allocate our own funds in ways that best serve our people. If we are waiting to act for other cities to sign on, it seems likely that other cities might be saying the same thing. If no one steps up, we will be stuck in this holding pattern indefinitely. This is a great opportunity for you as commissioners to stand behind your own convictions, as stated in this meeting, that this bill is horrible. You have been advised tonight in the presentations at the beginning of this agenda item that taking a proactive stand against HB1 on its face will be more impactful than reactively waiting to contest the law as applied in the future. I agree strongly and believe we have much more to lose by failing to act than we do by moving forward with this effort. Thank you for taking my comment tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Next up, we have Robert Mounts, followed by Kiara Lawrence. Mr. Mounts, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor again. I stayed up for this because, as you know, I'm a retired attorney, 50 years with the Florida Bar, and I'm not going to presume to give you my professional opinion based on that, but I'm in full support of this motion, and I appreciate the leadership of Commissioner Johnson in bringing it. I see it as a gift, for heaven's sake. You're not being asked to pay for it. You have a very high qualified set of lawyers that have worked hard on this and who will carry it through. And I think all they're doing is looking for plaintiffs who might have standing to sue. And that's also where the weakness of the case might be, because courts normally don't like to rule unless there's a real case or controversy in front of them. In other words, if you've taken an action which the state is now challenging, and then you sue, and that's a reason for not doing it now. But let's face it, the law is a political statement by the Republican Party and Republican governor. There's nothing wrong with the Alachua County or the city of Gainesville or any other municipality, especially one controlled by registered Democrats, from filing their own political statement in the courts as well. If you have the courage to live up to your principles, you will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. You have Kiara Lawrence next, followed by Cassandra Tucci. Ms. Lawrence, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, y'all. My name is Kiara Lawrence. I am a 4-year resident here in Gainesville. I reside in District 1. I first off want to thank Commissioner Gail Johnson for bringing this up and also taking the leadership role and understanding that we have to take a first step in order for change to be done. I want to address the language that's been used throughout the session of addressing this initiative as being being close to having it being failure or it being, not a winnable case. But this is an act of courage, not only that, but not taking a role in it is an act of complacency and allowing the state to once again take control of local government, which they have no right to, as well as not being proactive, but being reactive to situations. It has done more harm than good. Being reactionary to certain causes and issues. We have to take the first step in order for things to get done. And if no one's stepping up, why should we not step up? Why can we not be the president? Why can we not be the people who changes the way that other cities look upon the state government? And how can we as people be leaders and provide a stepping stone for those to also take a chance to adjust power structures? And I'm just so grateful that this conversation is still happening, because a year before we were addressing the concern of how harmful this bill can be to us. And now a year later, we are still addressing this concern. And why are we still being complacent in the fact that of not taking a step in the role in this? I just want to say that public comment was made to listen to the people. And so far, I've heard so much support and advocacy for this suit to be filed. So I hope that y'all will listen to the public comment and take necessary steps to support this suit. Thank you, y'all. I'm finished my time.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. And last but not least, Cassandra Tucci. Ms. Tucci, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm Cassandra Tucci, and I'm also calling to support this motion for Gainesville to sue the state over this HB1 bill. We want to thank Commissioner Johnson again for bringing this to the table, for the pro bono law firms that have signed on to help, and all of the local groups that were listed and businesses that have signed on in support. I'm a part of many of those groups, and I'm proud to be a part of a community that is so courageous in standing up to injustice. I agree with all the prior callers in support of this and all that's been said, and just want to add that Gainesville is already under our governor's scope for many reasons that we all know about. We are a progressive city full of progressive leaders, right? And we should be proud of that and strive for our actions to match our words. And again, as David Kaplan said a little earlier, our courageous school board and their leadership and their mask mandate in response to our dire COVID numbers started a wave of similar moves from multiple other cities across the state this week. Other cities will sign on to this as soon as we do. There's power in numbers, and someone has to lead. Please do the courageous and responsible thing and allow this litigation to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tucci. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you everybody who called in and shared your thoughts. We appreciate that, especially staying with us so late. We'll move to a vote momentarily, but first I'll recognize Commissioner Sacco.
Just a quick question. The council we retained was allegedly speaking to other cities. If those talks have happened, I assume if you've presented to those bodies by now, they are Florida cities and Sunshine applies, and you can't identify them without breaking confidentiality if you have spoken to any cities.
Are you asking what cities they've spoken to?
Yeah, we were told at some meeting that they were in conversation with other cities, if that's allegedly happened. Originally, their complaint was confidentiality. If those talks have happened, I assume it's before the entire body. So under Sunshine, it's public record. Can you tell us what cities those are that you were talking to?
I don't know who wants to field that. I know Miramar is one. I've spoken with his mayor, with their mayor. I've been up since 3:30 this morning, y'all.
No answer? That's fine. I don't need an answer.
Well, I'm happy to jump in, Commissioner. We've had conversations with city attorneys in a few other jurisdictions and have done some initial outreach more broadly, including with the partnership from the Southern Poverty Law Center, who you heard from earlier. So, I mean, I think the Miramar outreach has resulted in the clearest action to date, and they will be having a vote in 2 weeks on a resolution for joining potential litigation.
And are there other cities that have in the Sunshine talked about this already, or is Miramar the only one?
Miramar is the only one that that has a vote scheduled at this point, but we're anticipating that there will be
That wasn't my question.
a lot of additional actions.
My question was, are there other cities that have had this discussion in the Sunshine, not whether they have upcoming votes?
Not to my knowledge to date.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move forward with the litigation. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. That motion passes 4-3 with Sacco, Hayes Santos, and Ward in dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is the public hearing 190980 to amend the future land use map from residential medium and residential low to City of Gainesville urban and mixed use high intensity, generally located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue, with the recommendation that the commission approve the modifications. The portion of the property with the existing land use of residential medium density should be designated as urban mixed use. The portion of property with residential low density land use should be designated as mixed use residential.
Thank you. And Commissioner Johnson, I know that you really want to get home. And I know you probably want to stay for the alcohol, for the open container ordinance. I believe that is going to, the suggestion is going to be to continue that item because I think one of the commissioners, I don't know who, but might possibly want to offer an amendment. So we couldn't take final action on it today anyway. So anyway, if that helps you get out of here, I just wanted to let you know all the facts in order to make your best decision. Okay, so with that, this is a public hearing. Who do we have to make the presentation?
Hey, good afternoon or good evening.
It's almost afternoon, Ms. McMullen. We'll be there soon. But thank you for sticking with us all evening.
Yes. Bear with me for a second while I get this presentation pulled up. I had it all ready to go earlier. Okay, so this request, well, first of all, Brittany McMullen, Planner, Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB 19-145 LUC. Can you all see my screen, the presentation?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, great. So the properties involved in this application are located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue, and they are directly to the east of the interstate. There are 4 parcels involved with this application, approximately 20.73 acres. This is a correction to the agenda text that says it's approximately 24.98 acres. Some of the property was actually lessed out over the course of this application being processed, I believe, for road dedication, and the applicant can speak more to that if you have questions on that. So the existing land use at the properties, as you can see from this map, are residential medium density and, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, residential medium density and residential low density. So
I have a hardware issue that won't allow me to go 30 minutes more.
So the RM category allows for 8 to 30 dwelling units per acre. RL allows for 15 dwelling units per acre. So that's what's currently allowed. So the request is to amend the land use at the property from the existing to urban mixed use high intensity. The requested category allows up to 100 dwelling units per acre by right, and an additional 25 dwelling units per acre more may be permitted with approval of a special use permit. So a portion of the property is located within the Hogtown Prairie Strategic Ecosystem. The city's environmental coordinator has provided a memo regarding this designation, and she is on the call here with us tonight if you have any questions on that aspect. The properties that we're looking at are directly adjacent to the urban village, which was established in the comprehensive plan in 2011 to support and implement a long-term vision for redevelopment and development in an area proximate to the University of Florida. So since these properties are directly abutting the urban village, the application also requests to extend the urban village map to cover these properties. So these are the for reviewing land use changes. Staff does find that the review criteria are met as outlined in the staff report. The proposed land use category will be compatible with surrounding land uses. It would provide for a logical extension of the urban village, which is established directly to the east, and it would discourage urban sprawl by allowing for higher density and intensity development. So staff does recommend approval of the request. The city plan board had a different recommendation. So I have a couple of slides here to sort of just call out the differences in those recommendations if you're curious at looking at those differences. So here's the applicant request and staff's recommendation, which is to change the land use of the property to urban mixed use high. The city plan board, after some discussion, voted that the portion that is currently directly adjacent to the interstate have mixed use residential, which allows up to 75 units per acre. And the portion that's currently has the land use of RM, they voted that it should have urban mixed use, not high intensity land use. So this sort of calls out the differences in those different land uses if you're interested. But with that, staff recommends approval, and the applicant is on the call as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. McMullen. So we'll turn over to the applicant or their representative.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Amelia Lazari with EDA Consultants, Inc. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm going to share my screen briefly to show you that area that Ms. McMullen pointed out where the discrepancy in the acreage is occurring because FDOT has purchased parts of these properties for the right-of-way of the extension of Southwest 62nd Boulevard. So let me share my screen. Mr. Mayor, can you please indicate that you are seeing my screen?
We got it.
Thank you, sir. This illustrates the area and some of the complexities of this property. FDOT purchased this area here of one parcel, and it's going to be used for stormwater for the extension of Southwest 62nd Boulevard. And then they actually purchased and split this parcel that is immediately abutting the interstate. So one of the reasons that the applicant feels that it's necessary to have the higher intensity all through this area is some of the challenges involved in terms of developing right next to an interstate and a new major collector that will be going through this property. And if I can, I'll illustrate that here for you. And yeah, this is the extension of Southwest 62nd Boulevard. It's going to be going through this property. And again, this is proposed for use as stormwater. The idea would be that something that is so close to the intensity of the interstate, which carries the most traffic in Alachua County right now, and this new collector road would be better suited instead of the plan board recommendation, which wouldn't allow for non-residential uses and primarily residential type use, that it be urban mixed use and extend the urban village from where it currently exists here. I know you've had a long evening, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mrs. Are you done? You all done with your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Okay, thank you. You were so still, we weren't sure if you were frozen or just done. So I'm sorry I couldn't read you.
No, sir. I was just acknowledging that I know you've had a long evening, and I don't want to have to do my whole presentation. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Ms. Lazari. We've been through a few of those while you were still at the city, I know. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff's recommendation to approve petition PB 19145 LUC.
Okay, motion is second to approve the original staff recommendation. And again, Adam, we have many incredible people left in the chambers. None of them are members of the public who wish to make any comments. I did not want to, sorry. I value all of you highly. But yeah, Adam, it's all over to you for public comment.
All right. At this time, anyway, there's nobody on the line. The floor is yours.
Okay, we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Lula? Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the public hearing 2 for 190981, rezoning of property from RMF 5, single-family, multi-family residential, RMF 7, multifamily residential, RMF 8, multiple family residential to urban transect U9, generally located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue. With the recommendation that the commission approve the modifications, the portion of the property with the recommended land use of mixed-use residential should be zoned U5. The portion of the property with recommended land use of urban mixed use should be zoned U8.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McMullen, back to you.
Yes, good evening again. So Brittany McMullen, Department of Sustainable Development. This is the companion rezoning petition to the land use designation that you just heard. So again, I won't go through where the properties are located, but the existing zoning at the properties are RMF 5, RMF 7, and RMF 8. So basically single and multifamily residential. So the request is to rezone the property from the multifamily residential to urban 9 transect zone. And the proposed zoning allows 100 dwelling units per acre by right, 125 with the special use permit. So jumping right to the criteria for reviewing a rezoning, staff does find that the review criteria are met as outlined in the staff report. The U9 zoning district, as you can see here, would be compatible with the zoning districts directly to the east, which are also U9. So staff finds that this would be a logical extension of this transect zone and does find that it's appropriate for the location. The plan board did have a different recommendation to go along with their land use recommendation. So I do have the different recommendations outlined here on some slides if you'd like to look at the differences. Again, the applicant requests and staff recommends U9. The plan board had recommended U5 and U8 transect zones. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lazari, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amelia Lazari with EDA Consultants, Inc. We would just ask for your support for the implementing zoning for the land use that you just approved. So we're asking for your approval of petition PB-19-146 ZON. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff's recommendation to approve PB-19-146 ZON.
Motion is second to adopt the proposed petition. Adam, any members of the public?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have a member of the public. Joe Beatty is on the line. And Joe, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Joe Beatty. And I just want to say that I think it is, shouldn't be having public hearings at 11:30 at night. And I think this and the next item ought to be continued. You know, if you really cared about the public, you wouldn't be having important things, a hearing, or the next item, an ordinance, at 11:30 at night. And that's all I have to say. I think it's wrong, and but it also kind of goes with the way things have been going here. So I would ask you to postpone the next item to another meeting. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Joe. Good night. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just reminisce that if it hadn't taken an hour to adopt our agenda, it would only be 10:30 right now. We'd be in this same place. Okay, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Hindsight is 2020. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Ariola. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously to Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 200884, quasi-judicial rezoning of .99 acres of property located at 2020 West University Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately .99 acres of property generally located at 2020 West University Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance. From planned development to U4, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. This is a second reading. So unless there's any questions, I'll go to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
I move ordinance 200884 on second reading by title only.
Motion is second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading by title only. Adam, any members of the public?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's nobody from the public on the line at this time.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Aye. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 210005, amending the open container ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 4-1 and 4-4 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the sale, dispensing, possession, and consumption of alcohol, amending section 18-20 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the purchase or sale of alcohol in parks, and section 2-339 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to civil citation for the possession or consumption of an open container of an alcoholic beverage, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had, as I think everyone's aware, supported this 100% before. I know that there was several commissioners who, as well as members of the public, who had concerns about it. In long conversations with community members and with some of our police officers, I have an amendment I'd like to offer to it rather than as it sits. I would like to see us consider repealing the open container ordinance for the most part, but maintaining prohibition against open containers basically from 2 a.m. to 7 or 8 a.m. So essentially the hours, if it's not okay to buy alcohol, you should be able to walk around with an open container of alcohol. Frankly, that's when the problem is. That's what the problem is. So let's address the problem rather than the blanket that says none of you 135,000 people can be trusted to walk around with an open container at any time of the day, which is what we do by having the ordinance. So let's, rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater, let's use the portion of the tool that is useful for where the problem is rather than an all or nothing approach.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what we should do with that or how to proceed.
Yeah, let me ask the attorney. Madam Attorney, would the simplest way, if the majority of the commission wanted to move forward with that amendment, would it be the easiest to continue it until our next meeting with some specific language about the amendment for you to put in there?
Yes, thank you, because on second reading, I would have to sit here tonight and
Right.
do that for you.
So yeah, I think Commissioner Ward, and I don't know that we'll pass, but let's, I think the motion might be something like continue this item until the August 19th meeting and include amended language that would continue a prohibition against open containers between the hours of 2 a.m. and 7 a.m.
I move exactly what the mayor just said.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second by Duncan Walker. And Madam Attorney, is that the information you need? Is that clear enough? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hey Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to give out this letter that we received from the Settled Legal Council, the National Homeless Center, and the ACLU, supporting us removing the open container ordinance in full as because of its disproportionate impact on the homeless population in our community. It goes into depth of that. It's also in the backup. I'll support the motion if it means it takes us a step forward. My one request is I guess maybe some differences on 2 a.m. because it's so close to when the bars close. You might just it might create another conflict zone at that time. So maybe like 2:30 or 3 o'clock, just so there are something so it doesn't just create another conflict when there's people leaving the bars or stuff like that. That's my only request, is we have some kind of thought to that.
I will move that to 2:30 if that's.
Okay. So it's been amended 2:30 to 7 a.m., 2:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. And the motion again is to continue. So we'll take this item up again on second reading at the next regular city meeting. Adam, any members of the public?
We do have two callers on the line right now. Debbie Martinez, you are the first of two. You have the floor and you have 3 minutes.
Could you repeat the motion?
The motion is to continue the item until the next regular city commission meeting on August 19th and to amend the language to maintain an open container ordinance between the hours of 2:30 a.m. and 7 a.m.
I don't understand what you mean. 2:30 a.m. till when?
7 a.m. You would not be allowed to have an open container on city property between 2:30 a.m. and 7 a.m. if the ordinance passes in 2 weeks.
So am I to understand that you start drinking at 7 a.m. and then stop drinking at 2:30 a.m.?
Exactly.
Well, you can do that now. I don't recommend it.
But that's what this motion is about?
No, the motion is to continue the item for 2 weeks.
But it sounds like you're changing it. It was 24/7.
Correct.
So you're going to carve a few hours
Correct.
out of the day out of it?
Correct. It would still, the current ordinance that would still exist between 2:30 a.m. and 7 a.m. if the motion passes in 2 weeks.
So you'll vote on this on the 19th?
Correct.
So you're not. So what are you voting on now?
To continue it until the 19th and to direct the attorney to amend the language in the ordinance to reflect the 2:30 to 7 a.m. change.
So you're not really doing anything except amending the ordinance and postponing it to the 19th?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next up, Robert Mounts. Mr. Mounts, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, the hour is late. I'm not going to waste your time given what you're seeking to do with this motion. I support continuing it to the 19th. I appreciate Commissioner Ward showing some movement on this issue. I still, at the appropriate time on the 19th or earlier, would like to share some of the reasons why, under my experience, especially as a military attorney dealing with a lot of young people and with alcohol and our problem with sexual assault, why it is such a difficult issue to do this at all. And I remain opposed to making it permanent. But I'll save the rest of my comments for another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. Our next caller, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'll make this brief. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the motion, I support the deferral. However, the ordinance for citywide open container needs to be reevaluated. I mean, we have numerous homicides, shootings, violent crime downtown, all over the city of Gainesville. This isn't going to help solve that problem. It's going to facilitate it. So again, while this was well intended during the pandemic to help bars and restaurants and the like, it's not appropriate to extend this and make it unilateral, contrary to your analogy that you gave at the last meeting. So when this comes back on the 19th, I hope that there's widespread public opposition to making this rescinding the ordinance to allow open container throughout the city, irrespective of the meager changes that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. It does look like we have one more caller. It has not been screened, but we'll do it live. Caller Darlene, it looks like it's you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners, and almost good morning. I think this item, being as late as it is and as important as it is to the citizens of Gainesville, I think this item should be earlier than almost midnight. I think when you're looking at your agenda, some things aren't as important as some others. And gentlemen and ladies, I believe this is very important. And please put it on the beginning of your agenda instead of last probably item on your agenda at almost midnight.
Thank you all and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. Floor is yours.
Okay, back to the commissions to voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Johnson absent. Okay, next item, please.
Next item is the second reading of ordinance 210066. Ordinance amending the Consolidated Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan to amend the earnings definition for firefighters. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the definition of the earnings in Section 2-596 of Chapter 2, Article 7, Division 8 of the Code of Ordinances. The City of Gainesville providing directions for codified, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance number 210066 on second reading by title only.
Motion and second to adopt the proposed ordinance, second reading by title only. Adam, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Adam, you still with us?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I was on mute. No, Mr. Mayor, we have no callers on the line at this time. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 200886, land use change 83.79 acres of property located on the 755 to 1100 block of the south side of Northeast 39th Boulevard. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 83.79 acres of property generally located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Boulevard is more specifically described in this ordinance from planned use district to commercial, urban mixed use, and residential low density, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Ms. McMullen, are you still with us?
Actually, it's me, Mr. Mayor. It's Nathaniel Chan with the City of Gainesville, Department of Sustainable Development. I'll be presenting on this item. Good
to see you. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you for allowing me to present to you guys. I really appreciate it. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we're good.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, City Commission. My name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-20-152 LUC, a large-scale land use amendment of the subject area on Northeast 39th Avenue. This item was brought before the commission about 2 months ago, back in June. The commission transmitted this item to a later meeting and passed a motion to direct staff and the applicant to explore a different land use than the one that was proposed on the northeastern quadrant to sort of set the stage for transect zoning when zoning is applied here. Today, we are just discussing the land use. So I'm just going to run through this as a refresher. This petition is privately initiated by EDA. The subject property is located between the 755 through 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue is currently vacant. The current zoning is planned development PD, and the current land use category is planned use district PUD. The property is approximately 83 acres, and this petition is related to the zoning petition that will come at a later date. This land use amendment proposes commercial, urban mixed use, and residential low future land use categories. So just to orient you here, to the north is Northeast 39th Avenue. There's vacant properties that have future land use commercial and office. To the east and south are Northeast 11th Terrace and Northeast 31st Avenue that has single family future land use. And to the west is commercial in the form of business automotive and automobile dealerships. And there's also North Main Street on the west of that. So this is the existing expired PD that is currently in place. And in order to develop the properties, the applicant needs to apply for updated land use and zoning. The PD identified commercial, warehousing, and single family residential as permitted uses on the properties. The land use categories delineated on the existing ordinance shown here on the right guided the proposed future land use categories in this petition. And again, the City Commission passed a motion to revise the proposed future land use category from residential medium on the northeastern quadrant to urban mixed use UMU. And here's the old map that we had 2 months ago. And so that northeast quadrant will be urban mixed use. And here's the updated map. With that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PB-20-00152 LUC. The proposal meets all of the review criteria for a land use change outlined in section 30-3.13 of the Land Development Code. The proposed land use categories are compatible with the surrounding land uses, and staff worked with the applicant on this petition, and we've determined that the proposed urban mixed use UMU future land use category is consistent and meets all of the review criteria. More details on the petition meeting the review criteria can be found in the staff report. The applicant submitted an addendum to their original justification report with more information on the proposed urban mixed use future land use category. With that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Jesus.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance number 200886 on first reading by title only.
Motion and second to adopt the proposed ordinance. Adam, over to you.
Got nothing for you, Mayor. Nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Aye. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco. Aye. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Johnson absent. Let's see what happens.
We got to finish.
I thought we were going to get there. I think we still could, but I'll entertain it. You might have some companionship there, Ariola. Commissioner Sacco, go ahead.
I move that we waive our rules and extend our time to 12:15.
Motion is second to waive our rules and extend the meeting until 12:15. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Commissioner Ariola in dissent. Commissioner Johnson absent. You might have me if there's one more. I was that guy for many, many years. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 200723, land use change of 42.973 acres of property known as Oak Hall School. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 42.973 acres of property known as Oak Hall School, generally located at 1700 Southwest 75th Street, is more specifically described in this ordinance. From Alachua County Institutional to City of Gainesville Education, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you. Ms. McMullen, I say you're back.
Yes, good evening again. So this property was annexed in February of 2020. It is located at 1700 Southwest 75th Street. Obviously, it is the location of Oak Hall School. So this property was developed in the county under county rules. It currently has a county land use designation of institutional. Since it's been we now need to designate city land use. So the request is to amend the future land use map to City of Gainesville Education. These are the surrounding land uses that surround the property. This dark black line that you see here is the city limits. So properties to the, pretty much all surrounding, except for properties to the east, are located in the county, and all of those properties have a land use of single family. So staff does find that the request meets the review criteria laid out in the code and the comprehensive plan, and recommends approval of the adoption of this land use.
Thank you, Ms. McMullen. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 200723 on first reading by title only.
Motion is second to adopt a proposed ordinance, first reading, title only. Adam, any members of the public?
We do have a member of the public, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner Nathan Scott. With respect to this, I know that it was just mentioned that this Oak Hall was annexed into the city. There seemed to be at the time no derived benefit to the city or taxpayers from that, because the educational use is, for all practical purposes, tax exempt, but we have to provide the services outside the core boundary for the annexed property, as well as they get a substantial discount on their GRU rates for being inside the city now. So I'm not sure exactly what the zoning change accomplishes. I guess it was under the county industrial use. Now under the city, it's going to be educational use. Is that what I heard correctly?
Yes, it's moving to education as a land use.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, like I say, I'm all for annexation, but I mean, ideally, I think the city would want to annex properties that provide a benefit to the city as opposed to providing a burden to the city. And I'm not sure what this really adds to the equation, but that was my purpose for my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. It looks like we may have another caller here, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'll take it live. The caller who just called in ending in 0468. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Janie Gressley with Oak Hall School.
Hi.
Hi, I just wanted to take a moment to say, first off, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. And as I said, I'm representing Oak Hall School this evening, and I'm just really privileged to be doing so, to share our appreciation and excitement to become officially part of the city of Gainesville. This past year, Oak Hall celebrated its 50th anniversary, and in many ways, Oak Hall has had the privilege of kind of growing up next door to the city of Gainesville. And as we've had the honor to serve so much of the Gainesville community and its children's educational and personal growth, we are just truly appreciative and just full of excitement to be officially recognized as part of City of Gainesville. We're just really grateful to benefit from the city's elite police and fire safety services, the well and water sewer services, and just really, being part of the City of Gainesville's best positions Oak Hall Private School as it continues to serve the Gainesville community and helping young learners pursue their academic, artistic, and athletic passions. So again, beyond excited and truly thankful and privileged to not only serve the City of Gainesville as we've done for so long, but to now be officially a part of the City of Gainesville.
Thank you, Ms. Gressley. All righty, Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. Floor is yours.
All right, thank you, and welcome to the Gaines Village. Glad to have you. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker. Aye. Commissioner Stocco.
Aye.
Commissioner Mariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor opposed.
All right, that motion passes unanimously, and it's officially tomorrow. Madam Clerk, next item.
Good morning. First reading of 200724, quasi-judicial rezoning of 42.973 acres of property known as Oak Hall School. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 42.973 acres of property known as Oak Hall School, generally located at 1700 Southwest 75th Street, is more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County Plan Development to City of Gainesville Plan Development, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Commissioner Santos? I'm sorry. Ms. McMullen?
Yes, good evening again. This is the companion rezoning petition to the land use that you just adopted. So the city is required to adopt city land use and city zoning once a property gets annexed. So this is part of that requirement. So the existing zoning at the property is planned development. The zoning here was proposed and adopted in order to maintain some specific protections for neighboring property owners. As you saw on the map that I showed previously, a lot of the properties surrounding this location are single family homes. So when let's see where this is the PD layout plan. And you're not going to be, you can't read all of this little text, but basically it lays out specific conditions. It's a PD, so you're able to put conditions on zoning with that category. So some of the difference are the buffers that are required. Sorry, let's just zoom back out. The buffers that are required between the single family residential properties are larger than what the code would require. So to the north, it's 25 feet. To the south, it's 40 feet. And to the west, it's 25 feet as well. And in addition, the maximum height is limited here in the PD to 45 feet, I believe. And, you know, as opposed to just the education zoning district, which doesn't have a maximum height. So things like that are the reason why this is a PD and not just education zoning. And I know that the CHW who worked on this plan in the county is on the call and has some background information on all of that neighborhood involvement that went in the county. If you're interested in hearing that background of how things got developed in the first place.
Your line has been connected to this conference call for several hours. To continue participating in this conference, press any key on your keypad.
You don't have to rub it in, man.
I know.
We know.
Yep, we've been here for about 11 hours now. So anyways.
Your line has been connected to this conference call for several hours. To continue participating in this conference, press any key on your keypad.
And I'm here for any questions.
Can you press a key on the keypad? Thank you,
Your
Ms.
line has been
McMullen.
connected to this conference call for several hours. To continue participating in this conference, press any key on your keypad.
Do you know who that is, Ms. Gainey? Oh, it's. Okay, we'll just power through it. Okay. So we'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. This is asking us to do PD. I don't think we should do PDs. We've done the land use of education, and I think we should use the corresponding zoning of education. I think would correspond it better and not kind of continue PDs, which I think are kind of an antiquated way of doing zoning. I would move that we re-advertise this item, ordinance number 200724, to change it to the City of Gainesville education zoning.
Okay, I don't hear a second. Anybody else have an alternative motion? You said re-advertise to change the zoning to education as opposed to PD. Okay, motion and a second. Commissioner Ariola.
It is now a moot point.
Okay, and Adam, any members of the public?
No, and apologies for that little commercial interruption, shall we say. I have nobody on the lines right now. The floor is yours.
Someone pushed a button on the keypad. It's all good. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Nay.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 4-2 with Ariola and Duncan Walker in dissent and Johnson absent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Commission comment.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize to everybody. I feel like this is important now. We have, I believe, the ARP proposal supposed to come back to us at the next meeting. I don't think we have enough. We have a lot of things on that agenda, not as bad as this one, I don't think, but there's a lot there. And I want us to focus very carefully on the ARP proposals. It's $32 million. I want us and the community to be able to really focus. And with that in mind, I move that we schedule a special meeting to discuss ARP proposals, that staff send the commission a matrix of all existing proposals by project name no later than August 13th, and that any substantially equivalent projects on that matrix proposed by a supermajority of the commission be funded immediately and begin to be moved forward by the appropriate charter officer. The point behind this is if 6 of us have said, let's do a project, then let's get that project to work, for goodness sake, instead of dragging it out and having long conversations about it. If we've already substantially agreed in a supermajority, let's move forward with it. The most important thing to me, though, is that we schedule a special meeting to do this. If we cram it into a regular agenda item, it doesn't bode well for the rest of the agenda, nor our attention on that item, and I think that item is critical. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I agree completely with the first 2 parts. I won't support the third part, so we'll split it out. I wouldn't want to agree before we have a discussion about everything. Commissioner Ariola?
Was there a second to that?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, is there a second?
What were the first
Schedule a special meeting just for discussion of ARP, for staff to develop a matrix of all the proposals, basically. And then the third part was to fund things that already have a supermajority.
I can second the first two parts.
We'll split it out. I mean, if you can second the motion and we can split the motion.
Okay, well, what I was gonna bring up was the last time we had a discussion about the proposed urgent care center by the university, we were with the county commission. Have we scheduled the date that what we agreed to was that we would meet again and have UF present to both boards? Have we got that on the calendar yet?
I don't. Go ahead.
Commissioner, we're shooting for a joint meeting in August, but UF is not available until September. I don't have the specific date at this time.
So we're working on a date, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I also heard the complaints about the signage issue, but Mr. Mayor, you said earlier that you were meeting with people, so.
Yeah, the city manager's meeting with some folks tomorrow, and I'm meeting with some folks next week, so we'll get to the bottom of it. Commissioner Sacco?
Yeah, so I'm fine with those first two. The second one, we might have agreed on the project, we might not have agreed on the sum. That's why I think it, yeah, but thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree on the first two, but I strongly disagree on the third one. I don't think we should be funding millions of dollars without having a public discussion on what the funding is. Thank you.
Okay, so we got a motion. We'll split that third part out. Adam, any members of the public?
No, sir, nobody online at this time.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, motion is to schedule a special meeting to specifically discuss ARP, for staff to develop a matrix with all the proposals, just for us to look at them, and then anything that has a supermajority automatically proven and start implementing. So we'll vote for the first two pieces of that first. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Third part, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
That motion fails. We'll just say Commissioner Ward was in the affirmative, everyone else in dissent. Commissioner Johnson absent. Okay, seeing no further business. I'm sorry, I don't know your names. Officer Awesome, Corporal Amazing, thank you for sticking with us the entire evening. Assistant Chief Scott, Assistant City Interim for a few more hours, a few more meetings, but thank you, Interim City Manager Mann, for filling in over these last several months. It's been really great seeing you in the role, and we want to congratulate our new Assistant City Manager that we got a note about the other day, and then Assistant City Manager Murray. Thank you all for sticking with us and filling in so many ways through a tough and long meeting. Really appreciate it all. What's that?
The charter too.
Well, I'll give them my love in some other way, yes. All right, we are adjourned.